Hello everybody, welcome to the stream, nice to see you all here. I hope you had a good and fantastic day. And yeah, surprise as announced yesterday, we continue with War in the North, Lord of the Rings. Good game from ancient times, not sure of which year it was, 2011, 2012, 2010 I think, maybe 2009, who knows? I'll look it up. (2011). Every time surprising. Welcome everybody. I hope you are back. For the German viewers, we switch now to the Germans, to the English language, as announced. And play a little bit of relaxing bit of War in the North. Not sure how happy you will be about that, but we will see. Also English chat, Norseman, Storyteller, Undead, and Otaku Senpai, I think is also there. Yes. Welcome. Okay, leak. A report from Gamerant notes that SteamDB database has been updated with a new listing titled The Lord of the Rings War in the North Legacy Edition. Okay, too much. Aber es ist auf jeden Fall wrong language. It's that's interesting. Haven't heard in the game for a while. Like, I think you can't buy it on Steam anymore. Not sure. I mean, who has it's by EA, right? So it's kind of strange because EA doesn't have the license anymore. 2011 feels not too old. Well, it's 15 years ago, right? That's a long time. Did you miss my question concerning the green orc skins? No, I read it, but I couldn't figure out what you mean. Yesterday, Nivea sub. As I saw it in green orc skins, I simply could not make the connection. What was the question again? It has. You asked about the green color skin orcs and some connection to Morgoth or something like that, right? But I couldn't. I don't know, to be honest. I read it and thought, I have no idea what he means. We need more Lord of the Rings where we play as orc or troll as main character. Maybe. Yeah, that's a good hint. Thank you, Otaku Senpai, for sharing that. Maybe Aniva sub updates the question. I'm really curious. But yeah, I prepared in theory. I hope everything here runs. This in-game sound we would need. Haven't started the game yet, so don't worry. I have to make sure that everything is correct, because the program, unfortunately, is only be able to start in full screen mode. And this, I think it is at least. And this messes completely with my settings here, my window sizes and whatnot. That's something I don't like that much. Oh yeah, I need the chat here. Pop out. This chat needs to go. All I can tell you is that there's so much. So yeah, we had like a little Elden Ring bingo today. And a really crazy format we played by the Ignite community called Incursion Bingo. I think it's Incursion Bingo or something like that. That was wild. Like, you activate bonfires at certain places when you go there and stuff. I did DTS, and I then figured out I did not need to kill DTS. The question is still, Anivia, are you still there? Can you write a question again and maybe explain it a bit what you mean? In World of Warcraft, orcs got green skin due to corruption by demons. Ah, okay. had originally brownish skin. I felt remembered by the Rings of Power trailer. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, in a way, orcs are in of itself corrupted, twisted creatures. So, of course, it seems like also in Tolkien's universe there is skin color changes a bit due to that. Get this. Hey, Murray, nice to see you. Yeah, you posted a big news thing for the One Ring RPG. Very interesting. Unfortunately, I'm not that deep into it, but it sounded like vast and with a lot of additions, which is, I guess, pretty cool for the people playing it. We need more orcs and trolls. I just thought here we need, I don't know, GTA in Middle Earth. What would you call it? No idea. Grand Theft. Not auto, but maybe carriage. Grand Theft carriage. Carriage are not exclusive to Middle Earth. Carriages. So what could be stolen? Grand Theft Palantieri. I don't know. In Warcraft, orcs are straight up an alien race from another planet. That's also true. There isn't much common between Lord of the Rings orcs and Warcraft orcs. So yeah, that is true. Another thing, yeah, that is the thing I still missing. I just thought about something I forgot. Yeah, what I forgot is, of course, that we need the chat, as you can see, because the chat. I hear myself twice now. Need a moment, so I can show the YouTube chat. I will show. I guess YouTube chat will be more busy. So some of the orcs are sword, like the Uruk-hai. I'm not sure if Tolkien much describes how orcs look. I remember one description of them being sword. But now thinking about it, is there ever a description that orcs are green? In Tolkien's world, explicitly? I think there's some sallow, I think, is also mentioned, right? Which is yellowish. Okay, in theory, I'm not sure if it will work. In theory, okay, I hope it works. In theory, this should be the YouTube chat. Awesome. This is the Twitch chat. Would be Elder Scrolls. But yeah, it's a good question. What colors do orcs have? Currently, I tried to find notes about that. Forgotten Realm. What does Tolkien Gateway say about orcs? There's for sure an appearance. I mean, not all orcs look the same, that's for sure. They're an appearance, lifespan, ability, appearance. Orcs were described as smaller in stature than men on average. Strong, but crooked in frame and bow-legged. One huge orc chieftain was described as almost man-high, but some must have been of a similar size to hobbits. Frodo and Sam succeed in disguising themselves as orcs in Mordor. Their overall appearance varied. They had long arms and fanged mouths. Tolkien describes them as swart or sallow, although one in Mordor is black-skinned. I mean, swart in German, schwarz, means black. The others are described generally as black. Possibly not a reference to skin color, though. Orcish blood color was probably black. Yeah, there was a hint for that being black. Especially for trolls, I remember this as well. Sallow. What is sallow? Beige. Blass. So sallow means just, I don't know, not too much sun. It's an interesting thing, like from the Peter Jackson films, we kind of accept that orcs are kind of greenish, but now thinking about it, it is, yeah, not 100% clear actually, how orcs looked exactly. Also, is it pronounced sallow?
Sallow.
Yeah, it's pronounced sallow. Okay. Why are we comparing orc from Warcraft? It was just a random suggestion in chat. It's not a It's just that, like, the comparison, the question is basically, or was in the stream we had yesterday, which I overlooked a bit because I didn't understand the question fully. Kind of was a lot of, chat was busy and was kind of forgot about it. Sorry for that again, Anivia. But the question is, in World of Warcraft, orcs got green green skin color due to corruption by demons, and isn't it similar in Rings of Power trailer? This kind of resembled this in a way because they're often depicted as greenish. And now thinking about it, are orcs actually greenish? It doesn't mean that the orcs in Lord of the Rings are very similar to the orcs in Lord of the Rings. That's not the case, but no, to be fair, I guess most ideas of who and what orcs are either were very heavily influenced by Tolkien or at least made popular again by Tolkien. However, Warhammer popularized green orcs. I don't think Lotter orcs were green. Yeah, I don't think so as well. But I think they definitely changed in color maybe after, like, considering that they're once elves or in its later writings once men. Men, of course, look not... I mean, they can look sallow. It's kind of interesting that they're depicted as green. I find this interesting. I always never kind of questioned that in a lot of fantasy franchises. We see that in some it's explicitly not green. I think in Dark Eye, das schwarze Auge, as we call it in German, I think there the orcs are not green. But whatever. Grey and corpse white, yeah, something like this. Warcraft orcs also gained red glowing eyes besides green skin, change from drinking demon blood. Interesting. So yeah, but we gathered here today to play War in the North. Wherever it is. I think I have everything set up right now, right, chat? All I need to do is tell... Oh, it can play it as windowed, so it's not that bad. That's good. I think that it was just Battle for Middle-earth then that kind of had this, let's call it, delightful interaction with my PC. Okay. That is War in the North. Cool session of comparative orcology. Good job, Jet. So this is a War in the North. We played last time already. We're on the Barrow Downs, I think. We have played the dwarf most of the time. I would stick to him. We select him and then we load into the fun. Hey, Operator! Watch the stream live. Woohoo. Nice to see you. Welcome. It was a bit of a kind of surprise. Like I said, I was occupied with another appointment this evening. So I started relatively late. Otherwise, I would have started like 3 hours or something, 4 hours ago. Let's say 3. You're about to launch the game. Are you sure? No, I don't know. Shall we launch the game? Let's launch the game. So we are here. I hope the chat works and everything works, but I don't know for sure. I have to get used to the game for now. We are here in some graves. First of all, I need to kind of learn how it works. Oh yeah, when it's yellow, I have to... We are in the Barrow Downs. Final blow. I think last time I had to end the stream or something and said, yeah, we won't make it. Yeah, because of stream restart, I remember. we have these weird entities. Although I need to get used to the controls again. On the roll. What is he? Oh, that's the button. Health potion. We have okay. First of all, we need to get used to the controls again. Also, I have a window here open, which confuses me greatly. So yeah, I hope. Do you sound okay? The tool, maybe not loud enough. I don't know. Always a bit difficult to make this. There's more undead. We're in a grave of the Barrow Downs. In case we wonder, where are we? What are we doing here? Brutal hit. I think that was definitely brutal. So yeah, we are in our quest. We are supposed to have gained the levels. 30 strengths. I don't see much reason to go just to level up anything else. I think we have one skill point, chat. Crossbows upgrade from single shot to rapid firing. Okay. To follow, sweeping attack with a devastating area of effect strike requires an axe, hammer, or mace. Hold 2. It sounds not too bad, to be honest. Continuous flurry of quick area attacks requires a sword. What are we currently using as weapon? We use... I assume a one-hand axe. Here's our quest. Continue to search for Luin and Kilaran. That were 2 people sent here, and we are supposed to find them. Sound is great. Okay, awesome. Where is the other window? Here. Speaking of the Palantiri, it must be noteworthy that Sauron took the Palantiri of Minas Ithil with him to Barad-dûr. It must be a quite interesting operation. Yeah, that's true. He stole the one in Minas Ithil and then he uses that in Barad-dûr. That's true. Wearing orcs, Peter Jackson, orcs looked somewhat like D&D goblins. That's true. I guess maybe Dungeons and Dragons also had an influence. Not sure if Warhammer influenced later on Dungeons and Dragons or so, or vice versa, I don't know. The Orcs in Skyrim. Good question. Bought the stream live? Yeah, then we got this. Hey, good evening, Marty. Nice to see you. With Warcraft film also referencing orcs, physically stronger from the original state. I played as a dwarf. My friend as an elf seems to remember. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but playing alone, I think dwarf or the ranger is, I guess, the best. The Necromancy and Dark Magics video part 2 when? I haven't done Necromancy video in a long time. This is what I made a video a long time ago. I'm not sure what was missing there that I needed part 2 for it, but maybe. Show the tome to a learned scholar. So I guess we need to get to Rivendell or so to find a learned scholar. Seek counsel regarding the scroll's strange text that we still have. Show the artifacts to Mastersmith, potentially also later on. And we're supposed... I think last time what we completed, we had to find Athelas. Right, quite a few quests here. Tutorial messages, okay, we don't need. Eagles, we can't summon the eagle here. Now here I had to kind of end the game last time, so we didn't lose any progress, which is good. You just understand where we came from. The rest here should be cleared already. You need to be careful. Getting all the coins here. I said I would revisit the topic. Interesting. Should have made a note. Yeah, we're currently not working on it. Obviously. But maybe, yeah, I need to look into this then. What I said and what might be missing. Okay. Why is it so dark here? We can't go further. It's too dark. I hope this would be the exit, to be honest. We need a bit of finding the way here. Is this the entrance of this place? Here's a chest that I already plundered. So I would assume we were already here. I think we came from here. Well, we just continue where we were, because otherwise I will never find my way out of this maze here. So here we were a moment ago, chat. That I'm pretty sure of. There's some water going on here. These barrow downs are more vast than I anticipated. We need a dwarf Sauron. Maybe we check the other area. Just have to remember where we are. Question: how did Saruman find the body of Isildur? Well, he knew roundabout where he died, and he knew the Gladden Fields around the river, the Anduin, or a side river he should search, and he potentially didn't search it himself. He had some servants for that for sure, who helped him, and they just systematically, I would assume, that's how Saruman would approach, searched for the stuff. So we go to the right here. This is left. And then at some point he must have found somewhere the remains of Isildur. That's how I would imagine how it happened. It's not described in too much detail, to be honest. It's definitely like a spooky skeleton. As in dust form. Already completed the Athelas quest. So here's nothing. Here is where we need to go. Left. And now we go to the left. So next we have to go right. Okay, here is just some delicious loot, chat. Almost overlooked this. Plus even a chest. Another chest. A lot of good stuff we have here. This has 2 slots, so in theory can socket stuff into it. We have this helmet. We have one. It's ranger only. Otherwise, we've also put a slot into it. This is Bright Flame. This has a bit more armor, but not the 20 power bonus. Marksman. Also has a slot. The question is, chat. One will steal health chance 7%. Not too bad. Or if the dwarf axe. I have a two-handed sword. Interesting. If I see this here right, steal health chance 2%. But this is +2. This is +2 stamina. Okay. And this here steals health. Okay. Trousers. Irid Luin leg armor. And we have the battle worn. Yeah, this is bright flame. This is another set. We have the boots here. Okay, we have better boots than that. High quality boots, reinforced Mithlond greaves. Also look cooler, I think. 20 power, we'll take that. I think the shield here is better. This is also bright flame. So what is interesting about that is that we could use this, even though we lose quite a bit. We lose a lot of armor due to this. I'm not sure if it's worse. I would say the item menu could use a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like a better overview, which set gameplay stats maybe, which stuff you use. You know what I mean? You can notice the UI design's a bit outdated, but here was just a treasure chamber, so nothing here to explore for us. So then we have this 3 areas. This led to a black place, so yeah, to this dark place, but we can't continue. It's pre-made characters. We have 3. You have a dwarf. You can play this in multiplayer and co-op. With, I'm not sure if it still works, but in theory you could. And yeah, you have a ranger of the Dunedain, this dwarf here I'm currently playing, and you have this elf supporter. She also has Thor's hammer, it seems, currently. A bit wild. Unfortunately, you can't, if you play alone, you can't equip them. You could switch to the characters and equip them, I think, but you can't equip them. Like, there's not a screen for managing your AI companions. Unfortunately. We have like a normal attack and a heavy attack, which also is used for finishers, and you can roll. Then you can do special attacks. It takes mana, which is not what I want to do. And you have a crossbow or a bow, which you can also use to fire at things. And then speaking of, we also have a skill point that I have not spent yet, I think. The question is, like, on paper, increase the Warcry damage bonus and increase the melee damage done by nearby members while active. Alternatively, Reaping attack by hold 2, follow up with what is better, chat? It's kind of strange because it seems you can't have both. But yeah, hold 2 to follow Reaping attack with a devastating area of effect strike, requires an axe, hammer or mace. This here requires a sword. Since we rarely used swords on the dwarf, I would say this is better because we currently have an axe, so that would work. Let's go with that, chat. At point, confirm, yes. We need to go into this direction. Yeah, it seems like it. So we are currently searching for 2 people who maybe got into trouble. They're of the Rangers of the Dunedain. We talked, I know it's Sarbat or Sardenford or whatever with them. Cash here. That's a Barrow White. And the Barrow Whites can... Okay, that's actually pretty strong. And you have some special attacks. Like we have this war cry if we need to heal. She can cast like a protective barrier. In the meantime, the dude here, I have to shoot at him. I find this a bit strange. Very cool. We need to heal here for a moment. What is the button? 6? We need our stuff back. Oh yeah, the dude here can do stuff. He can heal a little bit while this is active. Bit annoying that we have to shoot him. Okay, headshots do more damage. Maybe. It's hard to hit the head. We're unfortunately not the best when it comes to range combat. When they have this yellow thing above their head. We can't leave. Not sure if they spawn endlessly until we have this dude here created. Then we have these finishers as that. Watch. Oh, he transformed here, so now we can attack him. To heal. Yeah, we got the barrow right. Okay, that was one of the little in-between boss fights. Get the... Here we can proceed. I'm not sure if that's... We have some loot here. Finely crafted artisan shoulder something. We have two options now. This is where the story continues, but we can also go to our hub world to Sarnford. I think we can also sell directly here, which is kind of a nice little convenience thing. But maybe we go to Sarnford really quick and check out what's going on there. There's some NPCs, sometimes you get a quest or something, so I would suggest we go back. Talk to the characters here really quick. Talk to Halbarat.
Thank you for finding the means to save Eleron's life. It means a great deal to all of us here after the loss of so many others. But did you find any sign of my overdue rangers among the Barrow Downs?
The dead walk there.
Enemies bar the way, dead ones. What? Then the Barrow Wights have awoken once more. It is no mere chance that they have reappeared at the same moment as the Nazgul. If the Wights have arisen, then Lewin and Kalaran may have run afoul of them.
Maybe I need to make this a bit louder so we can hear the dialogue. Sorry.
As they traveled through the Downs.
If the Whites have arisen, then Lewin and Kalaran may have run afoul. Run a fool of them as they traveled through the Downs. Barrow Wight?
Tell me about these Barrow Wights. They are evil spirits that inhabit the remains of men buried long ago in the tombs of the Downs. It was the Witch King, he who leads the Nazgul, who first summoned these creatures to plague the North long ago. Many of those tombs belong to the ancestors of the Dunedain. A fact the Witch King knew well when he chose to defile them. I fear you are Lewin and Kalaran's only hope. Please, return to the Barrow Downs and take up the search once more. Living or dead, we'll know their fate. Goodbye for now.
Okay, little update here. Yeah, that's correct. The Barrow, like the Witch King summoned, with, I guess, the powers Sauron gave him, summoned these evil spirits into the barrow, into these graves, which were very old graves. They existed even in the First Age. It seems like, I don't know, the early Edain create them there, and they were later also used by their descendants, the Dunedain, the Men of the West, especially by those who had a kingdom there, like when the Númenóreans returned to Middle-earth. They found the kingdoms. Elendil founded two kingdoms, Arnor and Gondor, and his two sons, Isildur and Anarion, he gave Gondor to rule, but he was the High King of both kingdoms. Good old Elendil. And then, later on, when there was like a line where the dissension who might rule over Arnor was a bit in strife with between brothers, and they split up the kingdom into 3 parts. So Arnor became Arthedain, Cardolan, and Hrudauer. These were these 3 sub-kingdoms that it was split into, which were also weaker due to this, but I guess it worked. And then, at the time of the War of Angmar, or I'd say closer to its end, to finish off Cardolan, in combination with the Great Plague, that also most likely has its origin connected to Sauron. Sauron might be the origin of that Great Plague. That spread there and killed a lot of people, and then maybe my theory is why were the Barrow Downs so important to be plagued? I guess, first of all, if you can't bury your dead accordingly anymore, that's definitely a blow for your opponent in a way. If their graves that are potentially also important to the people are suddenly defiled, this was for sure a problem. Maybe they also used the Downs to hide, or to kind of have a refuge place and coordinate from there, or something like that. Could imagine that as well. So I assume that this also kind of took this option when they were kind of haunted by these Barrow Wights, that the Witch King sent there. At the time when Frodo goes through the Old Forest, also leaves the Shire, the Witch King also roused them again, and from there they awoke and are active again in this time. This place here, the story of this game plays in parallel to the Fellowship of the Ring. Maradan.
Are you in need of supplies?
How have you been?
Good to see you again. How have things been here?
Ah, well. We had the sad task of laying our slain brothers to rest. But there has been no sign of the enemy since that day. Perhaps they found whatever it was they were seeking. Or perhaps they are searching for it elsewhere now.
Oh, I never noticed that you can actually buy other stuff here. I never noticed that you can... this is the first time I'm seeing this. You have 7,900. The game is not that difficult in this standard difficulty currently, that it feels like, oh, I really need to upgrade. But you can actually buy all kinds of stuff here, which is interesting. Marksman. Look at this. This guy has some stuff here. No rings. This is for a different class. A ranger only. Bowmaster. Currently thinking about maybe getting this here. How is that? Adamant. It just gives a lot of armor. And why not, chat? Not sure what I else should do with all the money we have. He also has trinkets, as you can see. You can buy a token, for example. It's very expensive. This you can use to respec basically your stats. I have enough of those. I don't understand why buy item is grayed out. And we can also sell a lot of stuff. I would keep the set pieces for now. I can't wear that. Maybe I'll just sell it. Or can we just sell it? We are in desperate need of the cash, I think. Too much good stuff here. Champion only requires 12 decks. This is what we're currently wearing. Cardolan bow. So we need 12 decks for that. I see we have a lot of weapons here that we rarely use. There's one dex, which is actually not bad. Whatever. Ardoland, great sword. I have to make a bit of room for new equipment here, chat. Okay, what does our... Okay, we're back to 8k almost. We talk to... Oh, we have this guy here, Hador.
Does your gear need
Hey
repair?
Modo, nice to see you. Welcome, hope you're doing well. It goes quite well. Now the chat is still working. I try to read chat as much as possible, but it's not always easy. I'm in this to the end.
We dwarves have a saying. Faithless is he who says farewell when the road darkens. I came here to help protect the Shire, and that's what I intend to do still.
They say it is hard to change the mind of a dwarf. I, for one, am glad of that.
So do we need repairs, actually? Is a good question. Nope. Well, might... This here is very down the barrow armor, but we'll switch to that in a moment. So, would not make sense to repair it. A weapon is very important. Usually we find... It's really weird that when I click on the stuff here at the side that it not automatically marks it. That's so weird. Just from a design, UI design choice. What you mentioned on some grapes, I think you call it in English. Weintrauben. West Country Dwarf. I remember trying to play through this with skill, and how did it work? How did it work out? The question is it... I guess we will repair the weapon. Because if the weapon breaks, I'm screwed. What's also strange is it doesn't tell me the price, I think. I think that is a value. But where can I see more information? Where can I see... Ah, repair cost here. There it is. I just want... Where is it? That's 9. Okay. I thought it would be hundreds of... It's 63. Okay, that's more expensive. You know, I'm stingy. But yeah, there are these characters are pre-created. Just thought, hey, maybe some grapes is good to snack while playing a little bit. So it's not too annoying for you people, hopefully. But I'm almost done. That were the last 3. So let's talk to the healer.
Are you in need of healing drafts? Maradan has a supply.
Yeah, we already bought.
So tired. Must rest.
Run. Okay, we found that. We helped this guy by finding Athelas, of course. So the question is, how do we leave this place again? So we can... It was the locations we already had. Fornost, Outer Wall. Look, here we have multiple sections we can actually visit. You are already here. So we have Sarnford. Sarnford, I think it's anglicized. My worry is if I travel back to the Barrow Downs that I'm not there where we used to be and I have to walk all the way back. Time for my daily Neverwinter session. See you later. I wish you also all the best. Country music loving dwarf. Yeah, much fun storyteller then. You play the Neverwinter online thing? Does it still exist? Or do you play the single player Neverwinter Nights or whatever? Sounds tastier, definitely. But how was your session with Gilgair? that sounds hilarious. But yeah, glad that you're doing well. The Neverwinter Night MMO still getting updates. Interesting. Wait a moment, chat. Lorien Challenge Mission? Or Skilias Challenge Mission? Okay, I would say we go to the Barrow Downs first. First we complete the business here. Oh, look where we are. Oh, this is where we went back. This is where we need to go. You see the awesome things here respawned. And even here the loot. I remember we were being very thoroughly looking through the levels, so it was taking ages. I can see that. Pretty much similar to that, but last time we had like a 12-hour stream where we played, and we just managed to get roundabout here. Did not miss much today because we just started an hour ago and we're just fighting through the next Barrow White here, and now we're at this weird looking door. Proceed. Getting out of the game kind of makes my PC want to go to implode. I don't know why that is.
Think he's alive? Come on then, Lewin. Time to awaken. Wake up!
No strength can prevail against this sickness. What good are swords in the face of this plague? What in the name of... Eridan?
Yes, it's me, my friend.
I have been dreaming.
You spoke of a plague.
What was all that about a plague?
I don't know. It was as if I was someone else. I remember a plague and despair.
The Great Plague. Nearly 300 years ago, it devastated the Dunedain of this region. You were sharing the dreams of those for whom this tomb was made.
Well, let those dreams remain with the dead. I want no more of them.
Yeah, the Great Plague we talked about, but it was, I think it was more than 300 years. Let's look it up really quick. Maybe I can run an ad break really quick, chat. So we have that out of the way. I hope that my PC doesn't crash. I feel like I might have to restart the game in a moment or two. Like, you have no idea how incredibly difficult it is to move my mouse cursor here. Not sure what it is. Had the same problem last time with the game. Like, in the game everything is fine. When I tap out, my PC is like dying, which is weird considering that the game from 2011. And my PC is pretty good, I guess. Maybe it has to do with this game. I don't know. Can't really do single thread versus multi-thread. Performance, I don't know. Really strange. Let me see if I find the person gateway. Lake. When was the Great Plague, chat? It was... Yeah, that's what I thought. 1635 to 1637. So, effects visible for the next 200 years, roundabout. That's when it started. This was a time of the War of Angmar as well, when the downfall of Cardolan. So she said like 300 years ago, but it was in Tolkien's book timeline, it was not 300 years, but 1,300 years or something like that. A bit more than that even. My PC has been randomly crashing. It's always annoying as hell. I think my PSU is on the way out. Oh, that's unfortunate. Love how a bunch of the names are just words grabbed semi-randomly. I mean, I feel... Though I have to admit, I feel most of the stuff they're mentioning is kind of correct, even though maybe sometimes the time is not correct or anything. Some of the names that appear like Ador and so on, of course, feels a bit randomly grabbed, but I guess the Dunedain might name somebody like that.
What was all that about a plague?
The Great Plague. Nearly 300 years ago, it devastated the Dunedain of this region. You were sharing the dreams of those for whom this tomb was made.
Well, let those dreams remain with the dead. I want no
Yeah,
more of
the
them.
guy is called, I mean, Luin. Yeah, that's... this guy is called Blue. No idea why. I don't know. They have the Ered Luin in the game as well. Like, the Blue Mountains are mentioned, and the dwarf might... I think it's implied that he has some ties with the Blue Mountains or whatever. I don't know. Are you alright? It's a more nicer thing to ask if he's okay, but I want to know what happens, and we don't have time. So what happened?
How did you end up in this darksome hole?
I recall we were making good speed through the downs, eager to return to our friends. But a fog began to rise and it became hard to find our way. We began to hear voices calling to us, as if from far off, or else underground. And then, the dead were all around us. We fought them, but then I felt the presence of something else, something stronger, more evil. I saw a shadowy figure seize hold of Kalaran and he fell senseless. And it came for me. That is all I remember. But if I was brought living into this tomb, then the same would be true for Kalaran. We need to find him.
That's what we intend to do. Are you strong enough to join us?
Yes, I think I can keep up with you.
This is no place for talk. Let's move.
Yeah, enough talking. Let's crack some undead heads open or something like that. So I guess the undead part here is a bit weird. What is this guy doing? I love that he's just okay. Didn't we just get in here from there? He does know that we must thoroughly loot these tombs. Because, as we say in German, there's a saying, the last shirt has no pockets. Das letzte Hemd hat keine Taschen. I'm not sure if shirt is a good translation for Hemd, but it kind of sound about the same, I guess. Oh no, there's a deep hole. Have to be careful. It would be difficult to play sounds here in this thing. But yeah, this could be the plot hole in the story. I just hope it works. I think my PC could crash or something like that. Don't want that to happen. I remember, currently when I play on the German channel sometimes Battlefield Modo. Remember, there's also a clip of that in the highlight reel, where we were also playing Battlefield 2042 together. And we were in the tank, and I squished a jeep with the tank of our own team, and they basically wiped out a squad. Because I just landed on the jeep from above with the tank. I'm not sure if you remember that. It was kind of funny. It must have been ages ago also. Only playing on Battlefield 6 at times. He's definitely eager. Yeah, maybe hit him? Dang it. So yeah, I hope the chat is still working. I really need to quit the game in a moment and start it anew. It's kind of weird that it kind of kills my PC so hard. This treasure stuff here. Elf Stone of Shock. Shocking. This game was one of my favorites back in the day. A Alien, I think, if I read it right. Yeah, it's really cool. It's one of the best Lord of the Rings games, I think. It still holds up decently well, I would say. Yeah, you can make chocolate out of the shock stone, maybe. But yeah, good times. I'm just wondering who these hooded figures are. They look like the Nazgul, but why would there be Nazgul statues in the Barrow Downs? It's a design choice I find weird. Love the PlayStation 2 game for Two Towers and Return of the King. Yeah, those were also kind of special, I remember. But you're not playing, Modo, you're not playing Battlefield 6 currently? I remember we were playing Battlefield 2042 together. Even a funny clip I have somewhere. I still played it, okay. Where I squish we were on a tank and I squished like a jeep and team killed like 3 players or something. Yeah, people didn't like it, but I also thought for the most part it was actually okay. Not sure why, but I guess Battlefield fans always complaining. Okay, cutscene.
It's Kalaran!
Who is that? Barrow White Lord.
Rangers, hear me! The Barrow White controls him! Defend yourselves! We must strike him down!
He's a friend! I cannot!
The man you knew is dead! This is but a cruel trick! Defend yourselves!
Bam. That's all I can say here, chat. There's no way to help. I assume the idea is can't go up to the a way to do something different? Doesn't look like it. Wait a minute, chat. I don't think it has a hitbox.
Can't do that yet!
It didn't work, chat. No, wrong button. So yeah, with the war cry we have, we can heal myself. I like how powerful the blows are.
I'm sorry about what happened to your comrade, woman. Are you going to be all right?
First Black Riders, now Barrow-wights. This is more than men should have to contend with. But where there is life, there is hope. Thanks for your concern, but I will be all right. I owe it to those who have fallen to go on as best I may.
Wo bist du überhaupt? Where am I? First of all, yeah. Yeah, we are in Middle Earth. We are on the map, relatively close to the Shire, actually. Close to Bree. You know where Bree is? In the first city where Frodo goes into the tavern, the Prancing Pony. That's kind of, we're west from this settlement. From this little city. Village. Whatever you call it. Where they celebrate on multiple occasions, but that's where Frodo first falls down and the ring falls on his finger. And where the ring wraiths, the Nazgul, raid the tavern, where they are sleeping and stepping their beds, but they are not in their beds. That's where they met George. Aragorn is called George for my friend Schnarke here on the German chat. He watched Lord of the Rings, I don't know, last year for the first time or something. And still figuring things out. Yeah, we're west of that, and in the book there's like a chapter that is about ancient graves where Frodo and Merry and Pippin and Sam stumble into. They meet Tom Bombadil on the way, and then they leave for Bree, and on their way to Bree they stumble into these Barrow Downs here and get captured by these ghost entities called Barrow-wights. And the game here thinks, hey, Barrow-wights are cool, we need undead supernatural creatures here, so that's what they're kind of doing. Back to the question. Damn, this white is big. Think he was big in life? I guess he was. That big in life? Maybe. Maybe not as big, but almost. Oh, I was thinking about the Third Age game with the dwarf named Hazard. Kingly named George, yeah. King George. Not to be confused with Boy George. That's somebody different. Sort of fits. It sort of fits, yeah, that's true. In German we say Georg instead of George. Aragorn, Georg is somewhat similar. I don't know. When do we watch Hobbit? I need something to watch. I've been through everything in my watch list. Okay. So you want to watch the Hobbit films? That's funny. First of all, I thought it would be the cave or whatever you call it, where they met the ghost pirates, the ghost people of the Oathbreakers, and then into the Corsairs. No, that's Gondor. It's further south on the map. We are close to where the journey began. But that's a good connection actually. We also have some stuff here. So this guy here says he's alright. I owe it to those who have fallen to go on as best I may. I mean, now that we have the English people here, of course, Murdo also my English moderator. He's also very knowledgeable. There's a lot of map. Has a lot of map knowledge. Shoutouts. You deserve some reward.
We've gathered some rich treasures from this tomb. You certainly deserve a share.
Thanks, but it would only serve to remind me of all of this. You keep what you have won.
You should come with us. Yeah, that's a good idea. There he's safe.
You've been through a lot. Maybe you should come with us to Rivendell. Or we can take you to Bree. It's not far away.
No, I feel my strength returning. I'll soon be myself again. And then I will bear Kalaran's body away from these tainted tombs. He should be buried with the rest of his brothers who fell at Sarn Ford.
That's a noble mission. I hope he can rest in peace now. Farewell.
Now I'm 2 blades at once. Yeah, welcome Schnarke to the English chat. The battered, murderous mallet. The bone ring. First of all, chat.
Feel the power of the dwarves!
But yeah, it's a cool game, I think. It's a bit old school in some ways. The UI is... I mean, to be fair, even modern games often have terrible UI, so... It's not terrible, though. Well, it is terrible, to be honest. Like, I don't know what it is, but clicking sometimes here in this menu here, you see this? I sometimes click here. And sometimes, I'm not sure if you can... Yeah, now it works, of course. But sometimes the click is not coming through, and you have to click twice. It's kind of weird. So we have found this here. It's also one-handed. Unfortunately, it's worse than what we currently have. That's the problem, chat. And we have found several rings. We have 2 stamina. We have 2 stamina. So this is a simple upgrade. This ring also gives 2 stamina, but this gives 2 stamina and reduced damage plus 3. We have the bone ring. And the bone ring, you know what it does? Nothing. As far as we are aware. Origin, men. Value 1. Cool. Cool. Here we have the steel health chance 2%, so we have basically a life steal ring, which is good. This is a ring with dexterity, which is also not bad. But gameplay-wise, the game is definitely not bad. Kind of cool thing. Imagine you can play this with your friends, have a good time. It's not... So far, I don't know. I think I died once because I was too reckless and not pay attention to my HP in any shape or form. But beyond that, the standard difficulty is also not... It's not like it's Elden Ring or Demon's Souls, or I don't know. Silk Song. And give it to a waiter, and he can then say bon appetit. Nice. You can't jump in the game. Oh, I need to sneeze. Excuse me. So, unfortunate, our friend here. He looks not happy, to be honest. I hope we could have saved him, to be honest, but was unfortunately not possible.
I will need a short rest to regain my full strength. Then I will be on my way back to Sarnford.
Yeah, rest
Good
here
luck
in
to you,
this.
Master Dwarf.
Rest here in this.
I will need a short rest to regain my full strength. Then I will be on my way back to Sarnford. Good luck to you, Master Dwarf.
In this haunted tomb with super barrow whites, lords, and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, here we are. We can swap the characters afterwards, so you could theory switch through characters, but since we are so used to that, most kills in a single strike. Total weapon skills used 39. Number of critical hits 12. Number of times fallen in battle 0. Total damage dealt during the mission 100,000, and I've did more damage than my 2 teammates combined. I would even say I almost did twice as much damage as my teammates combined. I just want to point that out. Total damage received. This time I also received the least damage, which is fun. Usually I get a lot of damage. Number of breakables broken 99. We have one level total is found 0. Well, there was one secret we haven't found. Interesting. Most damage done in a standard attack, 1200. Total critical strikes performed, 49. Longest hit streak, 51. Most damage from a single skill attack, 798. 48 potions used. Well, I used a few potions. Limbs severed. Most valuable item. Damage dealt to bosses, 8,000. The bosses are often far away in this mission, so I have to shoot at them. It makes it difficult for me to do this. Total wraith abilities used. "86 enemies killed." But yeah, some nice stats here. Okay, next is Rivendell. We meet Lord Elrond.
Ah, Master Elrond. Allow me to present to you Farin of Erebor, a very valiant dwarf.
Indeed. It is an honor to welcome one so brave to my home, and your companions as well.
I am grateful for what you did at Fornost. If Agandar's forces had joined in the hunt, there is little chance that I and my charges would have made it here to safety.
Investigate. Elrond.
My thanks. Are you the lord of these halls?
Yes, I am Elrond Half-Elven, Lord of the Refuge of Imladris, or as you know it, Rivendell.
Why half-elven? Oh, it's kind of interesting. We get some cool lore details here.
Half-elven? Are there men in your heritage then?
Both my sire, Earendil, and my mother, Elwing, had fathers who were of the Edain, the most noble of the men of old. They and their descendants are called the Parenthil, which means the half-elven.
That's a pretty correct answer. Are you mortal?
Are you then of mortal kind, like other men?
To each of the Parathil is given a choice, whether to become mortal or to accept the life of the Eldar, the elves. Long ago I chose to be counted among elven kind. My own children will face this choice as well.
I'll admit I'm surprised a dwarf can find so warm a welcome in the hall of an elf lord.
Conflicts there have been between our folk in the past, but you are one of the trusty folk of Durin's line. More often than not, your people and mine have been allies and friends.
Glad you made it. What happened after Bria? That's what we want to know, chat.
Happy to have been of service. Can you tell me what happened to you after we parted company?
I found the Hobbit Frodo Baggins and his companions and led them through the wilderness, hoping to throw the Nazgul off our trail. All the same, 5 of them attacked our camp at Weathertop, and Frodo was badly wounded. After that, the enemy pursued us almost to the hidden pathways of Rivendell itself. We never would have saved Frodo, except that we had the help of Elrond and his people.
Why pursue a hobbit? How did you escape? Okay, chat. I need. What question shall we ask? Not sure if we can ask both. Both questions interesting. So, how did you escape? He might talk about Gandalf. He might talk about Glorfindel, which would be cool. And the other option, why pursue Hobbit? I'm not sure if he will tell us about possession that is important that one of the hobbits has. Let me just see if my chat still works. Seems to work. What question shall I ask? Okay, chat is... How to phrase it? Indifferent. Can't decide. Okay, nobody writes anything, and I just go with the standard thing here.
How did you manage to escape them?
The river of this valley is under the power of Elrond, and it will rise in anger when there is need to bar the ford. As the Black Riders attempted to pursue Frodo across the river, they were swept away in a great flood.
Elrond, the name I know, 1. Okay, too late. Yeah, that's interesting. He doesn't mention Glorfindel though. So they were destroyed.
Ha! So that takes care of the Black Riders then?
No, ringwraiths cannot be so easily destroyed. But we can hope they were unhorsed and uncloaked. Without their mounts, they are crippled, and will be forced to make their way back to Mordor as best they may.
I've never heard tell of creatures the like of these Black Riders. What are they?
They were once mortal men, great lords, warriors, and sorcerers. They were ensnared by Sauron, who lured them with promises of wealth and power, and gave to them rings of power. But they were deceived, and quickly became slaves of the Dark Lord's will. They ceased to live as men long ago, and now exist only as wraiths. They are shadows, invisible and immaterial, given shape only by the robes they wear, yet their power to inspire terror and their mastery of dark sorcery makes them terrible foes.
I still can't make out why the enemy would send his most terrible servants all the way from Mordor just to hunt for a hobbit.
I think it is time we told our newfound friends what they have gotten themselves into.
Gandalf! Gandalf is also here. And it plays at the time of Fellowship of the Ring of the First Lord of the Rings film in parallel to when Frodo gets to Rivendell, basically. So, yeah, these events are parallel. But it's a fictional story that's not in the books or so, but... I was hoping to hear that. Gandalf? Who are you? Okay, chat. Who are you or Gandalf? 1 or 2. 1 is Gandalf, 2 is who are you? What shall I ask? And yeah, you're right. Georg is also there. George is also there. Yeah, Gandalf. 1. Isn't it more interesting that Gandalf introduces himself? Of course, I question the decisions of the chat, as always. Are you sure I shouldn't go for 2? Who are you? Okay, nobody's talking to me anymore. Not sure if my chat crashed. No. I want him to shout his name into his face. Okay, we go with this.
Gandalf, I should have known you would be involved with this somehow.
Indeed. Wherever there is trouble and strife, and the enemy is stirring, there you will find Gandalf the Grey.
Are you going to explain all that has happened, Gandalf? I'm eager to learn why the enemy sent the Nazgul into the Shire.
You have more than earned such an explanation. Tell me, what do you know of Isildur's Bane?
What is Isildur's Bane?
I know nothing of this. What is Isildur's Bane?
Isildur's Bane is the Ring of Power, forged by the Dark Lord Sauron long ago.
Into this ring, Sauron bound the greater part of his power, but it has been lost for many hundreds of years.
Why did Sauron make the ring?
It was part of a grand deception. Sauron taught the elves the art of making rings of power, but secretly he planned to make one master ring through which he could control all the lesser rings and those who wore them.
That's actually pretty correct.
Learning at the hands of the Dark Lord sounds pretty foolish to me. Why would your folk ever do such a thing?
At that time, Sauron was still able to assume what form he wished. He came to the elves in a fair guise, and played on their greatest desire, to preserve and protect what they loved in Middle-earth.
Eager for knowledge, they learned from him and made many rings. The greatest of these were Narya, Nenya, and Vilya, the 3 rings of the elves. When Sauron forged the one ring, the elves were instantly aware of his betrayal.
The Dark Lord made war on the elves and seized the lesser rings. These he gave freely to dwarves and men. Those same men who became the Nazgul. To Sauron's dismay, the dwarves proved less easy to dominate. By force he took back 3 of these dwarven rings. The rest were consumed by dragons and destroyed.
The elves were very hard-pressed, and Sauron's dominion spread over the greater part of Middle-earth.
What saved the elves from final defeat?
The coming of my ancestors. The Dunedain, led by Elendil the Tall, a lord of lost Numenor, came to Middle-earth seeking new lands in which to dwell. They were the sworn enemies of Sauron and staunch allies of the Elven King, Gil-galad.
An alliance was formed between elves and men, and together they drove back the armies of Sauron.
In the end, Gil-galad and Elendil threw down Sauron at the cost of their own lives.
Did Gandalf use ever his sword in... Yes. I think he uses it from time to time. In the books? Of the fight scenes, I'm not 100% sure. In the films, he uses it a lot. But yeah, it's called Glamdring. Bowhammer. Cool name. But what is interesting here, they explained everything pretty accurately, to be honest, and then they switched. And I find it pretty cool, like, that Aragorn tells the story of his ancestors, the Númenóreans. But kind of, they mesh such a huge... Well, it's not... Is it such a huge history? Well, it's a pretty huge history, right? They just smashed 2,000 years of history together there. To be precise, the rings were forged. The elves were hard-pressed back in the day. Sauron... conquered Eregion, destroyed it, got the rings back, and fought and almost defeated the elves. And then, as he said, his ancestors, the Númenóreans, came and helped there. But it was not Elendil. Elendil wasn't even born at this time. It was actually... what's his name, Chad? Kinyatur? And his father was... Oh, I forget the name of the father. Kirjatur. That's the name. Kirjatur. Yeah, Harminas Kir. Right? Harminas Kir. Kirjatan. It's not Kirjatur. Kirjatur. Name. And Kirjatur was the name of the commander of the Númenórean fleet sent by Harminaskir, the heir of Queen Cartelperien, to aid Gil-galad in the war of the elves and Sauron. Okay, it's Kirjatur. I think the names are just difficult to memorize. But so it's Kirjatur, Cartelperien, Harminaskir, and after that comes Kirjatan. So it's complicated. And then later on, Númenor was destroyed due to reasons, and then some escaped. And then there was the last alliance that founded Arnor and Gondor, as mentioned earlier. And then from there, Sauron became a big threat again and attacked Gondor. And then Isildur had to escape from Minas Ithil and went to his father. And with Elendil, they formed with Gil-galad the last alliance of elves and men. And then went down to Gondor, helped Gondor, and pushed Sauron's forces back to Mordor, to the Black Gate, and then conquered Mordor and laid siege on Barad-dûr for 7 years. And the end he came out, and then they, as it's described here by Gandalf, in the end Gil-galad and Elendil threw down Sauron at the cost of their own lives and defeated him basically, and then Isildur was able to cut off the defeated Sauron, cut off his cut off the finger with the One Ring from his hand. And then he was defeated, and his spirit left his body. He was weakened a lot by that, also losing the ring. And then he hid in the Far East and returned. And now he's on the search to get his ring back. That's the story here. It's kind of interesting that the last part of the Second Age part, they kind of focused on Elendil and stuff. But it was complicated, more complicated than this. Because of their own lives. What happened to the ring?
What happened to the ring after Sauron's defeat?
It was claimed by Isildur, Elendil's heir. It was he who cut the ring from the Dark Lord's hand with a hilt shard of his father's sword Narsil, broken in the battle.
I counseled him in vain to cast the ring into the fires of Mount Doom, near at hand, but he would not heed me.
But that was long ago.
You did? But wasn't the War of the Last Alliance a long age ago?
So it was indeed, but my memory stretches back even to the Elder Days. In the War of the Last Alliance, I served Gil-galad, and I witnessed the overthrow of Sauron, and Isildur's claiming of the ring firsthand.
Okay, chat, we have to play it. The problem is my PC is dying, it makes it a bit difficult to do anything here currently in the background.
I was there.
Chat.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
That is chat. I was there 3,000 years ago. It was really 3,000 roundabout years ago. Ich check immer. I don't understand why the ring is so awesome or so powerful. He phrased it so geil ist. The One Ring is so powerful because, like, our good old friend Gandalf here to the right, he is not an old man, but he's actually one of the Ainur. Same as Sauron, interestingly. These are very powerful entities, angels of lower rank. They are more powerful angels or Ainur than those two, but they are pretty powerful already. And different to Sauron though, Gandalf has to be disguised as an old man and hide his actual angelic power, so to say. Yes, can use some magic here and there and help the people with it, but he can't overdo it, so to say. Sauron does not have this limitation in comparison. And Sauron forged the One Ring to and put a big part of his own power and will, basically of his being, into this ring. This ring has a will of its own, so to say, and is part of Sauron. And due to him sacrificing something of himself to create this ring, the ring has the ability to make somebody a little bit more powerful, like enhance your natural ability. Sauron already being very, very powerful without the ring, with the ring is even more powerful and even more dangerous. And on top of that, the original plan for the ring was to get servants with this. So he disguised himself as a nice guy, so to say, Anatar, and came to the elves. Some elves said, well, something fishy about this guy, we don't trust him. But some elves in Eregion, for example, said, well, we trust him. He must be a messenger of these angels from the far west continent. The angels, Middle-earth is the continent in the middle, and here in the west, whatever west from your perspective is, maybe here, it's complicated from my side of view. Those must have sent a messenger to us to help us against Sauron, so we believe this. And this is actually something that these angels on this west continent did with Gandalf later. So Sauron kind of predicted that this would happen and kind of made himself appear as he would be one of these messengers. Like, he would be Gandalf, basically. Different kind of Gandalf, but kind of similar. And then he taught the elves in secret, taught the elves not in secret, but taught them in this disguise to make rings of power, to make them more powerful, with maybe saying, yeah, you need more power to fight Sauron, so we need these rings. It's logic. On top of that, you also need to keep the decay at bay, because elves can't stay in Middle-earth indefinitely. At the end, they must sail in the west, because the nature of Middle-earth clashes with their own immortal nature. And this they can't endure for an unlimited amount of time. For a very long time, but not for an unlimited amount of time. At some point, they have to leave Middle-earth, else they turn into ghosts, basically. And this is not what they want to be. So they have to leave Middle-earth at some point. And the rings kind of help them staying longer in Middle-earth. Potentially fighting, being more powerful, and fighting Sauron better in Middle-earth. That's at least what fake Gandalf, Sauron, said back in the day. And his idea was, I teach them these rings, and in secret I kind of install kind of a backdoor in these rings, which they don't know about. And when I am in Mount Doom in Mordor, I can create a ring with my own essence in it that is the master ring. And it can control, if I have this ring, I can control all those people, elves in this case, that have these other rings. And then I basically can overthrow them and put them under my will, and they do whatever I want, and I know everything they know. And then I have very, very powerful elven servants. And basically, if I can bring a big portion of the elves in my service, I won. I just simply win Middle-earth. I can't be defeated anymore. He would be unstoppable. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated the elves. And the elves, everything worked as planned to this point, and it took a long time, like hundreds of years, for Sauron to pull this off. And finally, he has the One Ring, and the elves notice they have been betrayed, and they also now understand that he was Sauron the whole time. And they are, though, able, in the last moment, basically, to take the rings off their fingers and not be under Sauron's influence as a result. And he didn't catch a single elf off guard, so to say, in this process. Luckily for the elves, they withstand Sauron and put the rings away. And so Sauron's plan failed there. But he had the One Ring, and he was still very powerful in a massive army. So he attacked Eregion and took all the 16 of the 19 rings that were of the greatest rings forged in this elven city. He took them back. The other 3 the elves managed to hide. So 1 was sent to Galadriel, and 2 were sent to Gil-galad, the High King of the elves at this time, of the Noldor elves to be precise, to him. And these rings were very special. They were a bit different than the other rings, had the same flaw though with a backdoor in them, but they did not make, for example, people invisible and stuff like that. And had a focus, they were more powerful therefore, and had a focus on healing, and preserving things and reducing the decay even further. That was kind of the idea. And Sauron destroyed Eregion. Then Sauron almost defeated the dwarves and the elves in Middle-earth. So the dwarves were pushed back to Moria. They had to close the door, and they were basically out of the equation. And he pushed Elrond's forces back. He had to escape and find a new base, basically. Found a new base. That was Rivendell then. A lot of people and refugees came to this because there was a massive war in this region. And he also was at the door, basically, of Lindon, where the High King of the elves, of the Noldor elves, Gil-galad, was living. And he almost defeated him. But then, and luckily, Gil-galad was smart, and like 1,000 years ago almost, he contacted the men on an island that were extremely advanced, the ancestors of Aragorn, of Georg, and said to them, hey, we need your help. There's a shadow in the east. He's very powerful, he's dangerous. We have to ally. And at some point, very late to the party, the Númenóreans finally sent their forces to Middle-earth, and they basically, in a surprise attack, flanked Sauron's forces, destroyed them, with the help of the elves, of course, and then he was pushed back. And then Sauron had to escape, and he escaped. And he lost pretty much all his forces in the result, because these Númenóreans are really good. Like, just imagine an army of Georges, of Georgs. And as a result, though Sauron was defeated, he was still in a good position, because Sauron destroyed pretty much everything, so his enemies were also weakened a lot. The only problem were the Númenóreans. However, then a lot of events happened. He still had the One Ring, of course. He was then captured by the Númenóreans at some point. Maybe on purpose, maybe not, it's a bit hard to tell. And then was brought to Númenor. And there he kind of manipulated his way so far that he could destroy Númenor from within, basically. And then he returned to Mordor, but he had to sacrifice his physical form for that. And couldn't take fair form from this point on. And then he was a threat for Middle-earth yet again, still having the One Ring. And then the last Alliance War at the beginning of the prologue of the first Lord of the Rings films happened, where elves and also dwarves, but also elves and men, the Dunedain, and the dwarves and the Sylvan elves and the Sindar and so on, all form a huge, massive alliance, and then basically almost defeat Sauron. Isildur cuts the ring off his finger, and so on, and then he is not able to destroy the ring. It's not on Isildur, because a mortal can't destroy the ring. He does not simply have the will to overcome the will of an angelic, super powerful entity like Sauron. Like, it's impossible for a mortal to destroy the One Ring. So he can't be really blamed. This task is impossible simply for him. And so he fails with it. The ring is not destroyed, and then, due to a surprise attack on Isildur's company with his sons, Isildur flees, dies in the river, loses the ring, and then the ring is later found by Gollum. However, Sauron is also still weaker because he does not have the ring, but he's slowly regaining his strength. And the elves are also weakened a lot because they have to leave Middle-earth. They were so long in Middle-earth already, they have to leave. So one of the major forces in Middle-earth is waning, it's not there anymore. Also, the kingdoms of men are also kind of in a problematic state. And the dwarves also have their problems. Like, the dwarves have lost Moria, Arnor was destroyed completely, there's only Gondor left, and so on and so forth. While Sauron gets more powerful in the west, and slowly regaining his power. And Sauron already being very powerful in the world, the imagination that when he gets the ring back, he has won, it's game over basically, he's unstoppable then. Because there aren't the forces in the world anymore to stop him. There were once there were forces that could stop him with Númenor and the elves combined, but it's not there anymore. You know, Númenor is gone, the elves leaving Middle-earth, lower numbers, don't have the presence anymore, the dwarves also have lost a big kingdom of them, and so on. So also pretty weak. And there's only Gondor basically left. And all he has to do basically is defeat Gondor, Galadriel and Rivendell, and then he's basically won. I guess Lindon as well, but he can do this. If he gets a One Ring, he can 100% do this. So that's why the ring is so powerful and important. If he gets the ring back, he's able to potentially, first of all, if he has a ring back, he weakens the elves further, because the elves, while Sauron does not possess the One Ring, the elves can use their rings of power to get more powerful again, which they are doing. Like, Elrond uses his ring, Galadriel uses her ring, and Círdan, or later than Gandalf, also uses the ring. But as soon as Sauron has the One Ring, they have to take it off their fingers, else they would be controlled by the One Ring. So this alone would weaken the enemy, Sauron's enemies, quite a lot. Just for not them being able to use the Rings of Power. The most powerful Rings of Power they have. So that is one of the most important story elements. Further, his power would be enhanced. He would be whole again. A big portion of his old power would come back to him that allows him to forge or to create bigger armies, spread his influence, I don't know, cast more powerful magic, darken the sky a little bit better, whatever he needs to do to make it, create more powerful servants and so on. Who knows? What exactly, it's not 100% clear what Sauron would do or would be able to do if he would have the One Ring, but it would be pretty, considering everything, it would be pretty devastating for all the free peoples in Middle-earth. And that's the reason why the ring is so important and powerful. And at the same time, if Saruman gets the One Ring, Saruman might win. And maybe not. At the end, he would just replace. If Galadriel would take the ring, she would also win at the end. Like, the ring is... getting the One Ring at that point then is a complete game changer in the world. Because you enhance your power, and if you are not Sauron, you also get Sauron's old additional power, basically, which is still in the ring, if you can control it, of course. And if Sauron was destroyed so many times, almost destroyed so many times, that getting his old power when Sauron was at its peak, that a big portion of it, which he put into the One Ring, getting that back would elevate Sauron's capabilities drastically. So that is also not to be underestimated. And even though Sauron was diminished so much and so on and so forth, he's still very powerful. And he still can have these massive armies and still breed more dangerous creatures and so on and so forth. So, in this regard, I hope, there was a really long answer, I guess, but that's the reason why the One Ring is such an important thing. Okay, also... look, Gandalf and Elrond, yeah. Yeah, that's true. They follow, here in the dialogue, definitely the chapter. Some stuff they kind of shorten. But it's kind of interesting what they do here. So where were we here in the dialogue? I hope, Schnarke, that helps you a little bit out. We have to restart the game soon. The elder days in the War of the Last Alliance, I served Gil-galad, and I witnessed the overthrow of Sauron and Isildur's claiming of the ring firsthand. Why didn't he listen?
Why didn't Isildur wish it destroyed? It was made by the enemy. He must have known it would only lead to trouble.
The ring has a power over the minds of all who come into contact with it, filling them with a desire to claim it as their own. This temptation is all the greater for those who already possess a measure of their own power. Isildur was a mighty lord, and the lure of the ring was more than he could resist.
He would not suffer the ring to be destroyed, thinking perhaps that he could use its power for the good of Middle-earth. Yet it is a work of the enemy, and in the end it corrupts all who possess it.
So Isildur was corrupted by the power of the ring.
He would have been, but it happened that he was slain in an ambush while traveling with only a few retainers. In this, the malignant power of the ring was at work.
Yes, the ring betrayed him to his death and was lost, passing out of all knowledge for many long years.
But it still exists.
And I would wager it has turned up again.
Quite right. After lying lost and nearly forgotten for centuries, Sauron's ring has once again been found.
Do you mean to say the halfling Aragorn rescued has come into possession of the Dark Lord's ring?
Aye, that would explain those accursed Black Riders. But what is to become of the ring now?
There is no safe resting place for the ring. Not even here in Imladris. It is a danger to all who come near to it. There is only one course left to us. The ring must be destroyed.
To do so, the ring will need to be cast into the same fires from which it was forged. Those of Mount Doom, in the land of Mordor. The Hobbit, Frodo Baggins, has agreed to take it there.
Surely you don't intend to send him there alone?
No, certainly not. A fellowship will be formed. A fellowship of 9. 9 walkers set against Sauron's 9 Black Riders.
That's from the books.
Among this fellowship will be representatives of all the free peoples of the world. Elves, dwarves, and men. Aragorn and I will both be going.
We want to go too!
We've proven we can handle a fight. Let us join this fellowship of yours.
The hope of the Company of the Ring lies in speed and secrecy, not in strength of arms. Their number must be few. Even were we to send 1,000 such warriors on this journey, it would do little more than arouse the wrath of the Dark Lord.
We are at your command. What is it you would have us do?
The Nazgul and Agandaur are dire threats. We must learn all we can of their movements before the Fellowship is to depart. Scouts will be sent out in every direction to scour the lands around Rivendell. Your aid in this would be of great service to our cause.
Very well. Where should we start?
Agandaur is our chief concern. Although the Nazgul are powerful foes, their mission here in the north is abundantly clear. We can only guess what Agandaur may be planning, or where he went after he escaped from you.
I suspect he may be planning to move against us here. Sauron's hatred of the elves is very great, and he does not forget the hand we played in his defeat during the War of the Last Alliance.
If it is strength he wants, he may well find it among the Etenmoors.
You know that region better than I. What can you tell me of the Etenmoors?
The Etenmoors are a spur of the Misty Mountains, lying almost directly north of Rivendell. It is a wild region of very rugged terrain, home to many trolls and giants.
I myself was in the Etenmoors but days ago. I saw no sign of Agandaur's
correct.
presence. But neither did I encounter trolls. That fact alone is troubling. It could be that they are gathering in force, somewhere among the moors.
If that's so, we don't want them taking us by surprise. We'll make our way to the Etenmoors and see what we can find out.
From what I have heard of you, from Aragorn and Elrond's sons, I expected no less. Still, you have had a long road and hard fighting to get this far. Take what time you need to rest and recover before you set out. The Etenmoors are a dangerous place for the unprepared.
The hospitality of my house is yours, for as long as you wish.
Ja. Elrond hier wieder. Elrond always always giving us hospitality here. Spirits. Oh yeah, was just busy in the dialogue. Problem is my chat here on this screen doesn't work anymore. I really have to restart the game to make it work. Then I catch up with chat. Can we save? I think it saves automatically here. There's Legolas, I think. Do you think Lord of Findle is also here? That would be cool. There's Arwen. Okay, Rivendell, Etenmoors. Rivendell is here. We return to Rivendell. Let me just travel here, because I want the game to save. I'm not sure if it saves automatically or I want to lose progress. In theory, if we travel here and then travel back, we just stay here. Wait, I need to restart the game really quick. Make a short break, I guess. Also good. Keeping up with chat. Because I don't know what it is with this game and my system, but it really hates my system. Like, it's so wild to me. Now I can see the chat again. It's funny. Don't know what to do, chat. Like, something is really killing my system here. I don't know what it is. Like, I can't, my mouse cursor doesn't work. So weird. Not sure if the stream will crash or something. Don't know what to do, chat. Like, I can't use my computer properly because, interestingly, on the left screen it works, but on this screen it doesn't. Okay. Also couldn't read the Twitch chat. It's complicated what the ring does. Unfortunately, sorry. I also couldn't read chat. I can't. This is so annoying. What am I supposed to do, chat? Maybe I have to close all the windows or something? Ah. It's some chat window I have that kind of kills my system. First of all, yeah, I hope you are still there and can hear me. Let me just catch up with all the chats. Sorry, like sometimes. Yeah, it seems like to do something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm playing on PC. Like I have 16 cores and 32 threads on my processor. it's still I don't know what's going on. Now it works again, but it has to do, if I close the game, it doesn't work immediately. I have to close my chat windows and stuff. It's really strange. But yeah, let's catch up with chat. Also nice to see you, Witch King. I really like this section because it explains a lot more of the Second Age lore than the movies. Definitely. It's pretty well done. Most of it is correct. It skips the whole War of the Elves of Sauron and Numenor, but beyond that, it's nice. Also, I'm just seeing that we have 134 viewers here. Where are you all? How are you all here? Welcome, everybody. Nice to see you. Yeah, it's kind of surprising, to be honest. Hugo Weaving will not be returning for Search for Gollum. Yeah, I would be surprised if he did. I mean, it would be cool if he did, to be honest, but Hugo Weaving is now how many years older? I'm not sure if it's bots. Well, I would say my English community is of course awesome and potentially also big, but usually not that big. Like if we have 40 viewers or something, or 50, that would be, I would consider that already pretty good. Also for 100 viewers, the chat is a bit silent, I guess. So yeah, as always, chat, if you haven't seen the video yet, new lore, well, it's not technically a lore video, but goes into the direction of it. I found it quite interesting. Hope view-wise, it's currently struggling a bit, so I hope to boost it a little bit, that maybe some people are interested in how Tolkien came to Japan's gaming culture, basically. It's unusual video, I think, topic-wise. It's not your classical lore video where I tell you all I know about Balrogs, which would also be cool, I guess, but for now, what I have to do is bring my chat back so I can read all the chats again. Kind of a problem currently for me. Also, yeah, take a short break, chat, in the meantime, because that's often important to make breaks. The TPH Games is the channel called here, the Philosopher's Games, and the P is actually standing for pause. Or in German we say, instead of break, we say Pause. So that's definitely important thing. So then I have to also catch up with German chat. Check out what he is doing. Yeah, the ring. Yeah, the ring also makes you more powerful. And that's maybe something I skipped. He gave the ring to dwarves. Dwarves, as Gandalf explained here in the section, dwarves can't be controlled by the ring, it seems. They're just too stubborn for that. They're so stubborn. Dwarves are so stubborn. Not even the will of Sauron can dominate them. So, or overthrow them. That's kind of a funny detail, in my opinion, about dwarves. But yeah, it worked with men, though. So he can use the one ring to transform these men. He gave the ring to, it didn't work with elves. Elves are too powerful, but with men are also powerful enough, but weak enough at the same time to fall for his powers and to become a servant. That's why the Nazgul became his most powerful servants in all of this. Dwarves are goats, that's correct. And yeah, it's basically the reason why he got the Nazgul is also the One Ring, I guess. You could argue, would the Nazgul also become slaves to the ring without Sauron possessing the One Ring? I don't know that. That's a complicated matter, I think. But let's say the rings would not be good for men, for sure. And it's not only that he becomes this power back. He still has his power, but he becomes more power with a ring that basically is also in the ring. Like I said, it's a complicated artifact. You can also weaken his foes with it because they can't use their rings. He already has the control. Like, he doesn't need the ring, and even the Nazgul, they are so far into being slaves to Sauron that even if Sauron does not have the ring and they have not their 9 rings of power, they are still the Nazgul are still loyal to Sauron. Like, he still can control them. It would be interesting if Saruman had the One Ring, yeah, for sure. But yeah, Nazgul are the Knights Kev, exactly. Okay, so I caught up with this. So make a short break, as said, then I boot up the game again. We continue playing in a moment. But he's Elrond now. He can't back out just because he didn't relate to the character. I mean, he's maybe too old. That's what I wanted to say, right? He's now 20 years older, over 25 years older than he was back in the day. How old is Hugo Weaving right now? He's born 60, so he is 66 currently. Becomes then difficult to play a young elf. He's getting close to 70. He could play Gandalf. He's now in the Gandalf age. Yeah, there's the Night Kevs and Morgoth. He's called Morgoth though, but yeah. It exists. I mean, I have the English version of the highlight stuff. I can show you that. The question is on which hard drive do I have this thing I need for it. And I think that should be it. Okay, so much fun with the clips here from years of Twitch streams, just in English in a moment. That really fast. For my bug collection of this game. I'm looking forward to cutting a supercut one day of all the funny bugs we encountered. Okay. I expected a lot of things, but not that the antenna of this car would just start flying, I guess. Chat, I think it's time again. We found another bug in the game. Isn't that fascinating? Suddenly, out of full speed, your car stops. Okay, we got it. Maybe. It was too much speed though. The thing... Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah. Ah, beautifully, isn't it? Promise it will explode in a moment. I need to get away. Okay. However, this now might be the ticket. Maybe I didn't sprint, but maybe we can now use this as a friend. Yeah, we made it. So, can I have some cheese in the chat? Gil, you have to post cheese. I mean, come on. That is like 1.5 hours of pure cheese. Like, what could I have overlooked? Is there something overlooked in this apartment? Crime and punishment and zombies. Talk to the cops, though. Find Andrew's... Okay, I found it. He has a ghost in his room. Okay, maybe she is a ghost. That's my new theory. She can fly. See? I would say that is what was it? They are dead for 27 years and they just don't know. Sad. And mostly what I think bug fix was like called a hot fix with a lot of fixes for some missions and so on. Bonk. Okay. What was that? What on earth is this car doing there? I have never seen this one, I think. Okay, we found us a new car. What is this thing? The Guinevere. Yeah, that's a car that disappeared last time.
You have no right.
Well, that is actually true. I don't have. Okay, so finally we have... Oh, that is a nice looking car. Let's try to get the nice looking car here. Get something done here. Excuse me, sir. I want your car. I like it. Not as much as the other car. Wow.
Whatever. I don't care.
Oh, interesting to see. Oh, that was such a cool thing. But look at this car. That was funny. And that is also one of the Guinevere. Okay, these again cars stuck. Doesn't look like the guy is the hugest fan of driving. Nothing wrong here. But it's also, for me right now, a really... What are you doing? Also, that was funny. What is this guy doing? Can we please clip that? And there's also nobody sitting in the car. No, we can't open this. Have to go through the roof.
Just break the glass and dive in. It's not as if someone will send you a bill.
What? And then we just tell this guy that he could reconsider his profession. Did you see this?
Comfy. Who'd she finger fuck? Whose crack did she have to lick to...
Did you see the... expected a teleport there. The roof is solid though, it's just the side walls are not fully solid. Clip that, please. So what's actually happening? This is Samurai, the band of Johnny Silverhand, and all seem to be alive. Did you see her trick? She has the force. We should have totally taken her. She has the force. Did you see this? She threw away her baseball bat and then grabbed it again with her force powers.
Okay.
Oh boy, this was a headshot. I need to be careful where the other dude is. Don't want to have him behind me. At least stay here. Usually I would say I go here, and then I didn't see the back ring. Ah, boy, why? Can I just stay there for a moment? I don't know if it's just one cycle or what I have to do. I don't know. Is it just jump and... Ah, come on, dude. Just jump a little bit further. No, now it was stupid. This. I'm already dead. I need, I don't know, another place to heal up or something. Oh. Could it just be a little bit longer? This is actually a very cool thing to do. Wow, I did not know that this could happen. That's pretty cool. I hope that I find the correct path out, because this area is so confusing. Yeah, that happened there. But no problem. Should have killed the 4 king directly. The other enemies are below the surface, but they are of course not fitting. Yeah, that is a death at some... Let's clip it, because it's funny. So, if this pendle is up there, I wanna go for the middle platform. Okay, no problem. I think we made it. Yes, we made it. Whew. You have iframes while doing that. This is how it looks. Let me just check chat. Got it. That is Magic Pixel. I hear... Ah. Oh, stop it. Kidding me. Okay. A detail I did not expect at all. Like, suddenly it becomes bigger? Okay. That I did not expect. I thought, ha, I got it. Wait a moment. Something's wrong. Not sure where the dynamite is. Wow, did you see that? That was kind of funny. Wait, I have something for you. You forgot your dynamite. Oh, I ignited it. I assume this only happens with certain and with very slow attacks. Hello, Mr. Red. Do you know the way out? He's very excited to see us. Look how happy he is. Destroy Mr. Dog. Okay, I think we have to tranquilize Mr. Mushroom Child here. I have the fitting music for this. Sleep well, Mushroom Child. Oops. Hope that didn't wake him. American accent? I'm not sure. Because in school we learned the British English. Yeah. Just end every sentence with a yeah. Yeah. So... Oh, that is very nice. Maximum speed. That's maybe the best way to get momentum in this game. Like, that was almost warp 5, I think. No. Well, what can I say? Bloop. Let me try it a few more times. Got it. Okay, what's in here? At least they made sure that I can't progress here. Okay, we avoided one attack of this guy here. Good, good, good. You can see how powerful regeneration in this situation. We would have won. We would have... It would have ended at this point. Oh no. Does not... Uh-oh. Where did... I hope he does not throw us through the wall. He does not. Oh, he's falling down. That's funny. Oh no! I'm trapped here. Can somebody clip this? What could I do? Nothing I could do, but yeah. I would say hang in there, but he has no choice, I guess.
He's a terrorist.
Did you see this? The T-posing? It was kind of funny. Turning around. Like that was also a bit scary. I'm still muted. Hello, chat. I'm back. Sorry for the long break. I needed to get something to snack really quick. Good night. Sleep well, Schnarke. Nice that you were there. Hope you enjoyed the stream. So all I have to do now is get the stream back running. Not the stream, the chat. I know what it is, but it, for whatever reason, does weird things when it comes to the chat. Like, for the most time it works, but from time to time I have to close the game, I think, and just start it and get the system back running. I don't know what it is exactly, but it kind of kills my system. Yeah. Interesting point what Saruman said to the Witch King. If I had it, you would bow before me. Yeah, that's a good point, I guess. I hope you use the break to grab a snack or something to drink real quick, and also to maybe press the like button and stuff. Would be much appreciated. I know it's annoying, but what can I do? So maybe something like this, chat. I don't know. Let's hope it works. Wrong. Still on top, chat. I have to switch it, and all I need to do, all I need now, is close this window, start the game again. It's always a bit inconvenient. I'm sorry for that. I don't know what it is that it kills my system so hard. Like when I tab out, it's like, I don't know, my system's close to crashing. I don't know why. I don't have in-game sound, it seems. That should be now big. We still have some dialogue now. We have, it's kind of cool that they put all the characters from Lord of the Rings into it. That's pretty cool, I think. Let's hope we start. We'll start in Bree, interestingly. Rivendell. Not in Bree. Didn't I just teleport to Bree? Whatever. Don't know what the key for the journal is. Edmure, side quest, Cult of the Lidless Eye. Speak to Elrond about the mysterious scroll. Show the artifact to the Master Smith. Show the ancient tomb to Elrond. So we have multiple quests related to Elrond, the Lore Master. But let's talk to some of the characters here in the game. Our good old friend, Legolas.
You don't look like any elf of Rivendell. I'd wager you are one of the wood elves of Mirkwood.
You are correct. I am Legolas, son of Thranduil, kin of the Woodland Realm. And I believe you are a dwarf of the Lonely Mountain.
I've been through Mirkwood. It baffles me that you wood elves chose to live in such a place.
Mirkwood is the greatest woodland in all of Middle-earth. It was called Greenwood the Great, before the shadow of Sauron fell over it. In ages past, it was a place of great beauty. But now, it is filled with darkness and dread, save only in the north where my father's realm is maintained.
Yeah, that's pretty correct.
What brought you on such a long and perilous journey?
Unpleasant business. My father sent me to report the escape of Gollum.
That's also
which
correct.
Aragorn had entrusted to our care.
So that's interesting. In the films, that point is a little bit skipped over, I think. But here in the game, then they have all the points available. Pretty cool. Gollum.
What can you tell me about this Gollum?
A pathetic creature who long held the Ring of Power. The evil of the ring has left him twisted and tormented. His only thought is to recover what was taken from him.
How did Gollum manage to escape? I understood you Wood Elves were pretty good at holding prisoners. But this one got away?
Not from a lack of watchfulness, but perhaps from too much kindness. We occasionally allowed Gollum to go about the wood under close guard. But on one of these ventures, the guards were attacked by orcs from Dol Guldur. In the confusion, Gollum escaped. We followed his tracks southward for many leagues, until it drew near to Dol Guldur. There, it became too dangerous to pursue him any further.
Do you have any thoughts on the Neuromancer trailer? There's a Neuromancer trailer? It looks so freaking generic. Welcome, YJ Page, I think. I know the book. Not well, to be honest. I also saw that there's a Blade Runner thing coming up, but I've not seen the Neuromancer trailer, so... It's an Apple TV series. Interesting. I mean, in a way, Neuromancer must be... Like, it's of course not good that it looks generic. I've not seen it though, I can't comment on it. But in a way, all of the sci-fi cliches and ideas, not all of them, but a lot of those ideas in cyberpunk sci-fi are from Neuromancer and Blade Runner, basically. They are the OGs, so to say. So in a way, if it looks generic, yeah, everything kind of copied them to some degree that came after those. Of course, there are some other exceptions here and there with also cool stuff like Ghost in the Shell, Akira. You would count that as cyberpunk, but of course it's not great that it looks generic, right? But no, I'm not that deep into series, to be honest. The only thing I watch is every few years when new Rings of Power season comes out, because I have a Lord of the Rings channel. And of course I'm very interested in Lord of the Rings itself as well. I was not too happy with the series to this point, if I'm completely honest. Beyond that, I pretty much don't watch anything, maybe Edge Runners or something like this. Star Trek TNG or so, from time to time, but mostly if I look into stuff, it's video games or Lord of the Rings lore stuff, but yeah. So yeah, I've not seen it, can't comment on it, unfortunately. Someone assumed that the Nazgul would automatically be faithful to him, not Sauron, if he has the One Ring. Yeah, in a way, if he would be able to overcome Sauron's will and undo Sauron for the most part, it is possible that if the Nine still had, especially if the Nine had still the 9 Rings of Power, then he could control them in theory, yes. But if they're not the 9 Rings of Power, it's tough to say. If I'm completely honest. But I guess if Saruman had the ring, had the One Ring and could control it fully and bring even the will of the ring under his own will, then yeah, maybe he could have controlled the Nazgul then. I think possible. But it's really speculative. We don't know what would happen then. Now we ask about... what he says is also correct. Like, they were kind to Gollum, and then they were also attacked at the same time, and then in the confusion, Gollum could escape. First, he escaped with the orcs, and then he also managed to sneak away from the orcs and go actually into the mines of Moria. In Lord of the Rings, also in the films, the first time Gollum is met by the Fellowship, kind of, is in Moria, interestingly. And he enters it basically to get to the Shire on the other side, but the door is closed, he can't open it. That's also true. To be fair, Saruman also really overestimated himself on other occasions. That's also true. Dol Guldur. What does Legolas have to say about Dol Guldur?
Dol Guldur. A name of dread to my folk. What do you know of it?
A stronghold of the enemy in the south of Mirkwood. It was once the dwelling of the Dark Lord, until he was driven out in the year of the dragon's fall. But it has once again become a place of great evil. All the darkness that besets Mirkwood has its source in Dol Guldur.
Will you return home soon?
So, will you be on your way back to Mirkwood soon?
No. I have been chosen to represent elven kind among the Company of the Ring. I will be accompanying the halfling, Frodo Baggins, on his journey south.
Why you?
It seems a little strange that, with a house full of his own people to consider, Elrond chose you, a wood elf, to represent the elven folk in the Fellowship.
I asked for the privilege, and Elrond did not refuse me. I feel he may have been relieved not to lose any of his household to this quest. He will have need of all his strength, should the enemy move against Imladris.
It's an interesting point they make here. Because that is definitely a danger that Sauron tries to attack Imladris, and especially in the context of the story of this game. But Gandalf later calls it Sauron's greatest mistake that he did not attack Lothlorien and Rivendell, so Frodo had places where he could actually hide. I'm so surprised that so many people are watching here today. And that's positively surprised. I'm still not sure if how many, like, sometimes it's really weird on YouTube. Sometimes you stream on YouTube, especially if you stream late in the night. I had this on my other channel, and suddenly I have, like, I don't know, 60, 40, sometimes 80 viewers there, and I think, where do those people all come from? But nobody writes anything in chat. It's interesting. So maybe people watch over TV, just need something for the second screen, or I don't know. Maybe they don't have the possibility to use the chat or whatever. That I find so interesting. I'm not sure if it's bots or if it's real people, or I know of course some people here are definitely real and writing in chat. I much appreciate it though. But just curious. For me, of course, it's very positive if we have a lot of people watching. Like, if every stream of mine would get like 100 plus or 130 viewers, my life would... I would not change, but that would make streaming very interesting all of a sudden. That would definitely change quite a bit. Like, especially on Twitch, for example, having 130, 150 viewers or something on Twitch, it's a pretty good number for a small content creator. But yeah, however, do as you like. Everybody's welcome here. Continuing with questions. Why did you volunteer? So I like the idea that Elrond might need his forces himself to whatever task may lay ahead.
Why'd you volunteer?
Partially to make amends for the loss of Gollum, but more so because this will be the final chapter in our long struggle against the darkness, and I wish to have a hand in our final victory, or at least to stand in the forefront of our last act of defiance.
Great. Good luck to you. Yeah, interesting point. Originally, Tolkien thought about Glorfindel being the elf in the Fellowship, and not. Then he invented Legolas for this role. That's the reason why Legolas is not that well connected to Tolkien's classic lore, so to say, which is different for Glorfindel, for example, which is a far older character.
Good luck to you, Legolas.
Yeah, my friends. Oh, no, we fell down there. And we see an Arwen.
Magovanen, well met and welcome to the safe haven of Imladris.
My thanks. I'm much honored to meet you, Lady Arwen.
Durin's folk are welcome here. You have endured great danger and given us urgent warning of a new threat to the north. For this, we honor you, Farin.
Well, it was nothing, lady. It's nice of you fair folk to welcome a dwarf.
You share the modesty worthy of a hero. Estelle and my brothers have spoken highly of your courage at Fornost, and I thank you for your part in seeing to my brother's safe return. Please, take your ease and rest a while in our halls. You will find all your heart could desire, whether it be food, drink, song, or storytelling.
Who is Estelle?
Estelle? Who might this person be?
Your pardon, good dwarf. It is my way to call Aragorn by the name he was given as he grew up in Imladris. Estelle means hope.
The High Hope. Different concept. Chat, so let me just catch up with chat. Estimate, first time catching your stream. I love your videos. I might be tripping, but Eriador kinda looks like Wales for me. Do you know of any real-life places that inspired Middle-earth? There are some interesting letters here and there, and for sure, like, we have the Oxford countryside, but also Wales for sure. You find that also in Lord of the Rings. So, for example, Tom Bombadil is a spirit of the old Oxford countryside, as Tolkien describes it. You can definitely see parallels to this region, the Shire and so on, to this region. But also, like I said, there is a letter. Let's think about it. Was it a new letter? Where did I read that? A bit difficult to find right now. But there's definitely a letter where somebody asks of names coming from Wales, and if Tolkien has been to Wales. And Tolkien said, yeah, I've been everywhere to Wales, basically. Love that. And some names definitely are inspired by locations in Wales as well. Maybe somebody in chat knows the letter. It wasn't specific information I was searching. I can't remember the number out of my head. There's so much dialogue in Rivendell. It's kind of surprising for a relatively simple hack and slay game. Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's also kind of a role-playing game. It has this somewhat sophisticated dialogue tree here, with you have some investigate dialogue options. Sometimes you have like a decision kind of you can make. So that's, in my opinion, pretty cool. And of course, Rivendell is a lore dump chapter, as some people call it. So of course, now we are in Rivendell. There's a lot of talking going on. That's kind of very fitting. Showrunner said, in Rings of Power, said Rivendell was inspired by Switzerland or so, but I don't know if that's true. Yeah, there's the ringing some bells here and there. They have a big imagination here, that's for sure. Like, I know the Western Roman Empire, well, Gondor, or the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire. Yeah, for sure, that's an interesting parallel there as well. Atinmus. Why was he called Estelle? That's a good question.
He has a long list of names, to be sure.
Yeah, he has a long list of names.
It is common practice to foster the children of chieftains of the Dunedain in Imladris. Aragorn was but 2 years of age when his mother, Gilrain, brought him here after his father was slain by an orc arrow, Isildur. Elrond became like a father to him. Knowing the enemy sought ever for a living heir of Isildur, he renamed the boy Estelle to keep his true name and lineage hidden. Aragorn was 20 before Elrond revealed these things to him and gave him tokens of his heritage. But he remains Estelle to me, for he is my heart's hope, even as he is the hope of the Dunedain.
Yeah, so different ways of hope in Elvish language, and Estelle, I think, is the so-called high hope. I think I mentioned that already. So almost, I don't know, a hope that is also potentially connected to Eru making things well. And you're close to Aragorn.
If you pardon my saying so, you speak his name with an uncommon fondness. Do I guess right?
Long ago, I pledged myself to him beneath the golden boughs of Lothlorien, saying to him, "Dark is the shadow, and yet my heart rejoices, for you, Estelle, shall be among the great, whose valor will destroy it." Yet there is much pain in this choice, for I am Elrond's daughter and half-elven. To cleave to Estelle, I must forsake my immortal life and become mortal, accepting the bitter with the sweet. Even should Imladris endure this war, Elrond will leave Middle-earth, and we will be parted beyond the end of the world. It is the price I must pay to bring love and hope to Estelle, to Aragorn.
Okay, that's pretty nice that they put all of this in there.
I'd happily sit for a long spell in Rivendell, but Elrond set my friends and me a task to scout the Etten Moors. We'd best be on our way soon.
Then I will not keep you, but we may be of service to one another. I am helping my father brew a potion known as Miraval. One sip of Miraval can renew heart and soul, and bring new vigor to weary limbs. I am in short supply of certain rare ingredients that may be found in the Etten Moors. If I gave you a list of the ingredients, perhaps you could bring any you find while carrying out your mission. With enough ingredients, I will return the favor by brewing an extra flask that you may have for your own use.
Okay. Mirovor also mentioned. It's kind of cool. Like, it definitely feels this game that they really read the books and really tried to put a lot of cool references and details from that did not make it into the movies into this. Explain the backstory as Witch King said. It's kind of interesting that they it's really nice to see that they explain the Second Age storyline so much better than the Peter Jackson films do it, and expand on that. It's a really nice game now. Seeing this section here again after ages of not having played this game. Pretty nice. Now also I know stuff a lot better than I knew back in the day, for sure. It is too dangerous. No, of course, we will.
That's a generous offer, Lady Arwen. I'll keep an eye out for what you need and bring it back once I finish scouting around.
Okay, that's pretty neat. Look at this, Rivendell. There's the bridge. They definitely the orientation regarding to how it looks in the films. Definitely there. Pretty nice. Mirovor. Yes, Eladan and Elro here, chat. I wonder if Tolkien was a history buff, because I find it so much parallels between Lord of the Rings and our history. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of history parallels and so on, but also a lot to mythology. You can't underestimate how many references and ideas he took from stuff like Beowulf and so on. For example, there's a historical study by Mark Bloch, whatever it's pronounced, a contemporary of Tolkien, called The Royal Touch, about the belief that French kings could heal by touch similar to Aragorn healed Faramir. Yeah, definitely. There are huge parallels there. I think this royal touch idea or concept was also then later present with the... I'm not sure if it was the English kings or the Anglo-Saxon kings already. And he's called Longshanks, and there was also Edward Longshanks, the Hammer of the Scots, right? And then there was, he's named, but his story is relatively different to Aragorn's story, but there's an ancestor of him also called, no, it's not maybe an ancestor, but he's named after him, Edward the Confessor. And I think there's some story parallels, and I think both also practiced, I'm not sure if that's true, I have to maybe look deeper into it again, but if I remember correctly while doing research for this, there was also some royal touch practice going on there. It was believed that the hands of the king could heal somebody. And yeah, the hands of the king are the hands of a healer, as we can read. So that's how the people knew. That Aragorn was rightful king. Okay, let's talk to Eladan and Elrohir. It's also cool that they appear here in this scenario. I can only talk to Eladan, I can't talk to Elrohir. He doesn't count. Okay.
The sun shines and all is fair and peaceful here in Imladris. A far cry from the blood and dust of Fornost, is it not? You and your companions did very well there. Indeed, things might have gone badly for us had you not been there. You have earned some time to recover from the toils of battle and hard travel. And I believe you will find no place better for the restoration of body and spirit than this, our home.
What was it that brought you to Fornost?
We often ride far afield hunting the orcs, wherever we may find them. We came upon signs of a large band of goblins making their way from the orc hold of Mount Gram and followed their trail to Fornost, where we lost no time in attacking them.
What was it that brought you to Fornost?
We often ride far afield hunting the orcs, wherever we may find them. We came upon signs of a large band of goblins making their way from the orc hold of Mount Gram and followed their trail to Fornost, where we lost no time in attacking them.
I take it you often joined forces with Aragorn?
Yes, we often venture forth in company with the Dunedain, and none more frequently than Aragorn. He was raised here in our household, after all.
How is it that a man was raised here among elves?
It is a tradition for the heirs of Isildur to be fostered in the House of Elrond. We have sheltered all the chieftains of the Dunedain from the time the Northern Kingdom ceased to be down to this present day. Aragorn is the 16th in line from father to son to spend his early years in Imladris. This is one reason why the bond between the elves and the Dunedain is so strong.
Will you tell me more about your family? I know Elrond is your father.
Yes, it was he who established the refuge of Imladris. My brother and I have dwelt here all our lives. Our sister Arwen dwells here as well, although she has spent many years in the company of our grandmother.
Oh.
And your mother, does she dwell here also?
Our mother has crossed the sea and left Middle-earth. It is a bitter tale to tell. Many years passed. On a journey across the misty mountains, our mother was captured by orcs. We searched the mountains without rest until we found her at last. Our father was able to heal her injuries, but the memory of her torment was too terrible for her to bear. At last she chose to depart for the Undying Lands. Perhaps now you understand why our hatred for the orcs is so great.
Yeah, I know. I'm back. Just ate something in between. I thank you for the hint. Very important that you tell me if the camera is... The image isn't moving anymore, or it's gone, or chat doesn't scroll up, or whatever. But yeah, it's a sensitive topic, of course. The mother Celebrian, which is the daughter of Galadriel. And she, was captured by orcs. And she was rescued, but as he said, due to the torment she had endured, potentially she was poisoned. Like there's, I think, some reference to that she had a poisoned wound or something like this, if I remember correctly. There are also some theories that she might have been raped or something like this, but I think that's unlikely, to be honest. I think it's more she was injured and in pain and not treated well at the same time, maybe also poisoned. So not a great experience. If you see how badly the orcs, for example, treat Merry and Pippin already, and Merry and Pippin are VIP guests for the orcs, so they had the task to not to treat them well, so to say, by Saruman. And in the books, they're also treated horribly. So there's that.
That's an awful tale to hear. I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, my friend. We have drawn swords together in the same cause. You have earned our trust. We do not wish to keep anything hidden from you. This is the evil that we have pledged our lives to destroy, just as you have.
What can I find here?
I may need a few things before I'm ready to set out. Can anyone here help me with that?
If it is provisions or other supplies you need, you should speak with Alari. And if your arms and armor need tending, seek out Angmir. Both of them may be found nearby.
Mm-hmm. Good luck, I guess.
Farewell, and luck be with you.
So pretty cool that we learn a lot of these stories here. They definitely did some good research here. Is this Gloin? Gimli? It could have also been Gloin. Gimli, chat. Another dwarf! It's awesome.
Gimli, son of Glowin! This is a happy meeting.
He even calls him Glowing.
Rivendell. What has passed for good or ill since I left the mountain?
Aye, and it's good to see you again, kinsman. I've heard of your exploits at Sarnford and Fornost. They sing your praises here. After you left to aid in the protection of the Shire, the foul messenger from Mordor returned yet again with more threats. King Dain thought it best to seek advice from Elrond. He chose Glowin to speak for him. When my father set out, I refused to be left behind, as happened with Thorin's quest. You were there at the Battle of the Five Armies, while I was left to cool my heels at the hearthside. Well, not this time. I go with the Hobbit Frodo and his chosen 9, even if one of them must be a wood elf.
I know little of hobbits. What think you of this Frodo with such a burden to bear?
I know that he's Bilbo's adopted heir, and that such great folk as Elrond and Gandalf regard him with honor. He's already come far with the ring, and endured the knives of those Nazgul. That's good enough for me. He's hereabouts somewhere if you wish to speak with him.
Who's this wood elf you spoke of? It's a long way from the forests of Mirkwood.
Legolas is his name, a fair-haired princeling and son to King Thranduil. Elrond has chosen him to represent the kindred of elves in Frodo's party. His purpose in Rivendell was to report that they'd let a prisoner escape. An easier escape than my father had when they held him in their dungeons.
His purpose in Rivendell was to report that they escape. That was long ago. Jonas Davis has a Welsh accent. Another connection.
Gimli, that's an old grudge, and not even your own. The elves of Mirkwood fought and died alongside us in the Battle of Five Armies, and my new friend, Andriel, has saved my hide more than once.
Aye, true enough. For Frodo's sake, I must bear the company of Legolas and make the best of it. Perhaps he won't be entirely insufferable. And besides, we've enough to worry about as it is, what with this Agandaur skulking about in the north.
The Battle of Five Armies was long and terrible, and many valiant lives were lost. Glory's of little use to the dead.
You say it as one who has won a share of glory and lived to tell of it, and doubtless will do so again. Don't begrudge me this chance to show the worth of a dwarf against hopeless odds. But in truth, it's not for glory I take this road. It's for the sake of all who lie under the shadow of the enemy. It's Frodo who bears the true burden.
Also, yeah, the dwarves, by the way, Gimli is in Rivendell because the Black Rider contacted Doin, and said, yeah, I give you a Ring of Power back if you give me information or help me getting this Bilbo Baggins Frodo location. And so on. So, yeah, there's something going on in the background. Very important. And that's why, to report, Glóin and Gimli were sent here. Interesting that he calls him not Glóin, as many other peoples do, but Glóin. Because it's an Old Norse name, and in Old Norse, the O and the I are not a diphthong, but two separate vowels. So, it's Glóin versus Glóin. Actually interesting, but with Dane he uses the diphthong, even though a long A and I are also not a diphthong in Old Norse. So it's either Dain or Doin. If you pronounce the long A is pronounced in Old Norse it's as an O. It's an interesting parallel Tolkien talks about, I think in a letter or something, where his children make fun of the dwarf names, calling glowing and throwing and whatever, throwing, something like this. Which indicates that they knew about the Old Norse pronunciation of the names.
We killed an orc chieftain and drove Agandaur from his stronghold. What worries you about the north?
Before we left, we heard that Mordor was stirring up the Easterlings. But should they be foolish enough to move against King Brand of Dale, they'll find King Dain of Erebor standing fast at his side. But every step of the way here, we heard rumor of new gatherings of orcs and goblins and worse things. And though the fearful count every enemy twice, there may be some truth to it. You found such enemies at Fornast. When Sauron strikes, there will be more than one land that feels his wrath. I fear for the Shire and Rivendell, but my heart would rest more easily if I knew you kept watch over them. If Faron of the Lonely Mountain defends the north, then no enemy can prevail.
You don't ask much, but my friends and I will do what we can. If you can bear the honor of the dwarves on your quest, I can do no less here. You have my word on it.
What's this, kinsman? You dally in Rivendell when there's important work to be done. And if the scouts dally, so do we. I may be forced to go troll hunting in your place.
The Battle of Five Armies was long...
You say it as one... But in truth, it's not for glory I take this road. It's for the sake of all who lie and...
You have the luck of it to bear the honor of the dwarves on that quest. When do you leave for the south?
We'll not be leaving until Elrond's scouts return. They've gone off in all directions in search of the Nazgul, in case any survive the flooding of the river. But they have eyes out for other dangers as well.
I volunteered for such a mission. My friends and I are to search the Etten Moors for signs of what this Agendaur may be planning.
Good, good. I don't like the sound of him. He reminds me too much of the Black Rider they sent to our doorstep demanding word of Bilbo. Well, don't delay, kinsman. The sooner the scouts return, the sooner my party can set out. The road to Mordor is long and grim, but I'll fulfill my oath, though all the orcs of Middle-earth stand in my way. Still, it would be better to have only the south to worry over, and not the north as well.
We killed an orc chieftain and drove Agendaur from his stronghold.
Before we left, we heard that Mordor was stirring up the Easterlings. But should they be foolish enough to move against King Brand of Dale, they'll find King Dane of Erebor standing fast at his side. But every step of the way here, we heard rumor of new gatherings of orcs and goblins and worse things. And though the fearful count every enemy twice, there may be some truth to it. You found such enemies at Fornast. When Sauron strikes, there will be more than one land that feels his wrath. I fear for the Shire and Rivendell, but my heart would rest more easily if I knew...
Okay. Very nice dialogue here, in my opinion. There's Frodo Baggins. It's Elijah Wood. Not funny. Dwarves are shorter than Gimli, I think. It's correct.
Hello. You are Farin, aren't you? I was hoping I would get a chance to speak with you.
Aye, and you must be Frodo Baggins. Aragorn and Gandalf have told me all about you, and the burden you bear.
Likewise, they have told me all about you. I wanted to thank you and your friends for all you did to keep us safe on our journey to Rivendell.
Will you tell me about your journey here? Sounds as if it were a rough one.
We had trouble almost from the start. The Black Riders were always just behind us, and we nearly met disaster in the Burrow Downs, at Bree, and again at Weathertop.
Yeah, a lot of disaster. Smart kids, yeah, for sure. I had heard that some scholars of the medieval area has seen symbolical thought of Vatican victory of fallen Constantinople and Moscow. I personally don't expect long policy against Eastern Church. We start the Barrow Downs.
You came through the Barrow Downs? I won't soon forget that accursed place. You were lucky to come out alive. That's no place for hobbits to go a-wandering.
You seem to know a great deal about the Burrow Downs already. I'd prefer not to speak about what we found there. It is too horrible to dwell on, even here in the safety of Rivendell.
Bree.
What happened to you in Bree? We must have just missed crossing paths there.
There were spies in Bree, and our room was attacked in the night. If Strider hadn't convinced us to sleep elsewhere, our journey would have ended then and there.
What happened at this place called Weathertop?
We were attacked by 5 of the Black Riders. I was foolish, and I put on the ring. One of them wounded me before Aragorn managed to drive them away. The knife that was used against me left a shard in the wound. From what Gandalf has told me, the fragment was working its way inward. If it had reached my heart, I would have become a wraith under the power of the Black Riders. Fortunately, we were able to reach Rivendell in time for Elrond's healing arts to save me.
Show me the ring. So funny. Okay.
It is a little thing, this ring. but filled with mischief. Will you show it to me?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, but Gandalf and Elrond have warned me against revealing the ring to anyone, even proven friends. I hope you understand.
I think I do begin to understand. I shouldn't have asked. Forgive me.
There is nothing to forgive. But the ring, it has a strange effect on everyone around it. It is better for it to remain hidden.
It truly is a heavy burden you bear, Frodo. I hope you find strength and wisdom on the long road ahead. Farewell.
Hey Kitana, thank you for the Fiverr stream streak. Much appreciated. And welcome. Today is English stream, so I have to have to deal with this. We're just talking to Frodo Baggins. Is this glowing? Yes, he is glowing. Very ancient he is. Let me think about how old is... That's a good question, chat. How old is glowing? Also pronounced glowing. They do. It's pretty impressive, actually. A lot of the characters, and also characters that don't appear much in the films, are here as well. So, glowing. How old could he be? I have no clue, actually. I mean... The Hobbit was like 60 years ago. He was born 2783. He's like over 200 years, right? Yeah, must be. Oh no! We're so lucky this game was on my PlayStation 3. PS3 bricked it. macOS 2013 was good enough to play it. I never played it after 2016 or something. However, sorry for not checking the other chat. We have so many chats right now that sometimes I miss messages. And thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. They came out of nowhere. However, the game would show up on my App Store downloadable. Since I purchased it and had the same account. I bought my MacBook M2 and the big 192GB RAM beast of a Mac Pro Tower Desktop, but was never able to find the game. Just found out it was taken off all stores. How did you get a copy? I bought it on Steam before it was taken down, I think. Like it was many years ago. The reason is it was published by Electronic Arts, by EA, and EA lost the license, and now Warner Bros. Has the license for video game releases, to my knowledge. Might have changed currently, I don't know. There is a rumor currently that there will be a legacy edition of this game coming to Steam soon, but yeah, I could buy it on I bought it on Steam when I heard it would be delisted from the store. So if you have bought it on Steam and you can still play and download it, but you can't buy it anymore currently. Like there's currently no way to buy this game. Either you have to find other interesting ways to get your hands on the game, or you have to wait for, if it's true, the Legacy Edition. So there's that. Watch the Fellowship with German subtitles. Was machst du da? Die Ringgeister sind auch da. That's interesting. Do you speak German, or was it just some interesting accident that you had German subtitles? Yeah, Glowing's pretty old. Yeah, he must be 200, I don't know, 15, 53, 40... 30, let's say 230 something. 228, I don't know, I have to better at math. So that's how I got the game. And when it was delisted, because I knew I might want to play it one day on stream, which we're currently doing, then I have it. And it was really ages ago. I don't know when it was delisted though from Steam. I can't tell you. It must have been ages. You might be... I think it's unlikely, but maybe you can get lucky and find a key on one of these weird key seller sites. You find at least a decent one. You might have still keys to sell for the game for Steam, because like if you have once bought a key, you can activate it and then you can play it over Steam. That's, I guess, the only possibility. But yeah, Sandman Flying, thank you so much for the support and for the sub. Much appreciated. Did not expect this. On the, like, we have a YouTube chat and we have an English Twitch chat, which is where you're currently in, and I have a German Twitch chat. I have 3 different chats. It's complicated. Just wondered where the round of applause suddenly came from. Was kind of surprised by that, but yeah, much appreciated. Try to keep an eye now on your chat as well. But sometimes I need a moment to answer. Mainly looking at the English YouTube chat currently. Let's talk to Glowing.
My lad, by my beard, it's good to see you again. When you left Erebor to stand guard on the Shire, Gimli and I feared we might be seeing the last of you. Now I hear you stood with the Rangers in the battle against the Nazgul at Sarn Ford, and bested an orc chieftain at Fornost. Good work!
I can't take all the credit. I had Andriel, an elf of Rivendell, and the ranger, Eradan, at my back.
Reminds me of the old days when dwarves, elves, and men fought together in the Battle of the 5 Armies.
Battle of the 5 Armies. The old days. I wanted to watch it in German audio with German subtitles because I know a bit of German, though the movie on Apple Store was only English audio. Do you think a downloadable copy of the trilogy is available in German audio? Well, there are for sure downloadable copies available. Like, I think... I'm not sure which... There was a time the like if you have, for example, Amazon Prime or something, I think it's not currently any more the case, but there was a time where you could watch it, and I think it had also all kinds of audio options available, where you could watch The Fellowship, Two Towers, and Return of the King, and then you could do this. But as a download, I don't know. Otherwise, yeah, I guess this is information I can't give you because I'm from Germany. When I buy, for example, a Blu-ray or copy of Lord of the Rings, we always have the German audio and also the option for English audio on it automatically. But I guess if you're from a country that doesn't speak German or have any ties to the German language whatsoever, then it's very unlikely that you have German as an audio option, right? So in this regard, I think your best option would be really getting it online or something, and then have different audio stuff available. Otherwise, I don't know. I just want to say, well, just get the DVD / Blu-ray or whatever version of it. There should be no, of course. If you from the States or anything, why should there the German audio on it? It makes no sense. Hey, Silverina, nice to see you. So old days, chat.
Then I've your blessing being allied with an elf.
I will speak plainly. I may be less than fond of King Thranduil's wood elves for keeping me in their dungeons, but I've no grudge with any of Elrond's folk.
So I've heard you say many times, but the elves fought beside us when it mattered most.
You're right, of course. I can be a stiff-necked old dwarf, but it's time to set aside grievances that were long ago repaid. When dwarves, men, and elves fought together at Erebor, we overcame legions of foes. But we face a far more terrible enemy in the Dark Lord. Standing together against Agendar may be more than just a good idea. It may be our only hope to save the North.
Let's not leave out the Eagles. They've been a big help to us.
Well spoken. Thorin's quest and the Battle of Five Armies would have met disaster without the help of the Eagles. You're fortunate to have gained the friendship of such noble creatures. Your life may well depend upon your choice of friends, whatever kindred they be.
Hey, Serena. All doing well. You can also write in German if you prefer that in the German chat, which you currently are in. But you can also write in English, I don't mind. I answered English though. I'm sure I can find it. My reasoning is, given I know so much of the dialogue by heart, I figured watching the Trinity in German audio subtitle would help me learn some German. Yeah, for sure. I can see that. I wish you good luck finding the German version of it. Yeah, the Eagles also important. Tolkien, I did a video about who the five armies actually were. So what were Tolkien's thought or definition of the five armies? And the official definition that we find in the current edition of The Hobbit is the elves, men, dwarves, orcs, and I think wargs. That are the five armies, actually. Tolkien thought also about the Eagles to be included, and maybe spare his own army, stuff like that. I think Tolkien also thought about the having seven armies instead of five. I can't remember the game at all. Well, it's a long time. It came out 2011, and it was still when Electronic Arts had the license for Lord of the Rings. So they also made Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2, plus the Rise of the Witch King, I think it was called, expansion for it and stuff like that. Which, by the way, you can play for free, because it's currently in this grey state where you can't buy the game anymore. There is like a community, and a modding community, that make it also possible to run on modern machines. You can play against other people. Just did this also recently. So if people are interested in Battle for Middle-earth, for example, which is also fantastic, 1 and 2 plus expansion, I can maybe give you, post the link here in chat if you are interested, or in the chat, because we have plenty of those. That's the site. They have an all-in-one launcher that you need to download, and from there you can install Battle for Middle-earth 1, 2, and the add-on. You have to download, like I said, the launcher for it. Pretty cool. But yeah, it's a lot. Don't worry. But this is War in the North. You can't buy it as said anymore. It's also in the same state as Battle for Middle-earth, basically. It can't be sold anymore through Electronic Arts, because they don't have the publishing rights for the license. They don't have the license anymore. So it was on Steam. If you have an old Steam key that unlocks the game on Steam, you will still be able to unlock it on Steam and play it over Steam. So it's still there, but to play it, you must have bought it when it was still buyable, or have an old key to unlock it on Steam. That's the only possibility to currently play it. Or you get an old copy for consoles on eBay or something like that. That's the other option, but I think they might be quite expensive, because they are not produced anymore, and there's maybe a bit of demand for it. I know, but it's a really great game, to be honest. Like, it holds up fairly well. The UI design is improvable, but overall I'm pretty impressed by the game also when it comes to lore accuracy and stuff like that. There's a lot of that in this game. Pretty awesome. So let's finish the dialogue here. Maybe it will help Frodo.
And besides, it wouldn't hurt to keep Sauron a little distracted. If we keep him second-guessing his plans for the conquest of the North, it could only help Frodo in the long run.
That's my thoughts upon the matter too. Be the stinging fly in the ointment, as it were. Only this fly's sting will be deadly.
and it's time to be about your business. Goodbye, and good luck to you.
That's Glóin. Glóin is the son of... Oh, I forgot, chat. Dwarven family. Please, mess that up. Here it does work differently than my other tool thing. Is it Fundin? No, Balin is Fundin. Glóin, of course. And they are from the line of Farin and Borin. Borin was... like the father of Thror was Doin or Dane the First, not to be confused with Dane the Second. And Dane the First had a brother, Borin. He had a son named Farin. He had two sons, Fundin and Glóin. Fundin's sons were Balin and Dwalin, and Glóin's sons were Oin and Glóin. Oin is the older of the two brothers, so Oin and Glóin has a son named Gimli. What shall I show to you? No way, that's Bilbo. Who's she? Is she the woman that is merchant? Yeah, that is Ilaure.
Welcome, dwarf of the Lonely Mountain. Welcome to Imladris. Are you in need of anything to help you in your travels?
The game, of course. Okay.
Things in my keeping that might serve you well.
Also... Anyway, the subscription isn't a biggie. I saw you on YouTube, but I'm actually watching some Bikers Politics 5-hour stream. I'm from India, but I love Hansan. Okay. Also, US politics is better adventure than Lord of the Rings right now. it's a crazy storyline, that for sure. It's also scary. It's really scary, to be honest, but that's a different topic, I guess. Thanks for the link. I'm going to relieve you of tracking multiple. Don't worry, it's just my... I like interacting with chat a lot usually, but sometimes it takes a moment for me to see what's going on in the other chats. I'm going to continue watching you on YouTube, but going back the other stream, good luck watching on YouTube. Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good one. Enjoy the streams you're watching. Thank you again for the support. Much appreciated. Also, thanks for the link. It seems to have potential. Yeah, it's pretty cool, to be honest. The game, of course. So we are already relatively far into the game. We are in Rivendell. I think, yeah, we have some side stuff to do. So welcome, dwarf, to the Lonely Mountain. Off the Lonely Mountain. Welcome to Imladris. Are you in need of anything to help you in your travels? I have many things in my keeping that might serve you well. Imladris.
Imladris? Where is that?
Your pardon. This is Imladris, the house of Elrond Half-Elven. We who dwell here call it by that name, but it is more commonly known as Rivendell.
Why is she looking up to us as dwarf? Something is really strange there.
I'd best be on my way.
Those who venture into the wild.
What is going on here with the camera?
Examine the goods Imladris has to offer.
Why does it look like the dwarf is like 5 meters tall and the 2 meter tall elf woman has to look up? Kind of funny. Who are you?
My thanks for the welcome, lady. Might I ask your name?
No, indeed. I am Ilaure, one of Master Elrond's
Ilaure.
stewards. I help to manage the needs of his household, including arms and armor. I suspect you might have need of such things.
Yeah, the scenes are... it looks pretty decent. It's 2011. It's like 15 years old. Of course, the graphics look a bit dated, to be honest. And the UI design could be improved. Who lives here?
What sort of folk dwell here in Rivendell?
Elves, for the most part. My people have dwelt in Imladris for a very long time indeed. But there are other folk to be found here as well. Elrond welcomes all people of goodwill. The Dunedain come often, your own folk come occasionally. We are even home to one special hobbit.
To one special hobbit. For the most part, my people have dwelt in Imladris for a very long time. Indeed. Okay. Who is this hobbit?
Who is this hobbit you speak of?
Why, it is none other than Bilbo the Magnificent, greatest of the Shire folk. Your folk know him well as the hobbit who overthrew the dragon Smaug and helped reclaim your lost realm of Erebor. Although these days he is more interested in poetry than adventure. And food and drink, of course. Keeping a hobbit well fed is enough to keep several stewards busy.
There was another...
Sort of...
Elves, for the most part.
What can you tell me about Elrond?
To tell you everything I know of Master Elrond would take many days. Let it suffice to say that he is an elven lord of great and noble lineage, ancient beyond mortal reckoning, and wise beyond measure. None are more skilled as a healer, or more versed in the lore of ages past.
That's correct. Duin was born 2767, so 16 years before Gloin, I think. Yeah, roundabout. That should be right. Was Gloin actually older than... oh, that was the other question. Than Dane or Duin Ironfoot? No. As Witch King says, it's maybe 16 years or something. Dane is not here on the list. When... Bror had a brother, Bror, I think, and yeah, Dane 2767 and Gloin 2783. The difference is 16 years is the difference. You're right. I find it interesting that she says it would take many days to tell you everything I know about Master Elrond. That's kind of cool. True, can tell a lot about Elrond. He was there 3,000 years ago. He was even there 6,000 years ago. So that's a long story. Yeah, he could have become the next High King of the Noldor elves in Middle Earth actually, if he claimed the throne. He did not do that. There was not much to claim left, kind of. He did his own thing, I guess. He preferred that. Is Rivendell safe?
This is such a peaceful place. It must take a fair number of warriors to keep it so.
This is a place of learning and peace, not a fortress or camp of war. But there are those here who wield great power, especially the Lord Elrond. Yet even he does not have the strength to overthrow the Dark Lord, or to resist him if he comes against us with great strength.
I hope to prevent that.
I intend to do all I can to see that day never comes.
Nobly spoken. I am told you have done great deeds on behalf of all free folk, and I am certain you will accomplish greater things still. But if you plan to contend with the enemy, you must be well prepared. Perhaps you should examine the stores we have on hand.
Show me what you have. So what can we buy here? Look at this. Headpiece. Champion only. Warlord. Requires 20 stamina, that's a lot. Masterwork quality headpiece. It's kind of the rarity or the quality thing here. Norgrod. That's interesting that it's called Norgrod. Norgrod is one of the old dwarf kingdoms, right? What's the other called? Can't believe it. Morgoth and Belegost. So there were two dwarven cities, Morgoth and Belegost, in the first age. They were in the Blue Mountains, but the Blue Mountains got destroyed. So they're kind of gone, or maybe only some more leftovers. I don't know. Kind of interesting. It seems like we need to go up to 20 stamina from here. Ranger. We need a crossbow. 12 decks. We don't have 12 decks. That's unfortunate. Thunderbolt. Okay. 1 times damage versus orcs. That's cool. The Elfsmith's Sword. Price 1,700. One-handed. Definitely better than what we currently have. This thing here seems to be insane. It was 2,600. Oh, we also have Sentinel's Blade. One-handed. Plus 55 crit damage. Weapon skills cost low 100%. Okay. Some cool stuff here, chat, I have to admit. 1,700, 100 damage, bonus damage versus orcs. More information. I have to switch the chat. My only hope getting the chat thing here right is if I check this here on the other monitor here. But okay, it doesn't damage. Is it worth now going forth and buying a more powerful sword? I'm a bit tempted, to be honest. Oh, another set piece of adamant. That might be interesting. Plus 20 health. Lore Master, that is the Elven class. And like I said, in the TPH underscore games chat, you can also write German if you want. Theron, do as you want, as you wish. Maybe it would be interesting to get the set bonus. That's expensive, like 2,200. Oh, also... Here we have enough of 22 flasks. That's quite a bit. Let's switch our pens. Oh, the pens we currently wear. Oh no, it's Bright Flame, so we would lose the set bonus, which I'm still not aware of what it is. It's the Health Stealer thing. That's a bit unfortunate. I thought the boots were. Does it make a difference? Now, when I have 2, I got the health steal. That's really unfortunate, chat. I assume if we would sell them back, we would make quite a loss.
Those who venture into the wild.
The position is a bit weird for the dialogue. I think we stand on the thing here. That's why we're always so high up. Ah, well, if we need more resistance, we have it. We don't need it. Whatever. But I can't walk up here. That's so-called, in German we say frech. That's mean. Elves, talk to Bilbo.
Hello. Always happy to meet a dwarf. And one from the Lonely Mountain, if I'm not mistaken.
I am Faran of Erebor, and we've met before, Bilbo Baggins.
Have we now? Oh, I'm afraid I don't recall. You'll have to forgive me. I've grown somewhat forgetful lately.
We met upon your last visit to Erebor. I guess that was near 20 years ago now. And before that, I had the honor of sharing the field with you at the Battle of 5 Armies. That was my first real taste of battle. I was hardly more than a lad at the time, but it was a glorious day.
Oh, yes, the Battle of the 5 Armies. A nasty business, that. Personally, I'm glad those days are behind us. But then again, it seems as if they may not be. Everything seems to be pointing to some dark times ahead. Speaking of which, I'm told that you and your friends did a great deal to help my Frodo and the Dunedain reach Rivendell safely. You'll have to tell me all about it one of these days so I can write it down properly.
Yeah. Dane was 250 years old and Gloin must have been 234. Gimli was 130 if I'm right. They have little under 100 years between them. Yeah, roundabout.
The Dunedain? Who do you mean?
Singular of Dunedain.
Why, Aragorn, of course. From the Elvish, Dun-Adan, man of the West. Númenorian. Around here, Aragorn is often known simply as the Dunedain. A remarkable man, Aragorn, and a good friend. I almost wish that I could accompany him on his grand quest, but I'm far too old for adventures now. I only hope I will be spared long enough to write it all down.
Tell me about Frodo.
This Frodo, he is your heir, but I had not heard that you had a son.
Oh no, he's not my son. Actually, he's my first cousin once removed. And also my second cousin once removed. Well, it's complicated, but we share a great-grandfather. The poor lad was orphaned at an early age, and so I adopted him. Made him my heir, all nice and legal, while simultaneously dashing the greedy hopes of my odious relations, the Sackville Baggins. He's a good lad, Frodo. I only wish he hadn't inherited my troubles along with my estate. I hope that Gandalf and the Dunedain will keep him safe in the days ahead.
Tell me about the ring.
Can you tell me how Frodo came to hold the Ring of Power?
Well, yes, that was through me, I'm afraid. I found the ring by happenstance while lost beneath the roots of the Misty Mountains. I won it. That is to say, I took it from the creature Gollum. Of course, I did not know the full story of the ring until only a few days ago. I thought it was merely a magical bauble with the power to make the wearer invisible. I only used it to avoid unwelcome visitors. Imagine that old ring of mine causing such a fuss. I would gladly take charge of it again if that would help. Oh yes, gladly. Yes. You know, I think it would be best if we discussed something else.
Farin fighting in the Battle of the 5 Armies as a lad is one of the few direct lore contradictions in the game, I think, since Doin only took veterans of the war to the dwarves and orcs, if I recall correctly. Yeah, normally young dwarves don't go to war, that is true. Like, there are some exceptions, like Thorin was also pretty young when he was at the Battle of Azanul Bizar, or Bizar. So the Battle of Dimril Dale, in front of the east gate of Moria. So it's relatively rare. I think that Tolkien writes it's rare that dwarf this young, like Doin also was very young. Thorin was quite young, and Doin was also really young at this time. Also, I really like the characterization of Bilbo. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You can definitely make an argument that it's unlikely that he went with them to the war. Battle of the Five Armies. 60 years ago. But yeah, let's say he needs to be 60. Like, he could still be 120 or something. Dwarves get like 250. So it would work time-wise, I guess. Depending on what he defines as young lad. I think for dwarves, like, I think Dane was, depends on the pronunciation you want to choose, is kind of, I don't know, how old was he at the Battle of Azanulbizar, chat? 20? 30? Something like that? Of course, no, I did not close it. $2,970. Battle of Azanulbizar was when? 2,999 it was. So he was 33 or something like that? 32. No. When? 32. He was doing was 32 at that battle. Thorin, I don't know how old Thorin was. Thorin's born 2746, so he was already old enough. Dane's 20 years younger than Thorin. Open shield, roundabout. Yeah, around about 20 years. So he was 51, 52, something like that, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not the best when it comes to math. But, yeah, so, but Tolkien mentions in Appendix A, I think, that Duin was really young for going to war with 32. Not sure what he means with a young lad here. But I'm with Witch King there. This might be a very slight, small law inaccuracy here, but whatever. It's not big of a deal. Rivendell is your home now.
Now you call Rivendell your home.
Well, the Shire will always be my home, I suppose. But this is the perfect place for so many things that I'm more than content to remain here. My days are mostly filled with my writing now.
What do you write?
What is it you write?
Oh, a little of this and a little of that. History, my past adventures, family trees. I've even begun a book of translations from the Elvish. Although lately I've been working on poetry mostly. Say, maybe you could help me with that. I'm writing a poem for Aragorn and I'm a bit stuck on a line or two.
It's actually true that he writes a poem for Aragorn in the books. However, it's implied that they already had the Council of Elrond, and I think the poem was before the Council of Elrond, but whatever. If that's the same poem.
Are you now? Well then, let me hear what you have.
Very well, very well. The verse that's giving me trouble runs like this. Ahem. The light from the west is rekindled. Forth from Imladris it springs. Renewed is the hope that has dwindled.
A bloody sword. See, all sorts of good. I would have to look up if it's a different thing. The sign of Westerners kings. I think that could be the actual line, isn't it? To do all sorts of good things. A bloody sword he swings. To challenge the Lord of the Rings.
The light from the west is rekindled, forth from Imladris it springs. Renewed is the hope that has dwindled. The scion of Westernest kings.
Why, yes, yes, that's just the thing, isn't it? Oh, my friend, you should consider exchanging those weapons of yours for the poet's pen.
That's pretty cool, I think. It's a cool game. To be honest, it's a really cool game. I also like how they made this section here with all the information. If you're into lore and like Lord of the Rings a lot, that's such a cool section in the game, in my opinion. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a bit boring to watch me here discussing every line they do for like half an hour. But maybe it's not. Or poets, Ben. I would like that. We need weapons now.
The enemy won't be stopped by poetry, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm afraid you're right, but since these old hands are not much use with a sword, I'll just keep on with the pen. Though I'll need some help. Perhaps you could show this to the Lady Arwen. She has her people's gift with words, and this touches her deeply after all.
Arwen?
Arwen. And who is that?
Why, she's Elrond's daughter, of course, and Aragorn's beloved as well. Although you didn't hear that from me, she's a sweet lady, and I'm sure she'd be willing to give me a hand with this.
I'll take it to her.
Ah, thanks very much. Be sure to give her my compliments, won't you?
I shall.
I'll be sure to do that. Farewell, Bilbo.
We already talked to Arwen. We of course know who she is. She introduced herself to us.
Well met, Farin. It is good of you to visit me again. My thoughts stray often to Estelle and my brothers, but also to you and your companions. I continue to brew Miraval, but I am concerned about our dwindling stocks. We still have need of those ingredients I spoke of before.
Not that I mind helping, but is this Miravor worth all the effort?
You will be able to judge for yourself if you can bring me the ingredients. One sip restores strength, uplifts the spirit, and brings hope to the weary heart. I wish you luck in your search.
It's been many years since I first met Bilbo the Renowned, and it's an honor to meet him again. There's no one quite like him, don't you think?
I had once thought Bilbo unique, but now that I have met Frodo, I say that elves know less of hobbits than we think. They have a strength within that is far greater than their stature. How many of us, thinking ourselves strong, could have borne the ring as long as Bilbo did, without being turned to evil? It sustained him, so that he is now very old amongst his kind, but it did not stain him. Nor has it lessened his love of poetry and song. Dear old Bilbo. I believe there is nothing he loves more, except a good meal. In that, he remains a true hobbit.
Bilbo asked for help with a poem. I'm fond enough of the dwarvish sort of poetry, but this elvish verse is beyond me. He asked for your help, saying the subject is a matter very close to your heart.
Then it must be about Estelle. He is fond of writing verses in honor of his good friend, and therefore often comes to me for advice. You may leave it with me, Farin. I will give it some thought and answer him myself.
Thank you, that's a relief. It's not for a dwarf to be writing lines about the kings of men. And anyway, I have little time to spare for poetry. By your leave, lady, I should be going. Farewell.
Well, still looks like the old days. Strange boy, definitely.
Greetings. I hope the Lady Arwen will have some good suggestions for my verse. I'm really most eager to finish the thing. Yes.
Can you tell me how Frodo came to hold the Ring of Power?
Well, yes, that was through me, I'm afraid. I found the ring by happenstance while lost beneath the roots of the Misty Mountains. I won it. That is to say, Of course, I did not know the full story of the ring until only a few days ago. Imagine that old ring of mine causing such a fuss. You know, I think it would be best if we discussed something else.
Do you know Aragorn well?
Oh, yes. I first met Aragorn, let's see, well, it must be more than 15 years ago now. His adventures keep him away from Rivendell far too much for my liking, but he's my chief source of news whenever he does return. A remarkable man, Aragorn, and a good friend. I almost wish that I could accompany him on his grand quest, but I'm far too old for adventures now. I only hope I will be spared long enough to write it all down.
I think we had this dialogue already.
Well, you'll never finish that poem if I don't stop pestering you with my questions. So, farewell for now.
The sun shines and all is fair and peace. A far cry, indeed, things... And I believe you will find no place better.
It's a pleasant enough place, all right. But I've already promised to search the Ettenmoors for any sign...
No, indeed. Only we will travel south, seeking for signs of the Nazgul or other threats. Aragorn will accompany us at least part of the way.
Farewell.
Okay, we have also to talk to Elrond, to the Smith dude. There's a lot of people to talk here, chat. Angmir.
Even in strange surroundings, you can trust a dwarf to find his way to a forge. You are welcome in my smithy, Foreign of Erebor.
Seems like you're preparing for something. Can you tell me what you have planned?
My fellow smiths and I are preparing for a great work. Soon we will be called upon to reforge the legendary sword Narsil. In the meantime, I've been sharpening my skills by practicing the art of imbuing gemstones.
So yeah, here in the film, Narsil is restored much later in the Peter Jackson film. The book, it's restored while Aragorn, before Aragorn leaves Rivendell, and when he leaves, he has already Andoril. In the films, it's a bit different, so it's kind of cool that they also have this. It's very book accurate in many ways. Oh, Doin, I may tell you, is now less than 2 days march off, and has at least 500 grim dwarves with him. A good many of them have had experience in the dreadful dwarf and goblin wars. That is a quote. I misremembered. I thought every dwarf in Dance Fallen was a veteran. Okay, understood. I guess Farin could actually have been one of the 500s. I understand. Yeah, it is possible then, for sure. But even, like I said, usually dwarves... It depends on what he defines as a young lad. Like, I don't know. Like, in his 30s, he would be very young for going to war.
What can you tell me of this sword, Narsil?
Narsil was the sword of Elendil, a mighty lord of the Dunedain who defied the Dark Lord in the War of the Lost Alliance. He bore the sword in battle against Sauron, but he was slain and the sword was broken. Since that time, the shards of the sword have been an heirloom of the House of Elendil. It was to remain broken until the day when an heir of Elendil would go to war to reclaim the crown and title of king. That day will come soon, and the sword must be made whole once again.
What do you mean by imbuing?
Simply that certain objects have inherent virtues, and a skilled artisan can, through his craft, increase those virtues and bind them to an object for advantage. Gemstones are very strong vessels for this process. Sadly, appropriate gemstones have become difficult to find. The growing trouble throughout the land keeps travelers away, and our own people are staying closer to home.
I wonder if there's a friendly orc like in Rings of Power. In this game, I don't know. Probably not. In Rings of Power, it's an interesting idea, I guess. But at least from Tolkien's perspective, or from the book's perspective, Tolkien wrote that there's a text Tolkien wrote about that if an orc would ask for mercy in front of the elves, the wise of the elves said that the orc must be granted mercy. It doesn't mean that he's free from all charges or has to not answer for his crimes, but at least there has to be some... the concept of mercy cannot be lost, even against the dwarf, even at a cost, they even say. Though this was not always heeded in war, it's also written something that Tolkien wrote. And then there's a footnote where Tolkien says it was rarely that an orc made use of this concept. That doesn't mean, though, it never happened, but it's just very rare. And also, it also writes that a dwarf, an orc and an elf or an orc would never treat with each other. Never. Like, they would not become friends or whatever. Like, so it's, from Tolkien's perspective, very, very unlikely that this might happen. We have to see how it will play out then at the end when the Rings of Power show comes out at the end. I don't mind too much, to be honest, but technically from a book lore's perspective, it might be unlikely. This game holds still up. Yeah, it's a pretty great game. How can I help?
Maybe I can lend a hand with that. I'll be traveling soon.
I would be pleased to have your help. I will provide you with a list of the types of gemstones that are of the greatest value to me. If you collect the stones, I am certain I could create something that you would find useful. But to be of use, the gemstones must be of the highest quality. Fortunately, we have as a guest a dwarf of the Lonely Mountain. Glóin is his name, and he is skilled in the appraisal of gems of all sorts. Once you have gathered the stones, allow him to examine them. He'll know if they are suitable.
I've found a few things on my travels that you might be interested in. Take a look.
Ah, these are work of Westernese, the lost land of Numenor. The men who forged these items were skilled indeed. You have the makings of a unique weapon here. Although these components were never part of a single work, I believe you have assembled everything I would need to make it so. The finished weapon would undoubtedly carry some elven qualities.
What do you mean by that?
Only that with a work such as this, the finished product is liable to reflect the nature of the smith who assembles it. If, for example, a dwarven smith were to complete this weapon, it might possess quite different qualities from the weapon I would create.
I'll have to think about that for a bit. Goodbye for now.
Okay, if I ask a dwarven smith. That's funny. I can't exit here. Only from this side. Okay, so I think at least in this region we have talked to everybody. I'm not sure if there's still more. Well, we can go upstairs, it seems. And here we can see the hill charts of Narsil. Oh, this is a really nice replica of everything. There's Aragorn. Here we have the art. I'm not sure if it's by Ellen Lee or by John Howe, but they drew it. It was nice to see you go through all, or at least half so far, of the Rivendell dialogue with your book knowledge, but sadly I have to go. Have a nice stream still. Yeah, thank you, Witch King, for joining it. I know it's late already, so glad that you joined a bit and glad you enjoyed the stream. Yeah, I think it's Ellen Lee. I'm also pretty sure on that. So welcome, Joe. Nice to see you. But yeah, it's a really nice game. So I wish you good night, Witch King. Have a good one, and yeah. Maybe this won't be the last stream. Let's try to get to Rivendell and maybe get some progress, and then I call it also a day, maybe, because it's also late for me. And we didn't do much except for just going through every dialogue and discussing the lore. So it could take a while to complete the game, but yeah, overall, that's pretty cool.
Ah, Farin, I am glad you are here. I feel I must apologize to you. When I was told a dwarf had appeared on the borders of the Shire asking to join the Dunedain in their watch, I was suspicious. I instructed Halbarad to keep a careful eye upon you, fearing you were a spy. Clearly, he grew to trust you, and after all you have done, I have as well. I'm sorry to have doubted you, my friend.
Fellowship.
I'd like to know more about those chosen to be part of your fellowship.
Who is it that interests you?
Oh, look, we can now ask him about all the different fellowship members.
At least you will have a dwarf along with you, and one of the best too. You won't find a better companion than Gimli, son of Glóin.
I have only just met Gimli, but I hope he will prove to be much like you, stout-hearted and reliable, and a terror to his enemies in battle.
Oh, Boromir, we haven't talked. Is he also here?
Tell me about the wood elf, Legolas.
It is fitting that we have a representative of the Eldar, the Elves, along with us on this venture. They have been foes of Sauron since before the ancestors of the Dunedain first returned to the shores of Middle-earth. Legolas is keen of eye and ear, and he is unmatched as a bowman. His arrows seldom miss their mark.
What about these other hobbits? Is it wise to send so many of the little folk on this quest?
We are asking much of Frodo. Until recently, he had never set foot outside the confines of the Shire. It will be a comfort for him to have the familiar companionship of his friends and kin, in the face of so much that will be new and frightening. I have traveled with these hobbits, and they proved far more courageous and hardy than many would suspect.
What about Gandalf? What can you tell me of him?
To know all there is to know of Gandalf would require a lifetime study. There is much about him that remains a mystery, even to me. Yet he is a relentless foe of Sauron, and without his vigilance, the ring would already be in the hands of the enemy. His wisdom and leadership will be of great value to the Fellowship.
Let's see. You might be able to talk to Gandalf too somewhere. And one last thing is that the dwarfsmith is very late, so that's a bit of a trap, unfortunately, regarding the Westerners item. Okay, good to know. Thank you for the hint. Let's talk. Okay, Kim.
At least you...
I have only just met Gimli, but I hope he will...
What about Gandalf?
I'll
What
have to
can you
listen
tell
again.
me of him?
To know all there is to know of Gandalf would require a lifetime study. There is much about him that remains a mystery, even to me. Yet he is a relentless foe of Sauron, and without his vigilance, the ring would already be in the hands of the enemy. His wisdom and leadership will be of great value to the Fellowship.
That's true.
What
Boromir.
about this man of Gondor, this Boromir?
Boromir is the son of Denethor, the steward of Gondor. I had never met him before Elrond's council, but long years ago, under another name, I served his grandfather Ecthelion. The
That's
men
true.
of Gondor are valiant and strong, and by all accounts Boromir is foremost among them in courage and skill at arms. I suspect we will have need of his sword before our quest is through.
So, you go now to claim the throne of Gondor.
Above all, I go to help Frodo fulfill his quest. For unless the ring is destroyed, Gondor will soon fall, king or no king.
Agandaur.
I take it you'd never heard of Agandaur before we spoke of him.
I had never heard nor dealt with Agandaur specifically, but I know his kind. Years ago I served in disguise in the armies of Gondor, where I contended with the corsairs of Umbar, who were often led by those akin to Agandaur. These black Númenóreans are a corrupt and wicked race. They worship Sauron as a god and seek the utter destruction of all who oppose him.
That's also true. Pretty nice. Everyone doesn't look doesn't look healthy. Yeah, I know what you mean. But you have to consider, like, the dwarf looks really good, to be honest, in comparison. Some characters look a bit off, but just you have to consider the game is just very old. Like, 15 years of graphic development definitely changed a thing or two over the years. So it will be very interesting. Like, just imagine a game comes out and, I don't know, it has a quality like Cyberpunk or Witcher 4 will have or something like that. That will be impressive to see, I think. The Ettenmoors.
Word is you've traveled a great deal. Is there anything you can tell me of the Ettenmoors?
Only that it is a dangerous and unforgiving place. My own grandfather Alador was slain by trolls in the Ettenmoors.
Yes,
it is
true.
important we learn if the enemy is active in the moors, but we do not send you there lightly. Be on your guard at all times while you venture there.
Bravery, I'm not sure if it's bravery. Maybe it's just bravery. After your first playthrough, you get really overpowered weapons. So keep as many elf stones as you find by the time you get to the Barrow Downs. You have great gear. Oh, okay. It looks a bit as you would be on a trip, yeah. I know what you mean.
I'd best be on my way.
Ah, Farin, I am glad you are here. I instructed Halbarad to...
Apology accepted.
Apology accepted. Seems we dwarves are often mistrusted. It hardly seems fair. But then I guess you rangers have good cause to be suspicious of strangers.
Perhaps. But we should also remember there are others in the world who are willing to serve. I am glad you chose to do so.
Hope you do another playthrough. Love the lore videos from the early days. Yeah, definitely. The videos are quite popular. we might play it again. I'm not 100% sure, because there's some other games I also might want to give a shot here, like Battle for Middle-earth and so on, but we might revisit it then at some point. So that is a possibility. I take notes, oh god. But yeah, glad you like the old lore videos. Hope you also like some of the newer ones. Like, yeah, my magnum opus, the Who is Elrond 10 hour 30 everything lore video. Pretty proud of that one. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War also would be played here at some point. Also, the most recent video, I still hope it gets a few more views, even though it's very specific, but I think it's a kind of a video that people have, or it's a topic that people haven't really discussed in a video like that before. But currently it struggles a little bit to find views, I think, so it's very unfortunate. But yeah, we might also play Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War at some point. Battle for Middle-earth is on the list. And then the old, the Third Age, there was also the Third Age game, there was also the Return of the King to Tower game and stuff like that. Some of those might be too hard to find or to get to run on a modern system. I don't own all of them, so we have to maybe find ways. Camp King, Edmures.
Word is you've tried.
Only that it is important we learn.
I'd best be on my...
Ah, Farin. I instructed Halbarad to...
Apology accepted.
Perhaps. But we should also remember there are others.
So?
Above all, I go to help Frodo fulfill it.
Good luck to you.
Ah, the Two Towers was my first ever game I played when I was 3. Okay. It was early for the game. Good night, I go to sleep. Yeah, sleep well, Mari. I wish you also good night. And thank you for staying and discussing the lore a little bit. I think my favorite Lord of the Rings game is still Return of the King, because it was so hard to beat in places. Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, it was nightmarish in some places. Nightmarishly difficult. Yeah, my first video game was like Super Mario Bros. From 1985 or something like that. I played a bit later. Oh, here's Gandalf. I didn't see that guy.
Ah, Farin. It is good of you to seek me out. You're a stout dwarf, like all of Durin's folk. And your courageous deeds have shown your worth.
Investigate. Why attack the north?
What's Agandaur after? There are no mighty kingdoms to be found on this side of the Misty Mountains. What's Sauron afraid of here?
Sauron seeks dominion over all of Middle-earth. His desire is to order all things as he sees fit. Even were these lands empty from here to the sea, still he would seek to control them. There is power in Rivendell that could stand against him when all others fall. For a time. And this is something Sauron cannot allow.
There's a Lord of the Rings dwarf survival game. Return to Moria, is it? I think when it came out, we also played a little bit here on the channel. I don't know the name, but it's on Steam. Yeah, it's on Steam, and well, it should be on Steam by now. Originally, it released on Epic Game Store. I think I have it for Epic as a result, because I made a video or made some coverage of it when it first came out, if I remember correctly. It was pretty decent, to be honest. It was one of the better games. The Gollum game I also possessed and played. I even recorded a complete playthrough of that game, but nobody wanted to see it, so I never did the full playthrough of that. Well, I streamed a complete playthrough on Twitch, and it was quite frustrating at some places, especially some bugs in the game were unfortunate, but yeah, even though I have to admit the Gollum game was also lore-wise relatively peaceful for the most part, to be honest. It was not the problem. The biggest problem was the story idea, the plot idea of the game was struggling a bit, and yeah, it was simply not a good platformer. You definitely notice, like, it's difficult to get platforming right, in my opinion, and it's mostly a stealth game. It's mostly a platformer and a little bit of stealth. That's the main element. The stealth was very basic, but was okay, but the platforming was absolutely awful. Like, if Super Mario World from 1990 does platforming, I mean, it's a really good game, Super Mario World, don't get me wrong, but it's a 30-year-old, no, it's not 30 years, it's 36 years old. If a 36-year-old game, at this time it was maybe 33 years old or whatever, if an over 30-year-old game outperforms your game in the category platforming, then you did something wrong. Like, you have Super Mario World. Look at how it's done. You have some other modern 3D platformers that do platforming better. Look at them and don't be worse than them, else in this overpopulated genre you can't survive. It's a bit unfortunate because the studio got closed and stuff. It's a really sad in many ways, but and it definitely feels like some of the people who work on this game and definitely tried their best, but they lack definitely the experience when it comes to stealth games and 3D platforming games. So that's sad and very unfortunate in many ways, but unfortunately it was not a good game. Like, if I ever, like, it was a below average game, so it's just a 4 or something out of 10, unfortunately, and it justified, in my opinion, a justified score for that game. You can even rate it lower, but for the most part, like, some technical difficulties aside, for the I've seen worse. Like, a game I liked that came out in the same year was Jedi Survivor from Electronic Arts and Respawn, and that was, when it released in a technical state, that was worse than the Gollum game by far. Like, this game ran like absolute trash on every machine when it came out. Got a bit better with patches. There are a lot of weird bugs and also stuff. Like, it was technically a not very clean game, but it was mechanically and cutscene and storytelling and writing, everything. This game is top notch. It's just the state of the release was absolute trash. And the Gollum game, it was technically also not the cleanest game, with also bugs and issues here and there, but it was like every game design, level design, plot writing, etc. It was not top notch there. But I have to, like, you can't say that they were disrespectful to Tolkien or anything, because I felt like the writers definitely put in some work and tried to be very respectful and not come up with stupid stuff like Rings of Power does all the time, for example. And in this regard, it's kind of unfortunate. It really is, but yeah, I don't know. The Gollum game bombed. If the Gollum film also bombs, may I then suggest Gollum fragrance? I don't know. Gollum bath bomb. Well, it's, I don't know. I hope that we are we are in need in the franchise for some successful stuff. There will be a new Lord of Rings game by War Studios. I know there's some criticism of their use of potential AI and replacing translators. I hope they won't do that. But we will see. Vitali, why does it smell of fish? Oh boy. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want this. We don't get that much stuff regarding to Tolkien and its world. So I want everything that comes out to be at least decently good. It would be great if we would come back to this level here, or again, like this is pretty good, to be honest. It's such a good game. It's so old, relatively old, but still holds up pretty well in many places at least. And yeah, I have no idea what could be the future here of these franchises. I just hope the film, the Peter Jackson produced Gollum film is good. I hope the War of the Rohirrim film was okayish. I hope the Peter Jackson film is more than just okayish. I hope it's good. It doesn't have to be... I mean, it would be great if it would be absolutely fantastic. But I think... it would be great if it would be just good. Like, good would be good enough, for me personally. It doesn't have to be extraordinary good, but just good. Maybe the next season of Rings of Power trailers got people hyped up a lot, and the removal of the Harfoots also from as a plot location also might help this. So it could also become better now. Depends on how much stupid stuff the writers and the showrunners come up with again. After 2 seasons, I can't just fully ignore what they did so far. So I'm still skeptical. I really hope it's good. Like, I don't wish them to fail in their task to make a good show, but like 2 seasons, they definitely did some stuff. And yeah, War Studios with Kingdom Come Deliverance did pretty good work. So just imagine a game that looks like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 in this style. I can see that. That could be pretty awesome, to be honest. The trilogy sets the bar so high, for sure. I mean, even the Hobbit films were okayish. Like, the first one was decent good, I would say, with some exceptions. Like, towards the end, it lost a bit. But the first 40 minutes or 50 minutes of the film were really good. And then it goes a bit downhill, but it's still, we could say, it's not as good as Lord of the Rings, for sure. Not even close, but it's good. That's okay. The second Hobbit film is like yeah, well, I don't know, let's not talk about that. And the third Hobbit film, like, let's also not talk about that. I watch it every year, and you can watch it and you can have a good time with it as well if you don't take it too seriously. But every time I watch it every year around Christmas, and every time I think, wow. Like, always I notice so much that, like, the second film, just ignoring all the nonsense they add to the story which nobody needs, from a structure perspective, is so much better than the third film. The third film is a catastrophe, like, from its structure, how it's composed and everything. It's such a weird movie. I don't know. But to be fair, all these 3 movies, like the first, the second and the third, have their moments that are really strong. But that's not enough to carry a whole film, I guess. Especially if you know the books and are deep into the lore and stuff. There's just so many weird additions. The CGI orcs also don't help. Yeah, the smoke section was really strong in the second film, to be honest. But there's so much other nonsense in it, like the whole triangle relationship between the Keely, Legolas, and Tauriel was, let's say, I don't know, improvable, I guess is the word. They should have just left that out. I don't mind that Legolas gets a small cameo, that there's a new character called Tauriel. No problem with all of that. But holy moly, some of the stuff in there is just so stupid. But the third film is just... The third film really is weird. For a time I thought I liked the third film more than the second one, but after watching it so many times, I think the second one is more, from a filmmaking perspective, a more solid film than the third one. Though, also the third one has its moments, but it also has some really terrible moments. The Hobbit films are as if Tolkien wrote the book on shrooms. Yeah, oh, there's the story. Wild. Still, I watch them every year, and it's not like I hate it. I would not, and in comparison, I would not rewatch season 1 or season 1. I would not rewatch of Rings of Power. I won't rewatch. I might not even rewatch season 2, to be honest. Like, I watch the Hobbit trilogy like 16 times in a row before I watch season 1 of Rings of Power one time. So there's that. Now let's see how the third season plays out. Let's hope it gets better. I really hope. Like, I think the smartest, the best news, even though I like the actors of the Hobbit sections in Rings of Power, like Nori and Poppy, I really like the actresses. They have a fantastic chemistry. They're really good actors. But it's not their fault. But it's just, it's too much for what they try to accomplish with the show. And leaving it out in one season, giving a bit more space to the other plot lines, might help tremendously. Also Rings of Power had its moments, like in season 1 I liked the dwarf Elrond section in the show. I thought that was pretty cool. Second season Celebrimbor and Anatar was good. The dwarf plot was a bit weaker there in contrast though compared to the first season, I felt, like Khazad-dûm. And the other stuff is almost forgettable, like let's not talk about the other stuff. Do you think the elf-dwarf romance set a precedent and emboldened the showrunners of Amazon's Rings of Power to do silly things like Galadriel Halbrand or Elrond Galadriel? Nah, I don't think so. I think in the reason why this love story, or why we find this love story in what's it called? In Rings, in the Hobbit film, in the second one, the third one, is, I think in Hollywood it might be a crime to produce a film without a love story, and that's why that's why it's there. You know what I mean? And are there any love stories in Rings of Power? There is Arondir and Bronwyn, but that didn't work out because the actress left the show, and so on and so forth. I think she didn't not only leave the show, she also left her acting career behind, or something like that. So they need something else. I don't understand what, like, I don't fully get it, to be honest. Yeah, I think Elrond Galadriel is not really a love story. They kissed, and you could see it as a distraction, so he could give her the ring or whatever, something to free herself. I forgot what the exact plot device there was, but you could explain it at least. And he doesn't know that Galadriel is his mother-in-law. Like, from the perspective, she's one of the most beautiful elven women in existence, and she in the show she's single. So, and it seems like he's pretty close to her. So, from the perspective of the writing, I don't find that too unrealistic or too much. Like it's weird in the context of Tolkien's books, but the show does everything different than Tolkien wrote anyway. So I don't know. It's weird. If I'm not wrong, he was already with Celebrian. No, Celebrian. He learns about the existence of. He meets Celebrian first when Elrond. When the war of elves and Sauron is completely over, Eregion is destroyed, and then it's discussed to rebuild Eregion, or if they should make use of Rivendell. And it's decided he becomes the Lord of Rivendell, and then they meet also in Rivendell. The first so-called White Council happens there, and there Galadriel also visits with Celeborn and her daughter Celebrian. And this is the first time Elrond meets her, and this is later in the Second Age, so... And he doesn't tell anybody. He marries Celebrian at the beginning of the Third Age. So much later. So after all the wars and so on, takes a long time for Elrond to make his move. He's not married in the Second Age. Love to see Galgeron on the big screen. If I'm not wrong, he was already... Yeah, that's not correct. We don't even know if Celebrian will exist in the show. In theory, Celebrian is already alive. Like, she's born Second Age 300 or something like this. When they marry, they're both around about 3,000 years old. In the Third Age. And they meet when both are born... Like, she is 1,400... Elrond is 1,700 or something like that. Did you notice the Galadriel Celeborn make-out scene in the trailer? Yeah, I have noticed it. So cringy that even those orcs looked away. So point for Elrond. Eye for the audience. Was a little cringy. It was maybe cringy. I don't know. I don't mind it too much. I wouldn't interpret. I think it was kind of to show. I don't like it, to be honest. If I'm honest, the whole writing and how the show does stuff, I don't like it. But for me personally, I'm I'm more annoyed that they ruined the whole story of the Rings of Power with the way they decided to change it. So in this regard, for me, that's one of my biggest problems with the show. You call it a show Rings of Power and you don't tell the actual story of the Rings of Power, make a story up. It's stupid in my opinion. I meant L for loss, okay. So point for Elrond, loss for the audience. Okay, now I get it, sorry. That's why we love the Philosopher's Games. Is that so? Chat, we also will never get to this dialogue here. So we have to continue it for a moment. Why attack the North? when I read attack, like there's a funny little clip from Resident Evil Code Veronica, the old game. It gets a remake. I don't know when it will come out, this year, next year, something like that. And in Code Veronica, the original game, when you play as a woman called Claire Redfield, and she goes through this island mansion. That's a mansion, of course. Everywhere is a mansion, and through some it's a prisoner camp or whatever of some umbrella split off thing. It's this bioweapon research facility corporation, and yeah, they do terrible experiments there, stuff like that. And then you meet the antagonist, or one of the antagonists there. And he accuses Claire of attacking his facility. And then Claire always says, "Attacked!" It's so funny how she says it. Can we try to find it? I don't know why, but every time I read attack, I hear Claire saying attacked. Let me just see if I find it, because I think it's very funny. I'm not sure if it's really a spoiler, but talk about Alfred for the people who know Code Veronica. Let me see if I find it really quick. I give a warning: you will never never read the word attacked the same way again, I think. Question is, where is this video? I can't find it anymore, chat. Let's sort after file size. There it is. Some good jokes in there. I commented in German though. I can't find it, shit. It's too much stuff I've put into this far too long video. And now I teased it, I have to show it to you now. I found it. It's in German though. Der Resident Evil Code Veronica Antagonisten.
Why have you attacked this installation?
Attacked?
Tell me.
Who
attacked? It's so funny. I don't know why I find it so funny, but the way how she pronounced she delivers this line is just so funny to me. You attacked this installation. Attack. So every time I read it, I have to think about this scene now. I've seen it so many times, this clip, you have no idea, but yeah, I find it funny. Maybe it's just me and being at 3 in the morning, getting kind of... My mind goes slowly insane or something like that. It's going to be 5 seasons of Rings of Power. Yes, 5 seasons are... They committed to 5 seasons. So whatever it is, chat. Like some people are watching here and want, when does this guy continue the playing the game here? Come on. I'm from Germany, so for me it's 3 in the morning. I need to end the stream pretty soon, I would suggest. Is the similarity between End and Etten in Etten Moors meaningful? Trolls come from Ents. Trolls live in Etten Moors. Hey man, it's been a long time since you've come in my algorithm. How's it going? I would say fantastic, but that's actually not, like, personally I'm doing well. It's not like that. But view-wise, the channel could work. You speak of an interesting topic, the algorithm. It really seems like the algorithm and YouTube hates me and my guts with a passion. Like, it's so difficult currently for me reaching out to people. And I often get this, hey, you uploaded 16 videos, I never got notified? Cool. It's always like that. It's like, YouTube does currently, for my channel at least, a terrible job of finding... Well, technically YouTube doesn't find viewers for my video, it finds videos for its viewers. But considering that I don't do much different than some other Lord channels, and they get like... I struggle getting 1,000 views, other channels get 200,000 views. Like, I think, okay, how about the other guy gets 190,000 views and I get 10,000? How about that? Or 5,000 would also be okay. Yeah, that's kind of true, I guess, right? Have you tried? Yeah, I've tried making shorts in my experiment. YouTube is so weird. You have no idea how weird YouTube is. I've, of course, like now we are in a completely different area of the stream and stuff. They're very nice of you, of course, but I don't have anything against the other YouTube channels like Tolkien Untangled and Matt here, Nerd of the Ring, and Mjoist, Man of the West, and all the others are awesome people. I have had dealings with them. I was in podcasts with them. I have talked to them, and they're very helpful and supportive and so on. So can't say anything negative about them. Also wish all of them much success and with their channels, and they do good work. But yeah, some channels kind of struggle quite a bit, and it's in this regard. There's still the question of Joe, which we should not forget about. But yeah, I tried shorts, and it seems like YouTube has on the YouTube Studio a new, let's call it AI thing, which you can ask, and it kind of analyzes your analytic stats that you have, and gives you you can ask it for advice and ask kind of, hey, what is there a reason? How does these metrics interact? Sometimes it can't tell me, but sometimes it gives me some interesting hints. And you know what is strange? Like on my games channel, I tried a lot of YouTube shorts because I love Cyberpunk, the game, and also the universe. It's one, besides Lord of the Rings, one of the topics I really am very passionate about. So I do a lot of Cyberpunk content. And you know myself here from the channel, if I do research for something, I go quite into depth and try to be very correct and uncover every detail that is kind of uncoverable, and so on. And so I decided, hey, wouldn't it be great to kind of make a short? And Cyberpunk is 2077 is full of references. It's a video game and based on a pen and paper tabletop RPG, Cyberpunk universe. If you haven't heard of it, very successful. It has a terrible release, by the way, but different story. And so I go through these references in the game and explain them. What is a reference? Ghost in the Shell, Blade Runner, Terminator, Die Hard, GTA, Half-Life, you name it. All these kinds of things, tons of stuff can be uncovered in the game. It's full of references. And so that's good for a short. I pick a small topic, 3 minutes, write a short video, make a short out of it, record the footage, upload it, and see how it works. And what YouTube basically told me is, well, you uploaded all these shorts, and the people watching your shorts are completely different people watching your long-form videos. So what we do now, though, since you recently uploaded YouTube shorts, we recommend your long-form videos to the people who watched those shorts. But they don't want to watch long-form videos, so they don't watch my videos on my channel. So producing these shorts, according to YouTube, has kind of hurt my channel, which is weird. Because currently the algorithm is so weird. Like, there was a time where YouTube just really tried to like, somebody watches a lot of Lord of the Rings content, then he would get the suggestion, hey, here's somebody today, 5 minutes ago, somebody uploaded this new video, and you like Lord of the Rings. This guy is the Philosopher's Games, maybe check out his video. That's how it worked maybe in the past. Currently, the testing, YouTube does it a bit different, and it seems like if you upload a video, YouTube tests. It is depending on who watched recently your stuff on your channel. and they test with this group if your new video is interesting for this group. If not, you fail the test, and you get another test with other group, 24 hours again. If you fail this test again, the video's dead. That's kind of how it currently goes. It's a nightmare. So if I upload something before that is maybe experimental or different from maybe an interesting topic, and people don't want to watch it, and I upload a new video, I don't find an audience anymore for it because my recent video didn't work too well. So my only hope is to get good search ranking or other things. Otherwise, I won't get suggestions. I'm struggling massively with this because I'm a person who likes trying out stuff, making videos of unusual topics like my Tolkien, How Did Tolkien Come to Japan video is a good example for this. In my mind, it is an awesome video. Fortunately, YouTube hates awesome videos, so that's the problem, I guess. And yeah, I'm struggling a lot with this. It's driving me nuts, to be honest. Like, it's... so, to the question, how am I doing? Well, I'm personally doing well, of course. It's okay. Channel-wise, YouTube drives me insane currently. Like, it's very scary, to the point it's really scary for me. Like, you see, you build up your channel for... I started uploading on YouTube since 2016. I created my channel 2013. Back then as a games channel. 2016 also games. 2017 I started uploading lore videos. Because due to Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, this topic came up and I knew a lot, so people liked my videos, got millions of views, and that works. And currently, even with 50,000 subscribers or almost, which I'm also stuck at this number, I'm hard stuck for like years. But whatever. I don't know what to do, chat. For me it's really tough. I have to admit it's really, really tough currently. And I don't know what to do. Like, I can't just hope that the algorithm changes again and things get normal again, or maybe I do something right by accident. Like, every time I upload a video, it feels like somebody rolls the dice. It never feels like... It was always a bit like that, but not that extreme as it's currently. Like, they made the dice bigger, in a way. Previously, it was like a roll on a, I don't know, 6-side, like on a D6 or something. Now they roll on a D100, it feels like, or a D1000. Like, breaking out of this is so hard currently. And you see other channels, I don't know, I make a breakdown of the season 3 trailer to Rings of Power, and 600 people watch it or something, which is cool that you watch my stuff, much appreciated. It wasn't my best video, I really had very little time to produce it. It was just me sitting there recording what came to my mind in it became a 90-minute long video. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, my Who is Elrond, my 10-hour magnum opus has 2,000 views. Like, if I would have uploaded that video in 2017 or 18 or something, it would have got 1 million views easily. But currently, that's not the case, which of course is very frustrating. Like, if my video, like, for me, my expectations aren't that high. It's not like I don't want 100,000 views on a video, but it's more like in the range of maybe 5,000 views. If it's really good, maybe 10,000 views. That's so my hopes for video performance if I upload a video. And if you look at my recent videos, I don't even get close to these numbers often. So that's kind of frustrating in a way. Even though I'm also very infrequent with uploading. And this is going on not since some months. It goes for, I don't know, like almost 2 years or something. Like, it's a long time for me now that struggling finding viewers. And the weird thing is, the feedback on my videos is just always very positive. Like, I rarely get negative feedback. Some people don't like my voice or the way I talk. Okay, there's not much I can change about that. But yeah, it's really frustrating currently on YouTube, I can tell you that. Like, back in the day, it always felt a bit like, if you make a good video and have some basic knowledge of how YouTube works, you will find an audience. You can't expect like millions of views on your video. That's more like if you're very big, or if you're smaller like me, the exception, but it can happen, kind of. And if you put in the work, if you do a good do a good video that's interesting, that's well researched, that has a certain quality, then YouTube will find people to watch it over time at some point. And this currently doesn't really work, and it feels like everything I try is in vain, is not working. And yeah, I don't know. That ruins a bit the fun. Like, of course, when you start a new channel and you get 100 views on one of your early videos, it's the best day in your life, you know? But if you come from the perspective of, okay, I'm doing this for over 10 years now, and I have some videos with 3 million views, and you upload a video and you struggle to get 1,000 views on your video, it feels like, okay, I don't know, my expectations are simply higher, even though I tried lowering already. But it feels, it's tough, kind of, you know? It really currently is a bit tough. Nothing you can do about it, because I need YouTube to simply suggest my videos. But yeah, that was a very long answer of all the YouTube stuff here. I'm sorry. But yeah, I also heard a lot, like I spoke with, was it Joysten? I think I talked, I wrote with him, or was it? I think it was Joysten, Man of the West. And he said something like, yeah, currently it's the dark ages of YouTube. I think that's how he expressed, of Tolkien content on YouTube. That's a good way to explain this. To Athens, okay, that's a good answer by Nest, to actually answer the question asked by Joe like 20 minutes ago. I think that might refer to Athens from Germanic myths, which are somewhat similar to trolls, except for having 2 heads. I have looked up the etymology at some point as well, but I forgot about it, so... Because the Etymor consists of Etten and Moor, a barren land. Etten is an obscure term in Westruun that probably refers to monsters like trolls and ogres. Explaining the name Ettendales and Ettenmoors, Tolkien noted the obsolete element Eton, troll, ogre. It's a word derived from Old English Eoten. Ah, okay. Giant troll, ogre. These locations are probably linked to the trolls. Noted that Tolkien probably thought of an Etten as a troll. And there we come to what you just wrote, right? And what you just wrote. If Tolkien connected this with other elements, really hard to tell. But you're literally Gandalf for our world. Do you think that? That's very nice to say. Thank you. I wish. I love your long-form videos. Was recent Twitch subscriber. Much appreciated then. Thank you for that. Going to bed. 7 AM here in India. Oh no. YouTube is weird. YouTube is in React videos mode. I'm sub to your channel. Don't get any notifications. Oh god, yeah. That's kind of always a problem. Seems to have taken over YouTube Shorts. Yeah, like I said, I tried this on the other channel and it seems like to hurt my long-form videos. Here sometimes you can bring in people, but it feels like people who really want to watch shorts keep on watching shorts and don't like long form videos. And I, as a creator, I don't like making short videos. Like, it's tough for me. Like, I feel so limited by the 3-minute length. Like, the format of the video, the more vertical format of it, I don't mind that too much while editing the videos, but I simply am not made for making short videos. Often I feel like, oh no, I have to leave out now the sentence that I would love to add because I only have like 3 minutes for the video. You know, I have to leave out stuff. It helps a bit getting a bit more precise or a bit more efficient in a way and faster to the point, because I often talk a long way to come back to the point, which is, some people like that, some people potentially also dislike that, but yeah, that's maybe a problem. Usually I tried to gather some more subscribers through shorts, and it didn't work too well. And I think my kind of short content, like you said, shorts is more reaction content and more, I don't know, all kinds of other things, funny skits, memes, stuff like that. And yeah, I prefer writing longer videos where I can take my time. Also, one thing about shorts, if shorts are paying really bad on YouTube, really bad. Like, I don't know, factor 30 or something like this. Like 1,000 views on a short is literally cents. You know, and it depends. Like game videos, for example, gaming videos already pay far worse than my lore videos, from money wise. The ad revenue on lore videos is much higher. Like, I would say sometimes 3 times as high. But the factor in between, it's insane. Like, if you make shorts and want to make money off shorts, you need a lot of views. A lot. Like, you need a short every day that has 100,000 of views to make it worth your while. If that's enough. If you would make long form videos like this, you would get like paid 30 times as much. But the problem is long form videos take more time to make. A top 3 Twitch streamer streams for 8 hours. Well, I'm definitely somebody who is able to stream, especially if I play video games. I can stream for so long times. Also, man, it's not your accent. For sure, many people like my accent and how I speak English. I think it's okay, for the most part. Hard for me to really tell. Just, you know, sometimes it's difficult to come up with the words fast enough. Sometimes I mispronounce stuff which I haven't said any time or in a long time. And yeah, just have an accent. Example, I like the guy with the accent on the German channel. Out of the one with a better English. I fell asleep to Law, and Gollum was chasing me through the town I live in. ASMR accent. Yeah, I don't know. I think my accent is weird. Often people can't really put it because, I don't know. In some cases you can definitely hear it. That it's a German accent for sure. But in some places I can hide it quite well. So chat, there was a long excursion now to YouTube and how things been going. Didn't want to bother you too much with my stuff here. But yeah. That was a long question. So interestingly though, streams often go decently well, to be honest. So the problem is you can't build a channel on just streaming. I tried this with I stream a lot in German, and I don't know. Even though I stream every day basically, and have every day an upload of games we play and stuff we do, or work on a video on stream there and stuff like that. I don't like, even though I do this, I upload videos for I don't know how long, over a year, 1.5 years or something. We got 90 subscribers on this channel. It's pretty pathetic, to be honest, considering the amount of time I put in there. But it's just an archive, so I don't care too much about it. But it's you definitely notice, well, if you just stream every day on YouTube, you won't make a big following, even if the content is alright. I'm wondering if the dwarf is making Gandalf uncomfortable. Maybe. It's definitely possible. So, going back to all of this here. So this was dialogue option 1 we got. We forgot what he already told us. We can maybe go through it one more time.
What's Agandaur after? There are no mighty kingdoms to be found on this side of the Misty Mountains. What's Sauron afraid of here?
Sauron seeks dominion over all of Middle-earth.
I remember now.
His desire is to order all things as he sees fit. Even were these lands empty from here to the sea, still he would seek to control them.
Yeah, I think that's
power
true.
in Rivendell that could stand against him when all others fall, for a time. And this is something Sauron cannot allow.
The Shire is in
I came
danger.
all the way from the Lonely Mountain to help guard the Shire. Should I abandon what I set out to do?
You fulfilled your oath and protected the Shire when you were needed there, my good dwarf. Now you're needed more urgently elsewhere. With the flight of the ring in this direction, the enemy is looking this way and has forgotten the Shire for now. For now. But eventually his eye will turn once again toward the Shire, as humble as it is. Hobbits as miserable slaves would please him far more than hobbits happy and free. And there is such a thing as malice and revenge. Sauron will leave the final devastation of the Shire to his servant Agandaur. And that is yet another reason why you must find him and put an end to his designs. In opposing Agandaur, you are defending the Shire.
Wise words by our friend Gandalf here. What is interesting in this, yeah, it's a lot of passages from the book and so on, so well done.
We had one of the great eagles lend us a hand, claw, at Fornost. Right handy he was too. I was thinking he might help us get rid of the ring.
I don't fault you for thinking along those lines. Why not beg a ride from an eagle, fly far out to the west, and drop the ring into the deepest part of the sea? Such ideas were debated at Elrond's council. But there are many things in the deep waters, and seas and lands may change. We cannot think of our time alone. We must destroy this thing forever.
That's funny. Then fly to Mount Doom.
A hobbit wouldn't be a burden to an eagle. Send him straight to Mount Doom and problem solved.
Indeed. So simple as that. You think so mighty a creature as one of the great eagles could simply waft into Mordor and escape the eye that never sleeps? No. Not all the eagles of the Misty Mountains could stand against Sauron and the full power of his ringwraiths. It would be folly. Nor, for that matter, do the great eagles take orders from us.
Yes, sorry. I was just thinking about poor Frodo is all. And wishing there was some way he could be spared a trip into the very heart of the enemy's Black Realm.
You have a good heart, and I wish it could be so. We debated many such notions. I had even given thought to dragons. There was a time when dragonfire could destroy a ring of power. But even if the mightiest of the dragons of old, and Calagon the Black, were alive today, his fire would not be enough to consume the One Ring, Sauron's ring. No, there is no other way. Frodo must go to Mount Doom, and you have a foe of your own you must contend with, Agendaur. And there is no telling what allies and powers he is gathering.
This orc lover, Agendaur. Do you know anything about him?
Though I know nothing of Agendaur himself, I have seen his kind at other times in distant lands. He is likely a black Númenorian, and a master of dark sorceries.
Well, that doesn't sound good. Just what we need, a sorcerer with a 5,000-year-old grudge against all free folk.
Who can say what promises Sauron has made to him? Perhaps even a ring of his own. At the very least, Agendaur expects to rule all of the North. He would be a cruel tyrant. The elves he will seek to utterly destroy. Hobbits, men, dwarves, any that survive, will be enslaved. And he will raise an iron kingdom in the North, in mockery of the ancient glory of Arnor. This is his dark dream. It must never come to pass.
When we first spoke, you said you recently passed through the Ettenmoors. Can you tell me anything more of them?
It is a rough and empty land, home to many trolls. I passed through with great haste, for I needed to reach Rivendell as quickly as I could.
You said there was no sign of trolls.
I saw neither trolls nor fresh signs of them, and that disturbs me more than encountering one. I doubt they've all packed up and left. Mindless brute creatures they may be, yet they can be used and driven to even greater wickedness by a strong enough hand. Agendaur could well be forming them into an army.
I wonder if this game will answer, do Balrogs have wings later? But I don't know, I can't remember.
Do you think he's mustering the trolls for an attack?
That is my fear. I would gladly be proven wrong, but my heart misgives me that somewhere in the Ettenmoors, you will find them gathering and being prepared for war. We must know. Such a force could be sent against Rivendell, perhaps in hopes of capturing the ring.
I'll get my friends and we'll head for the moors. If there's something to find, we'll find it.
I find it kind of funny that the why can't just the eagles do the work question is definitely up for debate. So my biggest question, chat, is we talked about Boromir. Is he also somewhere here? We have Glóin, we have Frodo, we have the elf woman that sells stuff, we have Bilbo, we have Arwen, we have Elrond, we have Gandalf, we have Aragorn. We have Legolas. Eladan Elro here. Not sure if there was Boromir as well.
Greetings to you, Farin. Many times in the past have I welcomed your kin to my home. The bond between our kindred has at times been shaken, yet it has never been broken. Always before, I have placed my trust in Durin's folk, and never have they betrayed it. You will always be welcome here in Imladris, my friend. Yet I am certain you did not come here merely to exchange pleasantries. That is not the Dwarven way. Do you have questions for me?
I like how he just says, yeah. Right, I like how is this written. I kind of like that because, you know, Elrond seems to know the dwarves. He has experience with them, how they behave, how they think, and in a very diplomatic way, he says the pleasant things. The trust in Durin's folk was never betrayed, and he praises the dwarves, which the dwarves of course like to hear. And then he says, but I know that it's not the dwarven way to exchange pleasantries, so let's come right to the point as the dwarves would do. The others often, you know, this is a bit different. Yeah, Liftella on the bridge, Arwen, we've talked to her already. But yeah, I like how this is written, like, he definitely knows how to talk to a dwarf, you know, and he offers him immediately, no, we don't have to now exchange pleasantries all day, let's just do it the dwarvish way, come right to the point, as you like. I find this really cool. I found this scroll.
I found this scroll at Fornost. I think maybe you should take a look at it.
A wise decision. This is writ in the black speech of Mordor, a language I will not utter here. It is intended to instruct the reader in the use of dark sorceries.
Well, maybe we should turn the tables on the enemy by making use of this scroll ourselves.
Have a care, warrior of Erebor. You tread on dangerous ground when you harbor such thoughts. This, like all works of the enemy, is altogether evil. Any who make use of this, even from a desire to do good, will only be corrupted by it. Surely the ring has taught us that much.
That's a good point here. Utter it, Elrond. But yeah, all the, like, in Morgoth's Ring, History of Middle-earth, book number 10, there's a text published from Tolkien, and in it basically says that it's about that Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, who was also more powerful than Sauron for sure, for a long time at least, that he spread his power, like it was focused in himself, and he spread it into the world and damaged the world by doing so. So the world became his ring. The book is called Morgoth's Ring, and while Sauron has a little ring he made, Morgoth made the complete world, the planet itself, his one ring, so to say. And he can't be diminished. Morgoth will always be there, even though his physical form was bent into the void. His power is still on the world, and the world is damaged by it. It's not everywhere, like the oceans are pretty free from it. Also, Aman, the west continent, is pretty free from it because of the presence of the Vala, the powers of good. These high angels we mentioned earlier. And Middle-earth, though, a pretty damaged place, to be honest. And we can read that every dark sorcery spell Sauron uses is based on this power in the world of Morgoth itself. So when you use the dark sorceries, you kind of use this dark power that the first Dark Lord put into the world itself and damaged it with it. The Tolkien term is Arda is the name of the world, and he calls it Arda Mard. And later, when the world is recreated, then it's called Arda Healed. So it's so that's a very important point that he makes here, that the source you need to use to manifest these spells, to do these spells, to work these spells, is in itself so dark and evil that it might really corrupt you and bring you on a dark path. You could make the argument, well, if it's just knowledge, then, like, I don't know, maybe there were times where people would, if you would show him a smartphone or a flashlight, which I always struggle to say, they would also think it's sorcery, but it's technology. That's simply knowledge put together and well crafted together to make this work, or camera, whatever. And you could argue, well, this is nothing else. Why couldn't knowledge in itself be evil? Shouldn't it be evil what I do with a spell? But in Tolkien's world, I think that's a bit different, metaphysically speaking. I think there, the idea is that the world was damaged by an evil entity, spirit, will, an evil power, and that if you want to use these dark spells, these dark sorceries, you have to kind of use this dark power as a source, and this can in itself do damage, harm to you, and also bring you on a path that divides you from the forces of good, even if your intentions are good with it. Won't the world be destroyed at the end? Yeah, the world will be destroyed and built anew, and the dwarves believe that they help, when the world is built anew, that they help the Valar build the new world. It's kind of their afterlife or ultimate goal, belief that they have in their culture. Black speech.
What is the Black Speech?
A language devised by Sauron when he desired a single tongue to be spoken by all who serve him. He had small luck introducing it to the scattered tribes of orcs and trolls, but it is still used by his highest-ranking servants.
Also an interesting point. Sauron wanted all his servants to use Black speech, language he potentially devised, as he says. It's very likely that Morgoth had a similar idea, and there is a proto-Black speech that was the Black speech of Morgoth, and that he just refined it, reused it. We don't know exactly. And yeah, the orcs speak often their own language, like a mixture. There's an example where orcs don't understand each other, so have to speak Westron with each other as a secondary language, basically. And the orcs don't really like speaking Black speech. Interestingly, the Olokai, which are the trolls that can also walk around in the world by daylight, so a special breed of trolls, different from the other trolls, though. The Olokai are very, very Black speech focused in their communication, so they are very good Black speech speakers. That's the language they speak, if I remember correctly. I don't know the source for it anymore, but I remember reading that while making a video ages ago. But yeah, of course, the highest ranking servants also speak Black speech. What should I do with it? Oh yeah, orcs were using spells at Fornost.
We faced orcs at Fornost who used spells against us.
Then it seems this has already been put to use. That is grim news. The Dark Lord is a master of necromancy and other foul sorceries. He has taught these abominations to men in the past, but never, to my knowledge, to orcs.
I don't like the sound of that word. Necromancy. What is it?
Necromancy is the darkest form of sorcery. It deals with raising the dead.
Sauron can do that?
The Dark Lord has this power?
He does indeed. It was for this reason he was known as the Necromancer when he still dwelt in the fortress of Dol Guldur in Mirkwood. At that time we did not know this was Sauron returned, but we knew there was a great evil there. Have you not experienced this power firsthand in your journey through the Borrow Downs? It was Sauron's chief servant, the Witch King, who summoned the Borrow Wights to infest those tombs.
Never mind. Yeah, I assume he had a proto-speech. Like, of course, the Ainur have their own language. Valarin, I think it's called. And the Elvish language might be distantly related to that language as well. At least, no, not everything, but they have definitely words that they, later when they lived in Aman, they took over from Valarin, I think. I think the language developed on its own. So it's not... There are some related words. It's very complicated. A lot of extra syllables and stuff. And Melkor / Morgoth was once a Valar himself, so he might have spoken that as well. For example, there is the circle in Aman called Mahanaxar, and in Valarin, I'm not sure what it's called. No, I can't find it. We have the original word. Machanaz is authority, interestingly. Ah, here's the Valarin. Okay, it's just Machanaskat. No, it's Machananans. Machananaskat. Machananaskat. Not sure where the thing is. Where the, what's it called, the stress is in this word. There aren't that many Valarin words we know, actually. But Mahanaxa would be one of the... That makes the words very long and hard to read. But that's kind of intentional, I think. No, that's definitely intentional by Tolkien. Yeah, why do the dead serve him?
I was told that many of the men buried in those tombs were the Dunedain. How is it that Sauron can make them forget their past loyalties?
These shades are not truly the dead returned to life. Not even Sauron has that power. It is accomplished through the summoning of malignant spirits to inhabit the remains of the dead. It is a mockery of life, and the foulest form of desecration.
That's pretty cool that they explain it this way. Like that I really like. That's very metaphysical in Tolkien's world. But you could think he raises those who have fallen or the dead. But that's not what he does. He summons some spirit that serve him, and those infest bodies and so on as spirits. And this is kind of how the Barrow Wights work. They are spirits possessing these ancient corpses, but he does not have the power to bring corpses back from the spirits back from the dead who already went into the halls of Mandos or further. Halls of Mandos are the place where the dead souls, so to say, go. And Sauron does not have the power to, and does not have any power over it. What he can do, though, is use some interesting trickery. Not the real Elrond, he doesn't roll the R's, yeah, that's true. I don't mind that, to be honest. Like, the R rolling is also, for a lot of people, annoying. It's so many comments that are annoyed by my R rolling all the time. It's not my fault that Tolkien wrote down that his R is trilled. But, yeah. For some people, it's an unpleasant sound. I like it by now a lot. I try to roll very short. Even though I have a, by nature, very strong trill, it seems. Like Elrond. Instead of... And then I usually try to roll it shorter. Elrond. Like, it's almost more like a tap instead of a full trill. But whatever. What should we do with this?
We faced orc.
Then it seems this has already been put to use. That is grim news. The Dark Lord is a master of necromancy and other foul sorceries. He has taught the...
Good thing we captured this, then. What will you do with it?
I will destroy this scroll, at the very least. But wait, here I discover more. Listen to what is written herein. Scribed by the hand of Agandaur, disciple of the great Lord Sauron, for the empowerment of his servant Wulfrun and those others of his faithful who prove worthy. I will speak no more of these blasphemies, but it does say that this scroll is one of 7 such works.
Interesting that he calls it blasphemy. Can't he make more?
Why do you use the word blasphemy for this?
Sauron proclaims himself a god. He will not rest until all who live upon Middle-earth acknowledge him as such. He teaches these sorceries to his minions, intending that they will serve as priests in his cult, cowing others with their power.
Seems like Agandaur could have written a whole lot more than just 7.
Perhaps, but creating something of this nature is not a matter of simple scribing. Considerable preparation and effort is involved. We have reason to hope there are no more than 7.
So there are 6 more of these accursed things. Maybe we can find them all.
That would be a great service to our cause. Should you recover them all, bring them to me, and I will ensure they are destroyed.
Why bring them back? I can burn up any I find the moment I get my hands on them.
You will find that works of this sort are not so easily destroyed. There are strong wards placed upon them that protect them from mundane harm. But I have the necessary skill to remove these wards. Should you gather the remaining scrolls, bring them to me. I will
good
see
explanation.
them destroyed.
You can count on that.
In the meantime, please accept this in appreciation for bringing this matter to my attention. Perhaps it will be of service to you in your travels.
Thank you, Master Elrond. I'll be about my business.
What did we get? Ah, we can choose a new quest, capture Agandaur's Scrolls of Sorcery.
Greetings, my friend. What can I help you with?
Is there anything more you can tell me about this mission to the Ettenmoors?
Only that the Ettenmoors are a dangerous place at the best of times. The danger will be that much greater if the orcs and trolls are being organized by an outside force. You and your friends will need to have your wits about you.
Who could raise such a muster?
Agandaur would be my first guess, but it could also be a strong orc chieftain, or perhaps an unusually cunning troll. At worst, one or more of the Nazgul may have made their way there, if any of their mounts survived the flood we unleashed upon them.
Whatever may be happening there, you will know of it. Farewell, Master Elrond.
Greetings, my
I found this book hidden away in the ruins of Fornost. It looks to be quite old.
This seems to be a work by the men of Arthedain. It may well have been written before the destruction of Fornost.
When was that?
Seems like that ruin has been abandoned for quite some time.
It is more than 1,000 years since the Witch King of Angmar conquered Fornost and brought about the end of the Dunedain kingdom of Arthedain. What a grim day it was.
It's kind of interesting that we recently talked about Cardolan, and the other lawmaster in our group, the elf, said 300 years. He now more correctly says 1,000 years. It's actually 1,300 or so, but it's, I guess, more than 1,000 years. More than 1,000 years since the Witch King of Angmar conquered Fornost and brought about the end of the Dunedain kingdom of Arthedain. What a grim day it was.
But according to the rangers at the Sarn Ford, the line of their kings did not end.
It is true Isildur's line has remained unbroken, but without a kingdom to rule, they have not claimed the title of king and have been known simply as chieftains of the Dunedain. It is our friend Aragorn who currently bears that title, although he will be the last to do so. Either he will become a king, or Isildur's line will come to an end with him.
And Aragorn who currently bears that title, although he will be the last to do so. Either he will become king or Isildur's line will come to an end with him. I think that's a good point that they make, because that's very important to understand in our book Aragorn. That's why his mission is so important to him. How does Morgoth's ring break? It can't be broken. The world itself must be undone by God himself, by Eru Ilúvatar, and then must be rebuilt from new. I mean, in theory, I guess it would be possible for Eru, because he's almighty, to kind of repair the world, but that's not part of the plan. The plan is to make the world new. It kind of aligns a bit with the beliefs of Christianity, which Tolkien was part of, so...
So you think this book is a record from those days? You could be right, for we found it in a chamber that had been long sealed. Can you make out any of the writing?
Indeed. It seems to be a personal journal. And here is a name inscribed. M-A-L.
Malbeth.
Why, this appears to be a work of Malbeth, the seer of Arthedain.
Malbeth the Seer is definitely a character in the books.
Tell me about this realm of Arthedain.
Arthedain was the last fragment of the great northern kingdom of Arnor. The heirs of Isildur ruled as kings of Arthedain until it too was destroyed by the enemy.
You could be right, for we found it in a
Indeed. It seems to be a personal journal. And here is a name inscribed. M-A-L. Why, this appears to be a work of Malbeth, the seer of Arthedain.
Malbeth? Never heard of him.
Many of the Dunedain race are gifted with foresight, but none more than Malbeth. He predicted the final destruction of the kingdom of Arthedain, which befell exactly as he had foretold. I will examine this work carefully. Who knows what other visions are here recorded? It may be that we will find something of value to us in this time of trouble. You did well in bringing this to me. Take this in way of thanks.
Happy to have been of service. Thanks and goodbye.
Another choice of another reward from Elrond. We talk to Elrond all day.
Thank you, Master.
Okay, chat. That was cool. I really am positively surprised by I forgot about this section. Like I know there was like remember that you could ask about. You could ask about the eagles and stuff in the past. I remember that this question could be asked. That I still had in mind. But all the other stuff I pretty much have forgotten. So I'm really positively surprised now how much good stuff is in here. Well, it explained, going very far beyond often what many people can learn, especially if they only know the films. But even that. But if you're a book fan and so on, this is pretty decent with some inaccuracies here and there. But for the most part, even the metaphysical stuff is relatively good. So the people or the lead writer and his team definitely had a really good understanding of what was going on in the books and so on. So very impressive, to be honest. The only person I have not seen yet is Boromir, but I have no clue where he might be. I have not seen him. We have seen Bilbo, we have seen... What was her name, chat?
Those who venture into the wild.
Laure. You need to restart the game again. Quenya Aure means day. That is our day. It has two dots at the end that, and an E at the end that seems more like a Quenya form, so it's Aure. Elaure would be then Star Day. Or it's something different. E. Not sure if it could be something like sea heat. I think it's Star Day. Or Starry Day. Starful Day, something like that.
Must be well prepared.
I'd best be on my way.
Oh, hello again. Don't mind me. Speaking with you got me dreaming of the old days. Dwarves, elves, and men fighting against orcs and gob.
I'd best be...
So maybe we could talk to him about other means. We need to sell some of our stuff. We're pretty full here. We have some of these elfstone stuff here. We have also some rewards. 2 Swords of Elrond. We have a gold scepter.
How can I assist you?
I should be...
We sell them really quick. We have so much cash with us.
Those who venture into the wild must be well prepared.
I hear something went wrong with the positioning of the characters in this dialogue. So we can sell this. Smoking is not healthy, so get rid of that. Keep 2 of those dead. I think the game just saved, which is good. Because I need to restart the game really quick.
Those who venture into the wild.
I need to get rid of some of the stuff here with just too much stuff. Quite a lot of weapons usually. Shipwright's greatsword. That sounds good. The battered murderous mallet. That's a good name. Worse than what we currently have, so we can also sell that. Here's a little circle at the bottom, so this means we have saved. That means you will lose any unsaved progress you have made. You sure want to quit? Yes. Need to restart the game really quick, you know the drill. So yeah, pretty it's really a nice game. I really always relatively like it holds up for its age, and it's such a cool game. Yeah, lots of cool lore in the game. If you like Lord of the Rings lore, you might enjoy this here quite a bit. So I want to actually end, but maybe we look into the next section for a brief moment. Yeah, let's do that. I still need a short break though. Question is, where is the break screen? Here somewhere. Oh, I have to now switch the video to the English one again. No idea where we were, chat. Okay, we take that. Be right back, chat. I'll run through some ads in the meantime. We don't miss anything. Be right back. This is actually a very cool thing to do. Wow, I did not know that this could happen. That's pretty cool. I hope that I find the correct path out, because this area is so confusing. Yeah, that happened there. But no problem. Should have killed the 4 king directly. The other enemies are below the surface, but they are of course not fitting. Yeah, that is a death at some... Let's clip it, because it's funny. So, if this pendle is up there, I wanna go for the middle platform. Okay, no problem. I think we made it. Yes, we made it. Whew. You have iframes while doing that. This is how it looks. Let me just check chat. Got it. That is Magic Pixel. I hear... Ah. Oh, stop it. Kidding me. Okay. A detail I did not expect at all. Like, suddenly it becomes bigger? Okay. That I did not expect. I thought, ha, I got it. Wait a moment. Something's wrong. Not sure where the dynamite is. Wow, did you see that? That was kind of funny. Wait, I have something for you. You forgot your dynamite. Oh, I ignited it. I assume this only happens with certain and with very slow attacks. Hello, Mr. Red. Do you know the way out? He's very excited to see us. Look how happy he is. Destroy Mr. Dog. Okay, I think we have to tranquilize Mr. Mushroom Child here. I have the fitting music for this. Sleep well, Mushroom Child. Oops. I hope that didn't wake him. American accent? I'm not sure. Because in school we learned the British English. Yeah. Just end every sentence with a yeah. Yeah. So... Oh, that is very nice. Maximum speed. That's maybe the best way to get momentum in this game. Like, that was almost warp 5, I think. No. Well, what can I say? Bloop. Let me try it a few more times. Got it. Okay, what's in here? At least they made sure that I can't progress here. Okay, we avoided one attack of this guy here. Good, good, good. You can see how powerful regeneration in this situation. We would have won. We would have... It would have ended at this point. Oh no. I'm speechless. It does not... Uh-oh. Where did... I hope he does not throw us through the wall. He does not. Oh, he's falling down. That's funny. Oh no! I'm trapped here. Can somebody clip this? What could I do? Nothing I could do, but yeah. I would say hang in there, but he has no choice, I guess. Did you see this? The T-posing? It was kind of funny. Turning around like that was also a bit scary. That is the most funny thing I have seen in this game. Yes. That is absolutely fantastic.
Fight.
Dark chocolate probably was not worth it. But she guarded the chocolate with her life, it seems. Really like chocolate. I'm just confused. It seems like people living here. She's living in the wall.
Take care, Blue Moon. Now that that's over, you okay?
I knew you'd come through.
See? She vanished. I wasn't wrong. She just disappeared. So now we can move to the Baron and save Randy really fast. But from... Wow. He spooked me out there for a moment. Like, I thought, what was this being coming up this here? Try this. Oh, that was close. What was that? Did you just see this? Clip it. New to it. Not cool. Looks pretty cool, the train, I have to admit, though. It's kind of fun. Could do this all day. Pecans and pottery should not block my path. I'm a mighty warrior. Ah, I'm not dead yet, but really close here. Could also use killer with my fancy ability here. Brute force there at the end.
Blows. The road be kind to you, friend.
That dash was not intended. But this way we could see how the car hit from very close range. Sorry for that. What was this? Did you see this? I got knocked back by nothing. Did you see this? Yeah, we are relatively safe for the moment being. And something just hit me there. Can we see this again? And something just hit me there.
This shit up at the Crystal fucking Palace. Quality don't come cheap, Chum. Yeah, alright, preem. Okay, confirmed. Appreciate you rounding up.
Okay. Wow. He did not want to talk with me. He just said, no, I'm phasing out of existence in front of your eyes. Okay. Well. Wow. Have to do something safer here. Awesome. I take that. Yes! GG, my friend. The timing when you have to press jump and open the portals, especially this year, is difficult. Oh, no way that I did not hit the ball. That was the last one.
Stop the US forces from conquering every sector.
Oh, boy. Oh, no. I didn't notice this guy. Oh, he's almost down. Go to C then, because the other tank is going to E. Why is he... Have to be killing me.
You just squished a car.
I mean, sorry, I'm really sorry, but how can you be so slow? I'm a tank. I'm the slowest vehicle here, and you're still here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. We started chat new. Now can I use my PC again? That's awesome. I don't know why that's... I don't know. This must be something to do with the combination of this game and Chromium-based browsers and the chat. It's such a weird interaction. I don't know. And welcome, the Amazing Bad Boy. Nice to see you. Yes, we are still going, kind of. Not sure how long I go, though. Not that long anymore. I hope you can hear me and that the break, the ad stuff is already over. In case you have seen any of that. And yeah, it's pretty still surprising. And no, we are not through done with the game yet. What we basically did with rings, not rings, wrong universe. A lot of rings. The war in the north is we just ran to Rivendell and we talked to everyone and we discussed every line of dialogue for like an hour. So I think we are now talk to everybody, except you could tell me where if we can find Boromir. I'm not sure if Boromir is a character you can speak to. It would be weird that you can talk to pretty much everybody except the hobbits, except Sam, Merry, and Pippin. But not Boromir, even though you can even ask about him. Like when you talk to Aragorn. But it was pretty cool. Like there was so much cool lore stuff in it. It's such a pretty well done in my opinion. So I hope the sound and everything is back online. You can hear me, right? In-game sound should be there as well. We talked to Arwen. We talked to Legolas. We talked to Bilbo. We talked to Glóin. We talked to Frodo. We talked to Elaure, I think is her name. We talked to Frodo, to Glóin, to Gimli. We talked to Eladan and Elrohir. We talked. With the Smiths we have also had a conversation. We talked to Gandalf. We talked to Elrond. We talked to Aragorn. More people I did not find here. This stair is so funny. It's too steep for the gravity. Look at this. No, that's not what I mean. You walk a little bit when you go downstairs, you fly a bit, you know what I mean? It goes down too steep. There's too much momentum there. I did not see Boromir here. That's kind of strange that you can talk about him, but you don't see him. But it's such, yeah, this is such a cool section if you're really into Lord of the Rings lore. That's really, really cool. And we talked also a bit about YouTube stuff. We have Narsil here.
Ah, Farin, I am glad you are here. I feel I must apologize. I instructed Halbarad to keep a careful eye upon you, fearing you were...
Oh, there's no need to apologize. After seeing firsthand what you Rangers have to contend with, I think you're right to be suspicious.
Perhaps. But we should also remember there are others in the world who are willing to serve.
I'd best be on my way.
No, we talked already to Aragorn, so... Interesting, we have both options here. And there's a weird reflection on this painting. Talk to Gandalfr. Okay, so we leave, I would say, for now. We have some side story stuff. Which is completely unrelated. We have the Edmures, Starenford, Barrow Downs. Oh, look. Barrow of Amon Gorthat. I have 2 bonus missions here, interestingly. You can also travel, toggle description. You can have a description, you can zoom out, and then you see all these places here on the map. Mordor, and you can read about them. You can read about Erebor, like you can have the legend, objective, cursor, travel point, point of interest, and you can, no, this is zooming, a description, that is what you need. You can zoom and then you have like a description for Erebor. The only thing I don't understand is how you scroll down. Now it works. You manage to get to the thing here without, you can actually zoom down. But yeah, everything, Moria, Karadhras, Mount Gundabad, so much cool stuff here in the game. Like, they really must have had a blast making this. But let me have to refresh here my browser. Not sure if you may be actually writing already to me and I can't read what you're telling me. Because, let me just see, test. Okay. Not sure if Amazing Bad Boy is still there. But I just want to point it out how cool that is. Lorien Challenge Mission. I'm not sure what the Lorien and Osgiliath. Let's go to Osgiliath, dude. Different waves here.
Beware, goblins!
Oh look, we can go here.
You face the power of the Eldar!
We face the power of the Eldar. Yeah, let's face a bit of power of Eldar. Creatures, yeah, very powerful.
I'll have to wait.
You cannot endure this light.
So I guess you finally got to talk White Skull. Yes, we finally did that. I'm sure if you heard it, and just kind of try to recap a little bit more how you slice down the stairs. It's kind of funny. Can I get to these two guys? Where do I talked about quite a lot of lore. Like every line in this game we kind of turned around 3 times. Excuse me. I just jumped back in. I can see you've reached Rivendell. Yeah, the Rivendell section was really cool. Like, there was so much cool lore stuff in it. And we discussed basically every... we basically discussed every line of every character dialogue and had a discussion about also how YouTube currently is in a weird spot. And seems to like really hate my guts quite a bit. It's very frustrating to do YouTube currently because of how weird everything is. I'm about to lose this here. Oh gosh, this is dangerous.
They attack from all sides. Drive them back. Take refuge here. I will shield us from their arrows and bolts.
Was close.
sorceries.
And he looks. This attack is really cool. To be honest, this attack is just completely broken, isn't it? Wrong button. That's our range people can maybe take out these annoying sorcerers. How many of these annoying sorcerers are there? The answer seems to be yes. Good that you don't have to aim really precisely. But yeah, we discussed everything. It was well a good time, I think. Boss wave. Oh god. Our friend just got shaken. Your party? Okay, we need some extra mana here. Careful here. What is he doing to my sorcerer? It was brutal. Ouch. we have a technical problem. Something of my is broken. My shield is broken. Holy moly. No, it's not fully broken, it's close to being broken. Oh, let's take an elf shield or something. Chest has been replenished. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, Rivendell really was cool, I have to admit. This ability is so good. We have a bit of life steal, which is kind of cool. So we often heal ourselves. We hit hard and we heal a lot. Who do you think you are? He's from Sparta or something? Excuse me. Let's finish you off here real quick. Run, my friends. It's kind of interesting. How many waves are there?
I can know it's orcs attack.
Aid me!
Huh? Aid me? Define aid me. I don't know what is there to aid. I would like to take kind of fire up there. Kicking me. Stop blocking. You want it. Blocking is unfair. roulette career. I forgot about that. Question is, where are the others? I think there's still a chest somewhere up there. Here, another chest. And yeah, I think chat, you did not expect that I would start fighting, or did you see extra some gameplay yet today again? A full everything, that's good. Wave complete. Okay, his head is missing. Wave 8. I'm curious how many waves there are.
Needs more time.
He is tanky as hell. This is agility good that I feel that it's so good. Need some way of Unlock. Unlock. I was eating so much here. Where are my comrades? Just curious. Haven't seen those in a while. Equipment, our X is breaking. 15. That's a problem, to be honest. Like, this X is crucial to our abilities. We have a hand, we have a sword. Where are my party members? Just I don't see them anymore. I need to work.
There are still foes to defeat.
For real. Dude needs to go.
Back on your feet, laddie. We need your help.
Many thanks. I'll get back to it.
Okay, so I think we're back into business. What? This wave was so tough. Yeah, that was close. If I would have died there in this corner, we might have gotten a problem there. What is going on? What was this explosion? I mean, these explosive dudes are kind of helping. Complete. That was the explosion dudes were tough.
He summons reinforcements.
We'll need to work together to overcome these odds.
That's a tough wave, chat. The problem is I need my other weapon. Wait, don't we have inventory stuff? Speaking of inventory stuff, that wise, do we have level ups or something? Movement, stamina, dex. We need one more on dex and we can use the other crossbow. I forgot about that. But that's a really tough thing. We have one. Wait a moment. We have one more point. Requires a sword. Okay, we need this, chat. We need this. Whipping attack seems to be really strong. But why don't I have? So what does it do? More info. 5 strengths, improve power regeneration. Yeah, that's what we need right now.
Hurry before death claims her. Not possible.
Oh, it's just too many. These dudes are really dangerous.
Sorry to put you to that bother, my friend.
We should fight not where these dudes are, I think.
I need your aid.
Yeah, I kind of understand that problem, but 19.
Rescue our friend, quickly!
Andriel's falling. I would like to rescue her, but we need to fight. We need to get rid of these dudes here.
Can't do that.
But every time I have to do this,
haven't the power!
I think we we have no choice there. We need to switch back to our trusted battle axe with 15 stuff. Or maybe I have to switch to this thing. I simply need a different weapon to utilize my stuff here. Bam! That's too much.
That was too close for comfort. You have my thanks.
Okay. Prepare! Not this good. Do I have enough for... Nope, I don't have enough. Oh, we slowly regenerate. This is good, and I don't need to eat 5,000 of the mana drinks here. Power is too low, dude. That was not the sentence I wished to hear. Like that. We need to kind of face them here. I have the power. Look to the inventory, we need to swap weapons. The problem is I don't have the damage currently. Okay, my power is consistently off here. Oh, that was expensive. Where's our elf friend here?
Don't leave us just yet, Lord Master. We'll see you.
Okay, we need to switch. I really need to go back to our trust deck.
Many thanks. Let's get back to it.
Nearly done for.
I am close to death.
That was a tough rave. Holy moly, was that tough. How much does my X have? 14. Well, we might have enough. Now for Wrath, now for Ruin, and Red Nightfall. Point of interest? Oh, that's the good, right? We need to fight here because otherwise we don't have enough power. I need this here maybe. We really need
I thought elves were meant to have long lives.
Embereth, that was a close call.
Rescue our friend, quickly!
swinging your sword like crazy.
Can't do that yet.
Oh god, you both are down. Are you kidding me? I did not expect that this would be so hard. It's a really hard mission, to be honest.
Got it. Carefully, lad. You rangers are stout.
I'm in your debt.
Not enough power. I need healing. Quickly, before death claims him.
Holy moly. My mates here are a bit too useless. I think this is something you'd have to do with friends. Everybody is kind of well equipped. I only have 2 healing things left. Problem is, I need my friends here. They can't stay alive. And out here it's so dangerous. Like 20 of those heal flasks, but I'm completely...
Come on, Ranger. There are still foes to defeat.
Sorry to put you to that bother, my friend.
Much appreciated, friend.
I haven't the power.
That was too close for comfort. You have my thanks.
Oh no, dude. Oh my god.
I am close to death.
Rescue our friend!
I can only have the healing power anymore.
Don't leave us just yet, Lord Master. We have need of you.
That was a close call.
I need to kite now a lot. I did not expect that we would. That the early waves were no problems, but these later waves here are no joke.
You should be less reckless with your life.
Elbereth, that was a close call.
It won't last much longer.
For real.
I'll get.
To my side!
Nicht mein Ernst, Alter.
I need your aid.
That is so unfortunate shit. You came so far. Just one stupid dude.
Back on your feet. We have an enemy to face.
Oh, man, ey, that was so unfair. That was unfair. I did not expect that. Not sure which things here we start from wave 1. Oh, come on, that's so stupid. Like, I just... that was... Oh man, that is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate, chat. That's frustrating as hell. I'm clearly not prepared for this here. To fight with a weaker weapon, so I have my stronger weapon later. This menuing there sometimes is so annoying. We had a level up and I didn't have skill points? Oh, that is so unfair, chat. We did so much fighting. I did so many things right, and then I got punished just for not being aware one time. I've wasted too many healing potions at one point because I pressed the wrong button. Oh, that is so annoying, chat. Not sure if I want to do this part again. Just want to try out, you know, what it is. Kind of like the idea of waves, but the last waves were just really tough to deal with. Where on earth are the enemies? Maybe stuck here, I can't get up. So, if I would have known that, I would have played differently.
Dwarf is upon you!
Oh, that's that. Oh, annoying.
Their archers have the high ground.
Just take you all!
Range combat is not my strength, yeah. I really need to switch to a better.
That one's carrying blasting powder.
Morgoth's approach! them back!
We should definitely loot all the chests as well.
This goblin has mastered dark sorceries.
Not possible.
Death take you all!
They'll have to wait.
Fortunately, the enemies only drop bolts. And the boss wave.
Be careful!
We'll need to work together to overcome these odds.
Not yet. I'll have to wait.
That was really powerful, actually. So many. Okay, he jumped. What?
No enemy missiles can pierce this shield.
We strike as one.
32. I think we get up to 40, right? Now come the tougher waves. Just have been replenished.
You face the power of the Eldar.
Can't do that.
Okay, wave completed. Let's get the bread here. Some bolts in, and especially we need these rings. It's a really cool game. I really need to level up though. Getting a finisher off is really important. It worked much better this time. Okay, next wave chat. This time we have like a lot. We have 30 heal pots and stuff. It will be a lot better. Now I know what's kind of coming, I think. Here, this is now tough. We need to switch to our... This time we have the weapon. It's no full. This time also that we need one stat here. Give me more. I need some dex, seriously. Confirm. And then we need skill. I need the sword skill, I think, as well. I mean, it would be great to just make it more powerful, but I think... We say health, passive health regeneration, also maybe powerful. I didn't press the button. Do it. Now I can use a sword and an axe if both weapons.
That was too close for comfort. You have my thanks.
I told you to that bottle, my friend.
Instead of... There's another dude. Oh, what's going on in chat? I never got to beat this game. I was almost there when Xbox changed, so that I can't play any of the games anymore, even though I own the disc. I guess you need an app or something for the runout. I don't know. That really sounds annoying though, but I'm surprised. just wish there would be a button to call for my... Where's our friend?
He summons reinforcements.
We'll need to work together to overcome these
And
odds.
what we need is to bring...
me. Help me.
Oh, that's my teammate.
Needs our aid. Keep me.
Did not fall over. What an... Oh, come on. The like stun locking attacks. And then our start at... Oh, come on, people. Why is there so much bullshit? What is going on in chat, dude?
Beware, goblins!
The timeout is when you... Oh, dude, please. I'm just so focused on the game. Like, sorry. It's not your fault. It's your message. The message you wrote was this one here. You see this? And you missed a dot. You know, there is... Then will. And for whatever reason, all the bots on the internet are too stupid to understand that them.will, you missed a space there. That this is not a link. The bot thinks you posted a link because it sees them.will as URL, even though it's nonsense. It's not your fault. Oh god, Alter. I played this so well and then I got banned. This is not well designed, to be honest. Like, the enemy should not be able to stun lock you like this. Oh, come on. I don't want to fight the boring stuff again. I played this so well, chat. That is unfair. That is so unfair. That's so frustratingly unfair. That is really the definition of unfairness. Dude. I just couldn't roll. I was just randomly surrounded by them and they just did all their weird combo. That was so unfortunate. Yeah, I know. It's not your fault. Like, the problem is I don't want people to be able to post links here in chat. So I have to take what I get. The problem is often the bot thinks if you miss a space, it's always a problem on YouTube. And on Twitch, I guess, as well. It happens just automatically. It's just a bot that automatically checks No, I mean, don't worry too much about it. Sorry, your message got deleted there. I have to do all this again. Oh, come on. We were so far in the waves. I did it so well. Chat, that's unfair. That is so unfair. My biggest problem is, like, can somebody tell me how I summon my, like, I Google this now because it annoys me as, like, in this circumstance it would be very important if I could tell my teammates Let me look this up, chat. We want to know how I can summon them. Next quest I was going after the dragon. Oh, that was pretty far at the end, right? Fall back, defend your position, attack. This is a ring. Okay.
Here, warm up by me.
I will aid you.
Possible.
Yeah, that's a dragon. Yeah. Don't want to spoil too much here for those who don't know the game yet. But we also will have the dragon encounter. Oh man, we were so far, chat. It's so frustrating. So with the Z button, I tell these dudes to come more into my direction.
You face the power of the Eldar.
So unfortunate. We were so far in the waves. We were at wave 10 or something. I'm not sure how many waves there are, actually. That was really unfortunate that I got surrounded there. It's better to... I'm not sure when the wave with the dudes comes. This is wave 4. I think that's the explosive.
More goblins approach!
Okay, got that. Explosive dudes are always annoying. Where's our friend? Down here.
This goblin has mastered dark sorceries.
Here, warm up by me. I'll save you!
Here, my friends! Gather to his healing light!
Careful now next time that they don't surround these berserker dudes with the 2 swords are just really tough.
This will strike you down!
Chests are now all replenished.
Ready your arms. Orcs approach.
Now we have to be careful. We want to fight in these places here, simply because this mechanic, when you have like this streak here, it's easy to can get them one by one.
You cannot endure this life. This wave is relatively easy again. But then one of the upcoming over these is still alive. Wave complete.
I can know it's Orcs attack!
Worst thing was last time that I got surrounded. Like, these last waves are just so tough. You see, you get relatively far. Last time I really just spent out because I felt like I have so much mana, don't have to worry about anything. And then at the end I got kind of... Up, that's good. I feel like with the sword we could risk it because we have a full hammer. The hammer is not much stronger, but I'm not sure if I should be able to also perform the swing with the sword. I think we go with this here, chat. We now switch to the, for the last battles here, we switch to the axe. And to the shield. Hello. Wave completed.
Here, warm up by me. I'll save you. Orcs.
Oh, God. Sometimes it's tough, chat. Bet with our friend. Okay, they don't want to retreat with me. Hopes and now right, it's breaking.
He summons reinforcements.
Form up by me. We'll need to work together to overcome these odds.
Need help. I've noticed that. Weird angle. Where is our friend? I'm not sure how to attack him, like his spear there, I think it protects him from being shot. Let's hope they come here in my direction, chat. This now works a lot better than in the past. We must make that this guy here comes down like this, then... Oh yeah.
Here, form up by me. I'll save you. I'll save you.
These are frightful odds.
I'll save you.
now they come more one by one. Dude, this X ability is just so good. I think I should block him as soon as he gets how you counter him where to use. Other dude has to go.
I am sorely hurt.
The elf's fallen! Aid her!
That was too close. You had my thanks.
Were meant to have long lives.
I was sure I'd met my end.
Not possible.
Much better this time. There the other dudes, chat.
Let us stand and fight together!
Better, chat. Much, much better. Unfortunately, my X is down to 20. Did I spend the skill point? Yes. We spent 2 on this thing. It's really powerful. Like, this ability. Just so powerful. Here's how many waves there are. 20, 50, Balder, SSU. After not looking at chat for quite some time, was really cool. Not getting demolished.
Fear not, I will aid you.
What we need is to recover a little bit. Seems there's still more. We have a decent amount. We spend a lot of mana. We need a lot of mana for the AoE knockdown thing, which seems ridiculously strong.
No enemy missiles can pierce this shield.
by me! I'll save you!
We loot all the chests got replenished, so got like 4 health potions and 4 mana potions, which I want to get.
The ranger's down! Quickly, help him!
Nope. Chat here is still
I am
working.
close to death.
Yeah, that would not be the case if you could stay with me.
Here, form up by me. I'll save you.
What are those guys? What is this hammer gang behind me? APJ, good night. Sleep well. I'm done. Yeah, sleep well. PJ. Maybe we should not pull up.
Back on your feet, lass. We have an enemy to defeat.
Sorry to put you to that bother, my friend.
By me.
Fear not, I will aid you.
Thank you, my friend. I'm in your debt.
Can't do that yet.
Oh god. Otherworldly damage. We got one down, that's good, I think.
Easy, friend. I will help you.
Up by me.
Rescue our friend, quickly!
Oh god. It's not so good.
Back on your feet, laddie. We need your help.
You have to be kidding me. I did not revive him? Where's the woman? There she is. Didn't I see her? Oh, we need a really long round here. I try to get rid of this one single dude.
Don't leave us just yet, Lord Master.
What is the one? What was
We have
that?
need of you.
Oh God, Alter! What's this teleporting nonsense? Can they maybe wait here? Oh, they're wasting my time.
We strike as one.
Where on earth are they? I can't fight because I can't revive them. Dude, where are they? Why does it always take an hour to find them? And then when I start reviving them, I get teleported back at 5 meters. What is going on here, dude? With at least one dude less to care about. Oh.
Up with you! We need your help!
I don't understand these stupid characters. Can't they just wait here so I can revive them easier? Always it's annoying one dude here. He's so fast. Faster than the other dudes. Problem for me currently.
I thought elves were meant to have long
Blocks him.
lives. Aradan needs our aid. Warm up by me.
Possible that he needs our aid.
Can't do that yet.
Much appreciated, friend.
I need healing.
Yeah, I can believe that you need healing, but I need mana. That's not good.
I am close to death.
Rescue our friend, quickly!
Working on it. Difficult.
I'm nearly finished.
Because you never fight with me in these places.
Warm up by me. I'll save you!
Are both down? No. I think he's not down. This annoying crossbow dude.
Get up, friend. We still have need of you.
I'm sure I need my head. It's good to be wrong.
Warm up by me.
Fear not, I will aid you.
8 or not 8.
Can't do that yet.
I must have aid.
Andriel needs our aid.
Annoying bow dude. The most annoying thing. Where are they all the time? Like, it would be so great if they could just get to a place where it's not open to the fire of the bowmen all the time. Like, it costs me so many resources. Oh no! Okay! Dude, why? I don't, come on, dude. I don't want to do this all the time again. It's so annoying! Oh, come on! Only because these dudes are too stupid to follow me. Just stick with me. I always have to... Oh, this makes me so angry right now. I don't want to do this all again. Like, I did so much right in this fight, and then I get punished for, I don't know, just not being aware that 5 dudes are behind me. Holy shit, man, chat. What am I going to do there? I don't want to play this again. It really sucks the enjoyment of this game out of me because it's so unnecessarily difficult. Like, if I had at least human players, you know, it's 5,000 times easier. But this is not fun then. Now, I don't mind having a wave thing. I thought it's cool, but it's just simply too difficult. And it's so unfun that I have to start in the middle at the beginning, and I don't know how many waves there are. I don't know what enemies are coming and stuff. Like, come on, so much knowledge gap here. That is so annoying. Oh, chat, I don't want to do this again. Like, what is this? Come on. Only because these stupid 2 companions are always here in the open. Why not in the side corridors where we can't hit by the arrows all the time? Boy, is this annoying, chat. Oh, that makes me so angry. That makes me so angry. Now I hate giving up. I hate giving up. I hate it so much. But it would be the smartest thing to do and come later back when we are better equipped or something. Holy moly, is this annoying, chat. This is so annoying. I don't want to start again. I did everything so right. I just needed these 2 idiots. Just stay with me in the freaking corridor. I don't get these. I don't get this. It makes me so incredibly angry right now. Holy moly. I'm just always running around searching for these idiots. Like a marker or something would be good, a minimap, at least know where those dudes are all the time. Always have to run and keep looking for them. You know, then I get surprised like that by 5 dudes with still 15 health potions in my pocket. Like, oh boy, is this annoying. It makes me so angry right now. Like it... Oh, I need to end the stream, chat. That's another problem I have. I need really to end the... Dude, let me know. I really need to end the stream. It's late, but sorry. Stuff like this makes me so angry. It makes me so incredibly angry. Like, why? Of course, all the 3 dudes had to do the same attack. Had no chance, and they basically nuked me there. Oh man, chat. That's so frustrating, dude. That is so frustrating. Only because these stupid dudes are too stupid to just stick with me for a moment. Oh, chat. I hate everything so right now. The worst part is I know I can do it. You know, it is possible to do it. But I simply... Oh man. Just... Oh. That was such an unfortunate death again. So late into this. I don't know what enemies are there to come. And we have to come back later. I don't want to do this again. Like, it's such a waste of time. It's a little bit... It's a fun little challenge, but it's just ridiculously tough. Also like undead stuff. Purple one if I use. I'm so mad right now. I have no idea. Like, this was so frustrating. It took forever to get there. And the reason I died was simply because these idiots here are just consistently running away from me. I don't get this shit. Chat, I'm so mad. I have no idea. Like, this was so unnecessary.
be helped!
Full army here.
On your guard! There are yet more of them!
There are also so many weapons here that it feels like you need... The enemies are dead. That's one thing I find a bit clunky about this game. When the enemies are dead, they always block your movement in a weird way. I don't know why that is.
The dead are upon us!
You cannot endure this fight!
No. It just went missing. Holy moly. I assume we get here the whole race stuff. Like, I don't mind the horde mode, it's just frustrating when you die because your teammate kind of, you know, leave you alone all the time. Never come to a position where it's actually helpful that they are.
Sorry to put you to that bother, my friend.
Here, to me if you need healing.
Many thanks. Let's get back to it.
body blocking is so real in this game. Curious what the next wave would be boss here is.
Watch out for the troll!
It's again the troll. At this point it's relatively easy. And the waves beyond that you just go pretty much insane. Hide? That's annoying.
You cannot endure this fight.
One.
Here I'm not so sure if it's smarter to have a more powerful blow here. And we have that. We need dex that. Because then we can also get our far better crossbow in.
light!
Yeah, much better at this crossbow. Yeah. Was about time to upgrade the crossbow, I guess.
Spiders!
Can't do that yet.
No, this attack is insane, but it's also costly.
Take refuge here. I will shield us from their arrows and
I need help!
Far too many enemies.
The dwarf is down! Quickly, help him!
Might die here.
I need help.
Just like a dwarf to spend so much time on the ground.
That was too close for comfort. You have my back.
No enemy missiles compare to this shield.
Let us stand and fight together!
These are frightful odds.
Yeah, that's not much trouble.
I'll have to wait.
I need healing. I must have aid.
Power needs our aid! Sorry to put you through all that fuss, my friend.
I really have a problem with.
Double click! Sorry to put you to that bother, my friend.
Yeah, again, I think for these spiders it might be time to switch to the axe and the shield.
I see movement in the trees. I'll have to wait.
I am sorely hurt.
The elf's fallen! Aid her!
They're bringing reinforcements! Don't leave us just yet, Lord Master. We have need of you.
That was closer to death than I shall be.
Not yet.
This is tough.
I must have aid.
What was this? Okay, maybe we need the sword again.
Rescue our friend, quickly! Need more time!
Both are down. Big problem we have here. This is the most. What is this unfair attack, chat? How do I have? Can I cut the thing? Why is every phase so brutally unfair at times? Like, you need a lot more damage to kind of make this. The problem is we lost again all our levels that we found. That's so unfortunate in my opinion. Oh god, chat. That's frustrating. Could I? Does somebody know the game? Could I have cut the thread, whatever you call it, of this spider? It's a bit unfortunate. I want to end the stream and I hope we could make some progress. I just want to try it out, but it feels brutally unfair what's going on here in this section. Can you cut the thing? What can I do against the weird they pull me in mechanic? How stupid.
Nearly done for.
This will strike you down.
It was really frustrating, I have to admit. Like the last section was really frustrating. The other part, we got so far. We got to wave 12 or 15 or something like that. I don't know. And then these hammer dudes just came, and my teammates were just not. You need to deal with the small spiders quickly, then focus mainly the big ones, I think. Try to stay away from the web you will be pulled. I assume you want to ride, so let's stay away. I want to revive my teammates really quick. I didn't know about that. Just caught me by surprise. I promise I can't deal with the spiders. We have not enough damage to do this. All I want to do... I'm not sure if I keep my progress here. I hope.
I need healing.
Yeah, some more dudes. It takes to kill the small ones quickly. I don't even know yet to come.
More.
The elf's down. Quickly, help her.
I thought elves were meant to have long lives.
I was sure I'd met my end.
I don't know what's better, the hammer. Like in the other fight, the AoE thing was really strong.
Watch out for the troll!
A Lenian on the lever!
Something huge. What's that? Let's get all of these notices here.
This will strike you down!
We need still the level up.
Take much more!
Here, my friends! Gather to the healing light!
Rescue our friend, quickly!
Oh yeah, dead. Right.
You should be less reckless with your life.
I was sure I'd met my end. It's good to be wrong.
Sorry to put you to all that torment.
Do a lot of damage, these little things here. I can't believe that we still don't have enough experience points for the next level up. Nah, they're really tanky. I think we need far stronger.
Spiders!
Not yet. I'll have to wait.
Enter the sphere of light and be healed!
Holy moly. Damage from.
I'll do that.
Take cover within this sphere of light!
Still don't have a level up.
Nearly done for.
The dwarf is down! Quickly, help him!
Calm now, dwarf. They are still foes.
By my being, that was a close.
Yeah, we have to level up finally. Took quite some time, chat. Can I leave the area here and say, well, that's enough fighting already? Because, yeah, we need stats. We need the dexterity to 12. No way. When you don't spend all your points, you lose them? Come on, chat. That is a joke.
These are frightful odds.
If you don't spend all your points, you lose them, or are they assigned automatically? No, now they are back. Okay, I just wondered for a moment. Thought, okay, that would be really stupid.
I need healing.
I'll have to wait. Don't leave us just yet, Lord Master. We have need of you.
That was a close call.
Can't do that.
I need your aid.
Not possible. Needs more time.
Much appreciated.
Tough. Really tough. It's really tough. My sword is on 12.
I see movement in the trees.
Can't do that yet. Not possible.
Here, to me if you need healing.
Power's too low. They're bringing reinforcements.
won't last much longer.
Holy moly, this mechanic's so bullshit.
Come on, dwarf. There are still foes to defeat.
Thanks, my friend. I'm in your debt. I'll have to wait.
We are just out of here, chat. No way, dude.
Let's get back to it.
The game looks ahead of its time, yeah, for sure. That was insanely tough. But at least we keep our level this time.
I'm not doing anything wrong. Honest, I'm not.
Holy moly, chat. Did you see how much damage they did to us?
Welcome.
This mechanic is this mechanic with the pulling is so bullshit. It was costly, chat. That was really costly. At least we're now level 13, so we got a little bit of progress here, but holy moly, the damage of these beasts. That was terrifying, chat. Like, no idea. I think you need to be much stronger. Not sure if the enemies scale with you or something, so if you're maybe completely broken, things might work out better for you. Let's check the beginning of the Atmos at least. I was waste a lot of time here.
This is rough country, no mistake. But so far we've seen no sign of trouble.
But the moors stretch on for many leagues. It would be easy to miss something in these rugged crags and valleys.
Let us continue the search, but be wary. More than one ranger has been lost in these wild lands.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a co-op game, exactly. You can play this in co-op, which is pretty decent, I think.
Foul creatures!
Yeah, what are the creatures here in this region? Oh, here we have them.
Not yet.
Lake career.
A dwarf is upon you!
Do I have to do the finish on him? Holy moly, chat. Tough folk there. We made so little progress there, unfortunately. The terrain collision boxes is sometimes very strange. The game runs like shit currently. What do you think you're guarding here, dude? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give me your loot. Oh, we can gather some flowers for Arwen. Finally, we get also loot again. Arwen wants to brew Mirovor, I think it is. However it's pronounced or spelled.
What have we here?
More gold nuggets. I got a bit of loot here. This is the next section. We might continue next time because it's really late for me and just went far longer streaming wise than I anticipated. Not really. Recently I replayed it a little bit, but I'm bad. So if you expect high level gameplay, okay, we got a save here even. Good. Then I can't go with that, but it's also a fantastic game. Might also play it. Not sure how good the campaign is of Battle for Middle-earth. I've played it back in the day, but it feels like it was in another age, considering everything. Oh. Sometimes the waves are so easy, and sometimes, like in the other thing, it feels like it's not very well or perfectly balanced. It feels. Wait, I can't collect this here. It looked like a flower to collect for Arwen. Yeah, it's a great game. We will play it at some point. We'll finish this game and then we might slowly work our way up through the Lord of the Rings games again. Because some of them, like this one here, I haven't played in ages. Like in 2016, it was also quite some time ago. And when people asked, hey, do you want to play Battle for Middle-earth? And I said, well, yeah, but I know the game already, you know, I currently don't feel like it. But 2016 has been like 10 years, 2017, almost 10 years. And here we are now. Oh, I can't leave the area. I did not expect that, but of course it's a mission, right? So the waves. The waves are really tough. Like I got really far into the Osgiliath thing. Like I don't know what wave it was, but it felt like pretty far. But it's pretty frustrating. Unfortunately. Oh, that was so frustrating, chat. I was so sad there. Especially we didn't do any progress, you know. I didn't know how tough it was, like. This is like a lot of knowledge you need. I like that piece. I'll do those guys in the meantime.
Enter the sphere of light and be healed.
All your loot belongs to us. It's much easier here. All of a sudden. The Oselia's wave, I don't know, 12 or whatever, this guy appears. Now I found out how these double sword dudes are more easy. I have to spam, just simply to block. This game is a lot of spam the attack button.
You face the power of the Eldar.
How did he survive that? Do we have a new weapon? We definitely need like a better. We have Elaran's hand axe, which is currently really good. Who are you? Blocking. What is this? Oh, I don't like it. We need maybe a bit of mana here. What's going on with my teammates here? No. Oh. And this is actually really good. Here we go, there, throw. Ouch. Forged welded great Morgoth. He's angry. Our face pounding animation. Oh, that's our friend again. I would, if I were the orc, I would not be messing with this bird.
Greetings, my friends. I could scarce believe what I saw from above. But elf, dwarf, and man battling the enemy together, such things are not often seen. I knew it had to be you.
Balaram, it is good to see you. I never thought we would meet again so soon.
Nor did I. It does seem a strange coincidence, but a happy one, nonetheless.
Investigate. Any idea what's going on?
We were told the Ettenmoors were dangerous, but the place is thick with enemies. Is there something going on we should know about?
Indeed there is. The orcs and trolls of the Ettenmoors are gathering to follow in the wake of Bar-Grisar, a corrupt stone giant. The foul folk respect his strength, and they will follow him for plunder and the chance to do evil. The giant must be stopped before he can bring this army to bear against our friends and allies.
What? A stone giant?
A stone giant? I've heard of them, but I rather hope the stories were just that. Stories.
Giants are real enough. From what I have been told, they dwell only in the highest mountain vales and keep mostly to themselves. I've never heard they were hostile to our kind.
They seldom are. Eagles and the stone giants have shared the mountain heights without conflict for many generations. But this giant, Bar-Grisar, is different. Without provocation, he ambushed some of our people, taking them unaware and striking them down with hurled boulders. Many of our areas he also destroyed, along with the defenseless fledglings who nested there. Gwaihir summoned his strength to punish the giant, but he fled before us. We believe he has come here to the Ettenmoors, where he is gathering an army of orcs and trolls. Bar-Grisar is a threat to all. The sooner he is destroyed, the safer we shall be.
Oh, there's so many dialogue options. Really trying to figure out what the name could mean. The meaning of the name could be. Bar means home, earth. Is Bar-Gris or Bar-Gre?
Any chance there will be more than one giant to deal with?
I do not believe so, for we have learned Bar-Grisar is an outcast among his own kind. They disowned him for past crimes, and will offer him no protection from our vengeance.
I don't know. Can't find anything regarding the meaning.
Gandalf the Grey told us he traveled in the Ettenmoors without any trouble only a few weeks ago. But look at it now. Enemies are thicker than fleas on a warg's hide around here.
These moors are always dangerous, a breeding ground for trolls and orcs. But even here, it is unusual to see so many enemies openly assembling. The presence of Bargrasar makes them bold. They believe he will lead them to the bloodshed and plunder they crave. And it may well be, unless the giant is destroyed.
You and your kin live in the Ettenmoors?
No, we keep our areas atop the high peaks of the nearby Misty Mountains. We have come to the Ettenmoors in pursuit of Bargrasar.
You're scouting, huh? Does that mean there are more eagles nearby?
My lord Gwaihir is gathering his strength. There will soon be many of my kind in the Ettenmoors. We must destroy Bargrasar. The sooner the better.
Elrond Half-Elven sent us to scout the Ettenmoors for any signs of trouble.
And Bargrasar is a threat indeed.
Agreed. Let us join with you in the hunt for this giant.
Your aid would be most welcome. Together we may be able to best him. Every hour he lives, his following grows greater. Let us press on!
Okay. So there is a stone giant. It's a bit unusual, I guess, but whatever. Okay, here we have Elixir of Lethal Striking. That's what I need. More impressed now years later. Yeah, definitely. It definitely holds up quite well. I'm also like it definitely feels like they put in a lot of work here. Let me just check the quest log really quick. The problem is I need to restart the game, and I also need to end the stream for now. So we need Mirilos Bloom, we need Gillivor crystals, and mountain honey. Show the artifacts to Master Smith. We did this. Capture Argandor's Scrolls of Sorcery, 1 of 7. So we need more of those scrolls. Find Bargrisar the Stone Giant. This game came out before... Like, when came the first Hobbit film out? Was it 2011? 12? Was it 12, 13, 14 or something like that? This game was maybe before the first Hobbit game came out, right? Kind of interesting. So we have 1 dexterity here. Ranger only. .78, so we have already a really good helmet. Okay, our armor is almost done. Requires 20 stamina. How much stamina do we have? Just no. 18. So we could... Another level up would help us that tremendously, I think. Also, okay, next step should be 20 stamina to get better stuff. Currently we struggle a bit, but we found... Okay, we found a nice 75, 95. Okay, this thing here destroys quite well. The only reason why I will stick to this axe for now is because it has the fantastic ability of staggering enemies like crazy, so that's like with the ability we use. We need an axe or a hammer or something like that for it to work. Hobbit started 2012, thank you for the confirmation here. Did we loot everything? I think we did. We have to end the stream, really. I thought there was something hidden. Okay, here's the save now. Let me just quit for the time being. I need to restart the game really quick. It's a bit unfortunate. I wasted so much time. I wasted so much time on the things. I think it would have been better to make the progress there. I would have loved to complete one of these challenge things, like challenges, but yeah, it's a good question, chat. I need to end the stream. Like it's too early. I did not plan on streaming so long today, but we did. Well, it was besides the frustrating part there in this challenge thing, especially the stun locking stuff and so on. We had a lot of bad luck there a few times, but overall it was pretty good. Overall, it was pretty good. So, chat, yeah, for me, it's terribly early in the morning. I really need to sleep a bit. So, there's that. Maybe run some ads. Thank you for the massive viewership today. That was really fun. It's really surprising that we had so many viewers today here on the channel. Fascinating. I did not expect that. Not gonna lie, chat. So, chat, is there anything left for me to say? I don't know. Actually, thanks. Yeah, don't worry. We have to continue soon because it was a lot of fun doing this. And yeah, I don't know if I can't complain about the viewership here. That was pretty massive. We got like, I don't know. I think we peaked at 150 viewers on YouTube alone. On Twitch, we also had some viewers as well. So that was pretty nice. It seems like people enjoyed it for the most part. We had a long discussion in Rivendell about every possible dialogue option. I guess that was kind of interesting. But yeah, we will see. So chat, I'll run some ads here at the end really quick and give you the ending screen. It was a pleasure having you here. I was just really frustrated when we died there in I don't know what wave it was due to stupid stuff. It was a bit frustrating because I want to revive my teammates and they just were at the like, why are you out there where every crossbowman can shoot at us? It's not so great. Later on, there's an ability where you can basically revive somebody by using the ability, I think the war cry. That would be awesome. But yeah, I don't know. So chat, yeah, I run some ads. I thank you for watching. I would have credits here, right? Oh no. I have credits actually. Potentially not fully up to date, but they will do. Thank you so much for your support. On to all the people here on all the different channels, Twitch, YouTube, and memberships, subscriptions. Also on Patreon, of course. Shout out to all the Patreon people. And donations and I don't know what other things you can support me. Ko-fi, I don't know. It's much appreciated. And as said, since the numbers on the channels are often not that great. It also feels a bit necessary, or it helps definitely quite a bit. So much appreciated. Thank you again to all these people here and others who did this in the past. I know some people supporting me for years and have a membership for many years here on this channel. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. I don't know if I've anything left to say. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, I wanted to do the ad stuff. So yeah, I'll run some ads here really quick. And wish you a fantastic rest of the day, or good night, or whatever you watch this here. Have a good one. Thank you so much. And see you people later. Maybe we continue with this tomorrow or something. Would not be too bad, to be honest. I don't know yet. I have not decided. We have I also have some other projects I need to take care of, so time is always difficult to balance here. But yeah, I don't know. I hope at least that you people enjoyed the stream here at least a little bit. And I don't know. I had fun here in these unusual times here. But so far, yeah, overall I really like the game. Like, it's fantastic. It's really well written, as the Amazing Bad Boy and others also said in chat. It holds up pretty well to this day. Very positively surprised by it. Like, sometimes movement and stuff feels a bit clunky here and there, for sure. The UI is probably the most clunky part of the game, I feel. Sometimes it feels a bit strange in this regard. Some of the mechanics, like the wave thing, I'm not sure how many waves there are and what is still missing, but it's a huge knowledge check. As soon as you know the waves, you have seen the second try, I knew what waves were coming. I could move my resources a little bit differently around. Then suddenly it became a lot easier. Also, as soon as I knew how to tell them to come roundabout into my direction, that also helped quite a bit. And then, yeah, these big dudes, which I couldn't throw down anymore, that was really tough to deal with all of them. Because it's hard to fight them like that. I think you definitely need a shield or something to block. I've not fully figured out what to do against these guys. Would have tried to kind of kite them to death, basically. As you can see, if they get a few hits on you in succession, they're insanely deadly. And yeah, best would be if my teammates would be not crouching outside of the area, so I have an easier time reviving them. That would help quite a bit. But yeah, we will see next time how this goes. We just continue the story a little bit, get a bit stronger, then we may return with more power and abilities. Still not sure where I should spend my skill point there, because yeah, the ability to do the swing with the sword, that seems to be like, of course it costs basically a mana flask if you do that, which is okay, which I'm fine with, to be honest. It seems like, especially against the spiders, you could just nuke them with that. That seems really, really powerful. But we have to see, chat, what we're going to do with this. Overall, I think that's it. Thank you people again for watching. Have a fantastic rest of the day, or good night, or a good morning, or a good start into the day, or a good afternoon, or a good evening. Whatever time you're watching this, in all the different time zones, it's difficult. But yeah, have a good one, people. See you later. Goodbye.